the members of the county assembly were under threats. And because of the threats that they were facing, like me, I was seriously threatened. I could not sleep at my home. So I sought refuge elsewhere.
We have got your answer.
Yes.
So were you present at 3 a.m. at the county assembly?
Yes.
Were there other members of the public present at the county assembly at 3 a.m.?
I didn't see them.
You did not see them?
Yes.
So if I tell you that that fire emanated from people who were present at that time, would I be wrong?
You would be wrong.
You have just said that there were no other members, to your best of your knowledge.
Yes.
So the people present at the county assembly,
yes,
might they have begun this fire?
The members of the county assembly were inside and not outside, and the fire was from outside.
You said that the fire emanated from the Meru locals, correct?
Yes.
Meru locals is a secured premise, isn't
yes, it? Yes.
As a county assembly, did you try to seek any statement from the Meru locals? You have just accused them of touching the county assembly of Meru because you said the fire emanated from the Meru locals. Do you want to change your statement or do you want to stick by that statement?
I stick by that statement.
Did you seek any statement from the leadership of Meru locals?
I didn't seek any statement because I was not the investigating officer. Maybe the investigating officer did.
You did not?
Yes, the investigating officer.
You have attributed the incident to governor supporters and you have given us a clip showing some members of the public arraigned in court.
Yes.
Among those people who are arraigned in court, which one of them is a supporter of the governor? By name and description?
I only attributed to the person working in the office of the governor who said, I attributed.
Thank you very much. My question is simple. The people who are arraigned in court and you produced material evidence in form of video. All right?
Yes, yes.
Among the people arraigned in court, which one of them is a supporter of the governor? By name and description.
I didn't arrange the ones. I sent the supporters of the governor.
You are now withdrawing that
I'm
statement.
not withdrawing.
So indeed,
I arranged that those who threatened to do it are supporters of the governor, and indeed, I did not say those that are arranged are the ones.
So you are now withdrawing that statement. It is on record that governor's supporters touched the county assembly of Meru, and you brought evidence. I am asking you, Madam Zipporah, which one of them is a supporter of the governor, by name and description?
I said, I'm saying, I did not say those that are charged are the ones who are the supporters of the governor. I said actually about the staff from the office of the governor who sent Atachoma, and I remember saying...
We are going to the staff that you talked about.
Yes.
So would you now want to confirm to the Senate that indeed there were no supporters of the governor charged with touching the assembly?
Yes, I can confirm because I said there are some people who are charged for the offense.
But you've just said they are not governor's supporters?
Yes.
Thank you.
Those charged.
Thank you very much. Let us go to the specific officer from the office of the governor. What was the name of the officer?
I said I don't know the official names, but he's popularly known as Achege.
Achege?
Yes.
Is he among the people we saw in that clip having been charged with the offense?
No.
He's not there?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has this individual been charged for any offense, threats, or even arson?
He has not been charged.
He has not been charged?
Yes.
Any report that has been made?
I'm not aware of any.
Madam Witness, have you filed any report? Because you came to Senate and alleged that he threatened members of county assembly and he was among the people who planned to touch. Have you made any effort to have him arrested, including even filing a report?
AJAABU has been recorded.
Where is that OB?
AJAABU was recorded by...
I ask you specifically, have you taken any steps? Not an OB. Personally, have you taken any step?
Personally, I have not, but the county assembly has taken.
Thank you.
Yes.
You also played a clip showing your home being touched.
Yes.
What time was it?
It was touched on the eve of the first
The
impeachment motion.
what time was it?
3:48 a.m.
3:48 a.m.
Yes,
And you said that was on the eve of
the first impeachment motion.
first impeachment.
Yes,
And you say the fire emanated from your neighbor's place.
from across the neighbor.
You
Yes.
told senators, and we were listening, and Hansard can confirm, that the
Yes.
fire emanated from your neighbor's home.
Yes, not neighbor's home. I said the fire was from the fence.
We
from
were
my
very
fence.
keen, Madam Speaker, and we can have the Hansards read to us. You said it began from your neighbor's home.
I didn't say the neighbor's home, from the fence.
From the
my
fence.
Yes. If the fire was thrown from across
that
the fence.
is adjacent to a neighbor, isn't it?
Yes. It's
What is the name of your neighbor whose land is adjacent to your fence?
the land belongs to, I even don't know the neighbor.
You
He
do
bought
not know
him-
your neighbor?
The person bought the land recently. Yes. Yes. The person, I'm very serious on this. The person bought this, it's a plot.
So
it was bought
recently,
recently.
as recent as the eve that
I know the other neighbor who sold recently, yes. I know the previous owner. The previous owner of that plot, I know. I can tell who is it.
But you confirm there's a neighbor?
Yes.
Did you
There's
visit
a
the
neighbor. Yes?
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, I see counsel trying to coach the witness. That is very becoming of an advocate.
Sorry.
Madam Speaker.
We should have known what counsel is trying to tell the witness. That cannot be permitted.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to control the witness for the ease of clarity. I'm just telling her be straight to the answers that are being asked. Just normal way of controlling a witness.
Very well. Witness, please respond to the questions asked only.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. You confirm there is a neighbor adjacent to your fence.
Yes.
You do not know the name of your neighbor.
The new neighbor, but the old one I know, the one who sold the plot recently. I can give the name.
Did you go to this neighbor that you do not know and consult him or her about the source of the fire?
The plot is vacant. There is no home. It is not habited.
The question is, did you visit them or try to investigate who owns that plot?
I trying to investigate, but I've not yet known who bought it.
Thank you. We saw that video was a very short clip, correct? How many seconds was that clip?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
Yes.
How many buckets of water were used to put off that fire?
I did not count.
Can we watch that clip again?
Yes.
So that minutes before the fire incident, right? That
Yes. Yes.
Proceed.
I think, Madam Speaker, the clip is still playing. So by now, we have no one at the scene, right? Correct, Madam
Yes.
Witness?
Yes. There's no one.
There is a gentleman who walks in. Kindly tell us who that gentleman is.
My watchman.
That is a watchman.
Yes.
Does your watchman look panicked?
Yes.
We can all see that, Madam.
To
Witness,
me,
but
yes.
it's all right.
To me, yes.
And you confirm you're also home on that day?
I wasn't at home.
You wasn't at home. You are
Yes.
not at home.
I wasn't at home.
But I confirm, Madam Speaker, you saying that you were woken up by your worker to inform you about the incidents.
I didn't say that.
We will confirm from the
I
answer.
wasn't at home.
So you're now confirming you are not.
I wasn't at home.
Thank you.
Yes.
So by now still there is no one putting up the fire and the gentleman is walking easily where the fire incident is. Let's see how many buckets of water those are. That's 1, 3. There is another one. And the fire is off. You confirm that that was a petrol bomb. That's what you told us.
I talked about a petrol bomb in the assembly. Please. It's not that one.
Thank
Let's
you.
get the facts right.
Madam Speaker, Madam Witness, what action did you take after your house was allegedly attacked and torched?
I came back the following day. I was not at home. I came back the following day and I went and reported the incident at Nkobo police station.
You are next a copy of the OB report.
I mentioned it in the answer.
Have you attached a copy of the OB? Because you knew you are going to rely on that clip. Have you attached the OB report?
It is in the answer.
Yes or no?
I've not.
Have you attached?
I've not.
So this Senate has no way of confirming whether there was any formal report or investigations done in respect to that incident. They have no way of doing that, isn't it?
Okay.
The yes or no? They have
Yes.
no way of confirming that.
Yes.
They have no way. I put it to you, Madam Witness, that what we've just watched is a state-managed incident. And we cannot tell that. What do you say?
It is not.
It is not. Thank you. You have also talked about a number of incidences where the residents of Meru have complained about the governance structure of Madam Governor here. You have specifically talked about an incident where there was a birth that took place near Kegochwa Hospital.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Kindly confirm the status of that hospital. What level is that hospital? What kind of an hospital is it?
It is level 3 hospital,
3?
according to the complaints of the people of Kibutu.
It is not according, Madam Witness, you investigated the governor and the evidence you brought here are subject to investigations. With surety, tell us what level of hospital that facility is.
Level 3.
Level 3.
Yes.
It does not have a maternity wing, does it?
I'm not sure.
I am putting it to you that it is a dispensary without a maternity wing. Is that the position?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Yes.
If it does not have a maternity wing, then there was no way a woman would have gone there to give birth, isn't it?
I can't confirm.
You cannot confirm.
Yes.
And you want this Senate to impeach the governor based on that allegation. Is that your position?
It is not part of my allegation, but it is
Thank
a compromised service delivery.
So it is not part of your allegations?
It's a support of the compromised service delivery.
But you confirm that you did not bring the governor here to answer to those charges. That's what you've just told us.
I confirm it is part of this delivery of service that has been compromised through illegal appointments.
You have also talked about 20 cows dying in a certain ward in Meru. Which ward was that?
Kwene ward.
Kwene ward.
Yes.
In your impeachment motion, kindly refer me to the charge where the governor is being accused of that specific allegation. I do not even know the name of that allegation, but in your impeachment motion and supporting evidence, show me exactly where you have accused the governor of that mismanagement of public resources. Is there anywhere?
I did that. That video was meant to correct the video that was presented as defense for the governor, which also is not which also is not part of the allegations.
So you have not brought the governor to answer to those charges. You have not brought the governor to the Senate to answer to those charges, have you?
Yes, because that is not part of my charges.
Thank you.
It's only the governor defended herself through the wrong videos too.
Thank you.
And I think the governor.
I have not asked a question kindly.
Okay.
I will
Sorry.
ask the question.
Sorry.
Let us proceed to the role you played in the last impeachment. We have watched a video of you saying that indeed you were part and parcel of that process. Is that still your position?
Yes.
So the last impeachment motion was meant to be brought by you.
Yes.
That position?
Yes.
What happened that you did not proceed with the process to its logical conclusion?
The majority leader, as a senior of the House, requested me to hand over the motion to him.
The leader of?
The majority leader, who happens to have been my boss.
Thank you. Now, we have watched a video of you, and I would ask VKM1 to be played from the governor's exhibit of videos. VKM1.
Ndakuromba seneti yetu e Kenya bakeyo tucokeria Kawira Mwangaza bamenye Kawira twina maita yangi ya tatatu ya umwinga tukamwinga bachokia tukenga mwanga maita ya yonda ya tatatu jathire kenda tuja kwira Meru we did our best itwagereria kwenga seneti igicokaia.
Thank you. We can pause there. You confirm that you conducted that interview, but among the things you've said in that clip, there are also other things you talked about.
Yes.
Issues of governance.
Yes.
So you confirm that is you talking. That.
Yes.
And the words that you have uttered are your words.
Yes.
Thank you. So even if Senate was to discharge the governor this time round, you would still come back in this Senate with other charges, correct?
It depends, because let me confirm that if the governor does not continue the violations, we cannot bring her back. Indeed, it is because those violations continued even when the case was here in the Senate. That's why I said that if the governor stops the violations, then we are going to go as Meru County. I cannot confirm that I'll come back, because maybe the governor may decide now I'm not going to violate the Constitution anymore.
Do you have any personal vendetta against the governor?
No.
Do you think she's a mad woman?
No.
Do you think she's crazy?
No.
Can we watch video VKM09? Madam Speaker, we might need an interpreter for this specific video.
Sergeant at Arms, please usher in the interpreter.
And before we hear from the video, what is your background training professionally?
Professionally, I'm a trained teacher.
You're a trained teacher. You
Yes.
actually served as a principal of a school, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you have any training in medical health,
No.
mental health,
No.
psychiatric training,
No.
psychology?
No.
Thank you.
Is the interpreter there?
Yes, we can now watch the video.
Ngavana Meru Kawira Mwangaza
Proceed.
Bukathugania ingavana buinawe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, members of the Senate. I'll go ahead and interpret the video. Kindly, can you play back?
Ngavana Meru Kawira Mwangaza bukathugania ingavana buinawe.
Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza, don't you think that you have a governor?
Imtondo.
She's mad.
Ngavana Meru aumira ndutene.
Meru Governor went crazy long time.
Na oni na aru anenda kondikria gite ki vacant.
And I want to declare that seat vacant.
Ko Meru na chiomie.
And now Meru's should be ready.
Atwe ura tukomba kuchwa ngavana ura okomba kwa Meru.
We need to get the way forward on how we get a new governor who can lead Meru.
Okay, thank you. We can stop there.
Ngavana Meru Kawira Mwangaza.
So, were you lying to the members of public then when you said the governor was mad? Or are you lying to Senate now when you're saying you don't think she's mad?
I didn't say
to whom were you lying? Is
I
it the
didn't say
Senate or the
she's
members of
mad.
the
I didn't say she is mad.
Was that you we just watched on TV?
It was taken out of context.
Was that you we watched on TV?
It was taken out of context.
Witness, please answer the question.
Yes?
Senator Halwale, what's your point of order?
As one of my colleagues who will be making a decision based on this evidence, Chair, could you remind the witness that she is under oath, and can she therefore stick to one side of whatever it is she wants to tell us?
Witness, you are under oath. Please stick to telling the truth while under that oath.
You want me
Thank
to remind you the question?
Thank you. I remember the question. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. I just said I was taken out of context.
You confirm you uttered those words, but your evidence is that they are taken out of context.
Yes.
So you appeared on that
Yes.
media house?
Yes, I appeared.
What is the name of the media house?
Meru TV.
Meru TV. You do know it is a national TV.
And it,
Popularly watched in Meru, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So, were you lying? I will repeat the question. Were you lying to the people of Meru, or are you lying to senators now when you say that you do not think the governor is mad? You must have been lying to at least one of those.
I said I was taken out of context.
Did you explain your context in that clip?
Yes, I did, because the interview was for a full 1 hour.
Thank you.
Yes.
It was for a full 1 hour.
1 hour.
We supplied you with this video on Friday. We are appearing before Senate on Monday.
Yes.
Have you sought leave of this Senate to produce the full clip where the context is explained?
I did not seek leave because the video is even not dated. I have done so many interviews in Meru TV, and because the video is not dated, I could not even remember the date of the video.
But the date notwithstanding, you have confirmed you appeared on that show.
Yes.
And you uttered those words.
I did.
And you have not sought leave to produce that full clip, even by asking the specific TV station to provide you with one. You have not.
I did.
You have not.
I asked Meru TV, and they told me unless I get a date for the video.
Where is the evidence of that request?
I just made a call, and they could not trace the video.
Thank you. The mover of this motion is yourself, Madam Witness.
Yes.
And you have made it a business to impeach the governor. And there is actually a direct financial benefit to you and other members of the county assembly who impeach the governor. Is that correct?
No, not correct.
Not correct.
Yes.
We have seen you on video VKM7 stating that it is your business to impeach the governor. Can we watch that clip once again? VKM7.
Kapumba kuga impeachment ya governor angwenda kueleza Mumeru. Impeachment ya governor ne.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will still need
the translator, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we watch the video kindly?
Impeachment ya governor.
All I can say, the impeachment of governor,
Angwenda kueleza Mumeru.
I want to explain to Meru.
Impeachment ya governor.
The impeachment of the governor
ne part of business yetu ya assembly.
it is part of our business as county assembly members.
Proceed.
Part of business yetu ya assembly. Yeah, go impeach.
Yeah, it is part of our job to impeach.
Now we can not to impeach them many times we together.
And we can as well impeach over and over again as many times as they are remaining.
By the way, the motion draft.
I also want to say that that motion
I was very key there.
during the drafting and everything, I was behind it. And I was to take it to the Senate Mutembei. It's me who was to take it until
the last minute.
the last minute.
Until the last minute.
Until that last minute. If you listen to Evans Mawira very well when he was talking, he's saying that they were very convinced that the governor will go. For that reason that they were convinced that the governor is going, he wanted to take the motion so that he can get that fame.
Actually,
It's me who was to take that motion to the Senate. And I want to tell the people of Meru when you're listening.
It's new.
It's me who was to take that motion.
We can stop there for the sake of time. You have talked about two issues in that interview. One, that it is your business.
The business of the assembly.
It is your business to impeach the government.
The CRIP is the business of the assembly.
Business.
Not private.
Business,
Yes.
in Swahili is biashara. True or false? True or false?
We transact businesses in the
Business
assembly.
in Kiswahili is biashara. True or false? You are versed with the Swahili language. It is biashara, correct?
Kwa Kiswahili ni biashara.
Kiswahili ni biashara. You have also said that Mawira took away your glory of trying to impeach the governor. That's why you ran with the motion. You were involved with the drafting until Mawira took the glory. Is that what you said?
He took the motion from me.
You have said that he took the motion from you and got the glory of impeaching the governor. Isn't that what you have said?
I've said
You want us to play that clip again?
it can be played because I've said Mawira took away the motion from me, and he told the people Meru he took the motion because he was sure the governor was going.
You want,
If he did-
you want us to replay that clip again,
I
where
think-
you're saying that he took the glory of trying to impeach the governor. You
Yes,
want us
him, not me.
Have you
and
heard
Daria too.
yourself say that Mawira took the glory?
He was taking, not me. You were confused and said I'm the one who was taking the glory. It is Mawira.
Thank you. So
Yes.
two issues here,
Yes,
Madam
yes.
Witness.
Yes.
Motion processes in Meru ni biashara. And second, there is a glory attached to it. And I want to take you there shortly. One, tell us, and you have just told us that you drafted the motion. You are not a lawyer, are you?
Honorable members, please allow them to finish. You'll get your time. No, you'll get your time to actually just note. Write it down. You'll get your moment to actually speak to that.
You have said you were involved in the process of drafting the motion. Is that
Yes.
still your position?
Yes.
But you're not a lawyer. You could not have possibly.
I drafted even this other one. I'm a teacher, and I'm aware of the violations.
Did you have any help of a lawyer to draft that motion?
Of course, I got a help of a lawyer.
For legal services, at a pay, isn't it? You must have paid your lawyer to do that. Don't worry, I'm not asking you how much. But you must have paid your lawyer for that.
I did not pay anything.
You did not pay anything?
Yes.
Is that the same lawyer representing you before the Senate today?
No.
Who drafted? Which lawyer did help you draft the motion?
The lawyer who represented the county assembly in the last proceedings.
Which process you are involved in? That's what you've just told us. You were involved in the previous motion as well?
Yes.
Including the drafting?
Yes.
So the lawyer who represented you in the last impeachment process was the lawyer who drafted the motion for you?
He assisted me in drafting the motion.
And subsequently represented the county assembly?
Yes, because I was doing it on behalf of the county assembly.
Let us talk about your appearance here today.
Yes.
You are seated here today and you're earning allowances for conducting this business, correct? True or false?
Not true.
You are earning per diems today.
Not true. I've not earned any. I've not been facilitated by anybody to come here. I facilitated myself.
So, if later it is confirmed that you received funds during the process of impeachment, you would have taken away public funds without having any justification. Is that your evidence? And be very careful because it is going on record.
I can confirm I've not received anything personally.
Thank you. During the last impeachment, were other MCAs and yourself paid?
Counsel?
Yes.
You have 13 minutes to go in your hour for cross-examination.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it is your evidence that none of the MCAs are paid during these processes. We just want a confirmation.
I'm not aware.
You did not receive any funds during the impeachment process. During the last 3 processes, you have not. Not even a single coin.
I can't remember because there are so many payments that are made in the assembly, and I can't remember whether I was paid for coming for impeachment. What I'm saying is that right now, as I sit here, I've not received anything.
You have not received anything?
Yes.
We have looked at the Auditor General's report.
Yes.
Honorable Senators, I want to refer you to page 272 of volume 1B of the Governor's response. Volume 1B of our exhibits at page 272. Kindly look at it. It's Governor's response. I want you to look at the first project that has been flagged by the Auditor General of Meru County. We can provide for the sake of time. Are you able to look at that specific page, 272 1B? 272. What is the first project the county government of Meru has been identified of doing by the Auditor General of Meru? By the Auditor General, sorry.
The first activity is motions for the impeachment of the governor, Meru County, 2 motions for the 2 impeachment attempts.
So the Auditor General of Kenya flags 2 impeachment motions as a project of the County Assembly of Meru, correct?
Yes.
That would, of necessity, mean public funds were utilized. Yes. Otherwise, the Auditor General would not have deemed it fit to include it there, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us how much money was spent cumulatively by the County Assembly in at least those 2 projects? Are you able to tell us that?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
You do not know?
Yes.
Which committee do you serve at the County Assembly?
I serve in a number of committees.
You serve at the Committee of Public Accounts Committee.
Yes.
That is the account that scrutinizes the reports by the Auditor General, correct?
Yes.
Have you come across that report? It's 272, Honorable Senator, of Volume 1B of the Governor's Exhibits. As a member, and maybe let's just scrutinize your role as a member of PAC.
Yes.
What is your main role?
My main role as a member of PAC is to consider reports that are committed to the committee by the County Assembly.
I want you to look at Article 229(8), specific to your role. Are we there? 229(8) of the Constitution. Tell us your mandate as a member of the PAC.
228.
229(8, sorry, 229(8.
Okay.
It is, first of all, confirm that chapter talks about the report of the Auditor General, correct?
Yes.
What is your role under 229(8?
Within 3 months after receiving an audit report, Parliament and the County Assembly shall debate and consider the report and take appropriate action.
Thank you. As a member of this committee, have
Yes.
you discussed the report of the Auditor General in the discharge of your mandate under that article?
It has not been tabled. The report has not been tabled by the chairperson.
That report has not been tabled. You have relied on that report
Yes.
to impeach the governor.
Yes.
Meaning you have had an opportunity to look at it, isn't it?
Yes.
But you have not discussed.
We have not discussed because it has not been tabled
When
to
did
the
you?
committee.
When was that report received? When did you come across this report? Because you are relying on this very report to show,
Yes.
number one, that the governor is using a manual payroll, isn't it?
Yes.
Your evidence is derived from that report.
Yes. I got it immediately. I cannot remember the date, but I got it immediately. It was released by the Auditor General.
So you confirm that you got it immediately.
Yes.
As a member of this committee, you have not taken any steps in the discharge of your mandate under that article, have you? You have not.
I'm not the chair of the committee.
But you're a member of that committee.
I'm a member of the committee.
Thank you. Let us go straight to now the charges. And I'm looking at the charge where you want the governor impeached for illegally revoking the appointment of one Virginia Kawira.
Yes.
Do you know Virginia Kawira?
Yes.
What position did she hold before becoming the CEO of the board?
She was a finance officer in the Department of Finance and Economic Planning.
She was
Yes.
an officer, senior principal finance officer.
Yes.
Is that a position where services are still needed within Meru County?
Yes.
Has there been any replacement of that position pursuant to her joining the County Public Service Board?
I can't confirm. I
Madam
cannot
Witness,
confirm.
this is your motion. Were you not interested in finding out whether that position was filled? The truth of the matter is that that position has not been filled, isn't it?
It wasn't a subject matter in my motion.
It was not.
It wasn't.
You are aware that Virginia took leave of absence, correct?
Yes.
A person who takes leave of absence is still holding that position, isn't it? That position is not given to any other person. Am I right?
No.
It is not.
It remains vacant for the contract period that,
And for how long
yes,
is the contract of Virginia Kawira running?
6 years.
6 years.
Yes.
So for 6 years, that position will not be occupied and there will be no service delivery in that position.
The position can be occupied by law.
How would it be occupied by law?
The appointing authority in the department can appoint somebody on acting capacity.
For how long can someone act? 6 months, isn't it?
Then
The law prohibits anyone to hold a position for more than 6 months, correct?
there is deployment. Somebody can be deployed to work in that position.
In a substantial-
There's a difference between.
In a substantial position? Is
Yes,
that your
can be
evidence?
deployed, yes, by public service management laws.
Thank you. When was Virginia appointed as the CEO of the board? The specific dates, when?
Legal counsel, you only have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Conclude your examination.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. When was she appointed? When did she assume the role of the CEO?
Virginia was appointed on 1st September 2023.
1st September 2023.
Yes.
By that time, to the best of your knowledge, had Virginia relinquished her previous position when she was being appointed? Had she relinquished or even sought leave of absence by that date? When did she seek leave of absence? To make things easy for you. When? It was on 2nd of October, am I right? Kindly refer to our documents, Honorable Senators. Volume 1B of the Governor's response at page 8. Do you find a letter where Virginia is now seeking leave of absence? On 2nd of October. Can you see it?
You can see it.
What is the date of that letter?
2nd October 2020.
And when did Virginia assume the role of the CEO?
She was appointed on 1st of September.
1st of September.
Yes.
So then, this Virginia served in 2 positions for a whole month. Am I right?
I can't confirm, but as per the records, yes.
As per the records, yes.
Yes.
Don't you think that is an illegality where an officer serves in 2 positions without any justification?
Yes.
Thank you. You have relied on an advisory by the board saying that the governor's revocation was illegal, correct?
Yes.
When that advisory was issued, who was the secretary of the board from where the advisory emanated?
Virginia was the acting secretary.
Thank you. So Virginia was the acting secretary of the board that issued this advisory, correct?
Yes.
Don't you think there's a conflict of interest then, where the secretary of this board sits and takes minutes and an advisory opinion is generated from the same board?
Not
Don't you
true.
think there's clear conflict of interest?
Not true. The letter of revocation was addressed to the chairman, and it is the chairman that responded, and responding to a letter does not require any minutes. So the letter of
how
the letter,
are decisions of the board arrived at? Is it the chairman who makes a decision, or it is subject to the board's discussion, minuting, and subsequent communication done?
I don't think there is any provision of the law that requires an advisory to be discussed in a board meeting, in my own opinion.
But you confirm that Virginia was the secretary of the board by the time the advisory was given?
She was, I confirm she was the acting CEO of the board at that time, and that one disqualifies the earlier question that she served in 2 positions. Actually, I've forgotten, she was still appointed by the same government as the acting CEO of the Public Service Board. So she was still at the Public Service Board.
Now, you have relied on a particular provision of the law to say that the revocation was illegal. What position was that? And in your view, what ought to have been the right procedure? Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence, I see my time is up. At the beginning, we had gotten a promise that we would reconsider the timelines. Upon lapse, I kindly request to be given half an hour for me to complete.
Legal counsels, I think both sides, I need to make a ruling on the time issue. I think this time around we have to be very stringent to the times allocated. We had agreed that the evidence and cross-examination will take 4 hours. The County Assembly side has taken 3 hours on one witness. We have given 1 hour for cross-examination. We are left with 1 hour, and I think legal counsel, you'll have to advise at this point in time, how are you going to utilize the 1 hour you have? If you're going to bring all the 3 witnesses, or how are you going to allocate your time? Because what we will do, and I think we have to come into an agreement here, is that we shall give the 1 hour left to the County Assembly to give their evidence, and then we shall allocate the legal counsel of the governor 1 hour to cross-examine the evidence provided by the County Assembly. So, legal counsel, how will you utilize your 1 hour?
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. In response to your question, we have 2 more witnesses remaining on the part of the County Assembly. That is one Aurelia and Irene. Mr. Speaker, sir, you recall that in the morning there were summons that were issued pursuant to our application, and those in our humble view are the witnesses for the Senate, who then cannot be deemed to be within the hour that was allocated to us. So to utilize effectively the 1 hour remaining, perhaps we'll only call 1 more witness, and then we shall be advised on how to deal with the Senate's witnesses as and when the time allows. I am most humbled.
Legal counsel, I'm advised that there are no witnesses of the Senate. Those were witnesses that were summoned by yourselves.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. But even up to now, we are not aware whether or not the summons have been responded to, because the communication must come from the House that the witnesses that were summoned are within the precincts, for us to be able to plan for them.
So, legal counsel, we will find out if they've responded to the summons, but the summons was done as per your request.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So, as I wait for that clarification, let us agree that you are going to utilize your 1 hour for 1 witness, as you've indicated.
Yes, then we shall be advised on how to proceed with the other 3 witnesses. Of course, stepping on the traditions of the House, that the House has previously summoned witnesses and considered them to be the witnesses of the House. I'm most humbled.
I'll get clarification on that and get back to you. Legal counsel for the governor, let us agree that we will stop with this witness now. We proceed to the next witness. Within the 1 hour for them to, and we will decide within that 1 hour if they're going to bring another witness. Once they've completed the 1 hour, we will give you 1 hour to cross-examine whatever evidence that they've produced.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the move of the motion. The bulk of the evidence and the case that is being presented before Senate is on the shoulders of this specific witness. So we have a lot of questions for her, and it would be quite unfair for our client if we do not pose all the questions that we needed. And I humbly beg just for 25 minutes from the earlier minutes are requested to be able to conclude. 25 minutes to be.
Legal counsel, you can actually see the mood in the House. Senators don't want to go through the experience they went through the other time because of poor management of time. So I can give you 20 minutes, but it's with a caveat.
Yes.
I give you 20 minutes, which I'll take out from your 1 hour of the next cross-examination of the other evidence that will be brought here. Is that in order?
That's okay. That's okay. I'm getting a nod from my lead counsel.
Very well. 20 minutes on your time.
Madam Witness, yes. Back to the question of Virginia Kawira's removal from office.
Yes.
You are aware that upon her removal or revocation of her employment, she went to court, right?
Yes.
So there is a matter that is active in court even as we stand before Senate, right?
Yes.
That matter is yet to be heard.
Yes.
So should the senators then proceed and find that the governor violated by removing or rather revoking the appointment, would that not in any way affect the judgment that is pending before court? It would.
It would not. It would not. Simply because our contention is not on the dispute between the employee and the employer that is in court. Our contention, according to the motion, our contention about our violations is usurpation of the powers of the County Assembly of Meru, contrary to sections.
And
yes.
What is the dispute before court? How is it different from what the Senate is invited to listen to today? Isn't it the same question of the governor usurping the role and illegally revoking? Isn't that the case that Virginia has brought before the courts?
Virginia is contesting a dismissal, and this motion is contesting the usurpation of the powers of the County Assembly.
The charges you brought before Senate are illegally revoking. Isn't that removing her from office, dismissing her from office, terminating her employment?
Yes, without a vote of not less than 75% of all members of the County Assembly.
Isn't that the same dispute before a court of law, a competent court of law?
The court of law, the contest in the court of law is a dispute between an employee and the employer. This dispute,
you've answered the question.
Yes.
Who are the parties in that case? The governor is a party in that case, isn't it?
The governor and Madam Virginia Kawira.
The governor is a party?
Yes.
And the governor is still a party in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the issue of illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, and others. I want you to go straight to your impeachment motion now and read the charges.
Yes.
Very quickly. Read the specific charge.
The specific charge reads illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, CEO of the County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, CEO of Rika Board, Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye, Managing Director of Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Joseph Kidhure Mberia, CEO MEWAS, in usurpation of the powers of the appointing authorities.
I think you can stop there.
Yes.
Can we go to the motion that was brought before Senate last year? And I'm looking at volume 2 of the governor's supplementary list of documents at page 90. Can you read specifically?
I don't.
Page 19, page 90 rather.
I do not have it.
You can borrow mine. Page 90. That is the motion that was brought before Senate last year in November, isn't it? Isn't it, Madam
Yes.
Witness?
Yes.
Can you read the last charge that appears at the bottom of that page?
Sending Dr. Ntoiti, CEO of the County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, CEO of Rika Board, Kenneth Kimathi Bae, Managing Director of Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Joseph Kidure Bae, CEO MEWAS, on indefinite compulsory leave with full salary and benefits in the usurpation of the powers of the appointing.
Thank you. What was the Senate's findings in respect to that charge that was brought last year? What was the finding of the Senate?
Legal counsel, if I may interrupt, please stop the time. Just to inform the legal team of the County Assembly that the witnesses that were summoned by the Senate are here and they're available. Do you wish to reconsider your utilization of the 1 hour?
Mr. Speaker, sir, with utmost respect to the House, it's our humble prayer that, noting the content that the witnesses will be submitting on, that perhaps the House may find it in its favor to expand our time with only perhaps 30 minutes. And I understand that the senators have been sitting here, they have other commitments, they sit in other committees. We understand and appreciate their work that they do. But again, we also have a case to deal with, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we shall try to work within the 1 hour. If the circumstances do not permit, we'll still come and seek leave to have the same expanded.
Before we go into the discussion of the time allocated to you, in terms of calling your witnesses, are you still going to call 3 witnesses?
We may abandon 2 of the first early witnesses, call one Wayne Kawira. We'll call 2 of the witnesses in the first list, and then we shall go to the witnesses who have been summoned. We shall forfeit 1 witness in the first earlier list.
So you'll still be calling only 2 witnesses?
We'll call 4 witnesses.
4 witnesses?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
How will you do that in 1 hour?
Mr. Speaker, as we close, we'll also take considerations and look at the evidence and their statements. We'll still come back with you. Perhaps you might only have to take 2. Let me just consider their statements.
Okay, while you think about it, and taking into consideration that you used 3 hours on 1 witness, I will still stick on the 1 hour allocated to you, and you will let us know which witnesses you'll be calling within that 1 hour.
We are greatly guided by your wisdom, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well. We may continue.
Thank you. May I know how many more minutes I have, Mr. Speaker, sir, for me to be able to restructure my questioning?
Legal counsel, you have 12 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Before you proceed, what is your point of honor, Senator Boni Kalwale?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very disturbed. I appreciate you have guided the House on the application by the Council of the Assemblies for more time. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to you. We want to deal with the issue of Meru conclusively. And if, Mr. Speaker, due to standing order number 1, you can kindly allow all the witnesses of the County Assembly to come, I want us to deal with this issue of Meru once and for all, Mr. Speaker. If you give them 1 extra hour, we shall not die. We'll be here. We want to hear the truth. We can't stand the lies that are coming in this House all the time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. What is your point of order, Mandago?
Order 105. Did I hear the senator for Kakamega say he's not standing the lies? What evidence? does he have to adduce to this house that what we are listening to are lies? Can he provide a table in the house?
Gloria, what's your point of order? And that's the last point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we've been sitting here long, and I just want to appeal to you as you consider Senator Halwale's request. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that all of us sitting here can wait until all 5 or 6 witnesses are done for us to come back and seek clarifications from the first witness, Mr. Speaker. Because as per what has been scheduled, the clarifications have been put at the end. So, Mr. Speaker, that means that even the Honorable MCO seated has to wait till the very end, because we have some clarifications which we can only seek after all the witnesses, Mr. Speaker. If you can allow, because we are now putting our request, Mr. Speaker, that for every witness, even if you will guide with 15 minutes or 10 minutes, that we seek the clarifications and we are done with the witness, and then the witness can proceed to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Embu, I said very clearly, Gloria was the last point of order. So let me make a ruling on this issue. Senator Boni Khalwale, as much as I appreciate your concern, and I'll let slide your use of words, it could have been just a slip of the tongue. As much as we want to get to the bottom of this, we also have to deal with the matter of time management. The ruling by the Speaker was very clear when he set down the rules and procedure of this sitting. We don't want to find ourselves sitting here up to ungodly hours because we were not able to manage our time properly. So my concern is to manage the time. And we shall, if we see fit to increase any more time, we shall make that decision at the time when it arises. Honorable Senators, I think we shall proceed as agreed. I think this legal counsel, you still have 12 minutes. Please proceed and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Madam Witness, you have accused the governor of failing to implement the Assembly's recommendations. Straight away, I want you to look at your documents and show me evidence where the governor was specifically called upon and communicated to act on those implementations. The letter you have adduced, is it addressed to the governor? A very specific question. Is it addressed to the governor? Can we go to page 144 of your bundle of documents, volume 1? Have you found it?
Yes, I found it.
Is that letter addressed to the governor? Yes or no? What is the date? What is the date of the letter? It's a yes or no question. We have no time.
14th December 2023.
That letter is not addressed to the governor, is it?
It is not.
That letter is not copied to the governor, is it?
It is not.
So there is no evidence of any communication direct from the Assembly to the governor. Is there any? Yes or no?
Yes, it is there.
Where is evidence of the county assembly writing to the governor specifically, not to any other person?
The county assembly communicates to the governor through the county secretary. That one I can confirm.
Is that letter addressed to the county secretary?
It is. The letter is addressed I want to explain. This is a petition.
Please, we have no time for explanation.
This is a petition for clarity purposes.
The answer I'm looking for, Madam Witness.
Honorable Chair, protect me.
I have no time.
Explain.
I have no time. I have a right to ask for a yes or no answer.
Witness,
Yes.
please answer the question as asked by the legal counsel.
That letter is not addressed to the county secretary, is it?
It is not.
It is not addressed to the governor, is it?
It is not.
It is not copied to the governor, is it?
It is not.
The chief of staff was subject of the recommendation, isn't it?
Yes.
It is for that reason that is copied. The county secretary was subject of the recommendation. It is for that reason that he's copied. And so are so many other people who are involved in the process. Isn't that the position?
No.
Was there any follow-up with the governor as to why she has not acted on the recommendations? There is no other letter specific to the governor.
There is no follow-up.
So if the letter was addressed to the person who is supposed to be removed, do you think it was logical for you to expect that they would forward to the boss for acting?
I can't confirm.
Thank you. Let us go to the issue of illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, Mwaki and others. And you had just read pages, you had just read
Yes.
the previous motion and compared it to the current motion.
Yes, I didn't read, but I've seen it.
So when you came to Senate last year and you said you were part of that motion,
Yes.
you did not accuse the governor of dismissing. You accused the governor of doing what?
Compulsory leave.
Compulsory leave.
Yes.
That is what you told Senate.
Yes.
Did the governor subsequently dismiss these individuals? First of all, confirm they are the same individuals we are talking about.
Yes.
Is there any other action taken by the governor after we left Senate in respect to those individuals?
The compulsory leave.
Is there any other action subsequent to us coming to Senate that was taken by the governor? Yes or no?
I'm not aware.
The governor has not done anything else in respect to those individuals apart from what had transpired previously, isn't it?
I'm not aware.
So the course of action had transpired by the time you were in Senate last time?
Yes.
And what was Senate's resolution in respect to that matter? The Senate found that the governor was not guilty, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the last issue of a bloated workforce. I want you to read the first 5 names and the last 5 names of the list you have attached in your current motion of impeachment, where the governor you are alleging has employed a bloated workforce. That, go to volume 2 of your document at page 164. First 5 names and the last 5 names. First of all, confirm how many people are we talking about in that list? 111, am I right?
11, yes.
111.
Yes.
First 5 names, last 5 names.
Yes.
First 5 names, kindly.
I read them.
Yes, read them.
The first name is Gitonga Arson Katogo.
Second name.
Rinda Ngaki Kiome.
Third name.
Lawrence Mutwiri Mboroki.
Fourth name.
Gideon Kimathi.
Fifth name.
Mutuma Irari Mugambi.
Let's go to the last 5 names. Last 5 names. Page
171.
Read the last 5 names.
The last 5
I could make you read the entire list, but for the demonstration of my point, let's just
Kamal Bundi Emed.
Yes.
Number 111.
Yes.
Asan Kaimeni, number 110.
Yes.
109 is Francis Mutembei Muirigi. 108 is Martin Kaimeni Kinoti.
Thank you.
Yes.
Proceed. Turn to our volume 2 at page 140. Confirm that is the list that you supplied Senate last year in respect to the same charge. 140 of volume 2 of the governor's response. First 5 names, last 5 names. And we are talking about how many individuals in that list that you brought last year. A motion that you had participated in. 111, am I right?
Yes.
First 5 names. It's at page 140 of volume 2 of the governor's response. First 5 names. The same individual that appears in the other list, number 1. Number 2. Please, you do not have to flip the page. It's the same place you're reading.
Yes.
Second name. 140, Honorable Senator, of the governor's response. Volume 2 of the governor's response at page 140. 140.
140. Yes, I've confirmed. They are the same.
They are the same names, right? Do I make you read? Do I make you read the entire list, or you can confirm that they are the same names? You can confirm that it is the same list of 111 individuals.
Yes.
That you brought to Senate last year.
Yes.
Madam Witness, when you tell senators to argue time, surely, to argue your case, don't you think you're taking senators for a ride when you bring the same charge you brought last year, and that charge was dismissed? Don't you think you have no respect for the senators? It's a question I'm posing to you. Kindly answer.
No.
You confirm it's the same charge, same list?
The violation is the same.
The same list?
Yes.
What was the senator's verdict last year in respect to that same charge?
The same.
What was the Senate's verdict in respect to the list you brought before it last year, accusing the governor of employing or of having a bloated workforce? What was Senator's verdict? We sat here for hours. What was Senate's verdict?
The senator's verdict was it was not substantial.
There was no substantial.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you were seen in that video then saying that we will bring 6 or 7 impeachment motions, doesn't that confirm malice on your part when you keep on bringing same issues before senators for arbitration?
It doesn't.
How so?
It doesn't.
Finally, let me bring up the issue of the death of Sniper. You have accused the governor of gross misconduct for stating that there was more than 86 million that was collected through a specific pay bill.
Yes.
I want us to watch that clip where the governor is allegedly stating.
And the honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I would desire to respond to that request before ruling is made.
All right, counsel for the governor, you had an intervention.
Mr. Speaker, the procedure of this House is that the notice by the clerk gave all of us up to Saturday, the 17th of August this year to furnish our documents to the clerk. My colleagues will confirm we actually, both of us, met at the clerk's office at the same time. In fact, the clerks didn't have to incur any expense serving these documents. The parties just exchanged the documents there. We have just dealt with our witness here, whose affidavit was brought to us for the first time when we were sitting here. All this information you have seen me using to cross-examine, we have had to collect it, including getting information from court in Meru to confirm who these witnesses are, because she had lied to you that so-and-so is not my witness, Virginia is not my witness. I had to get that evidence from Meru. It is an unfair approach to a trial for parties to keep subjecting us to new documents that we have not had a chance to discuss with our client and other persons who may have knowledge, so that we can fairly engage in cross-examination. Mr. Speaker, sir, I humbly beseech that parties having filed their documents this witness evidence be limited to commenting on the documents already filed and not introducing new documents. It is becoming an extremely punitive trial process to we as counsel and to our client if we will continue facing a trial by ambush. Fortunately for me, this Senate has a number of lawyers who know just how egregious trial by ambush is to our justice system. We are here in a justice process. We beseech you, Mr. Speaker, to make a definitive ruling that the evidence of this witness is limited to commenting on the documents already filed by the parties, where both parties have had a fair chance to look at, and not ambushing us with the new documents, which we don't know how we shall interrogate them before we cross-examine them. I humbly beseech you.
Councillor Longoya, you will note that in the morning there was an application under Regulation 10 by the Council for the County Assembly with regard to these two particular witnesses. And that is the basis upon which they were allowed to come in and was summoned. The first witness has already been dealt with, and you've dealt with it very well, whichever way you did, whether you, out of your ability to do it, you've done within that short time. I believe equally that this particular witness, because of the summons that the House issued earlier on, will, because we haven't yet seen the documentation they are going to rely on, it will be on the basis of your documents and whatever register that we will shortly direct that it be availed to the members and the House for them to be able to interrogate as the witness proceeds to testify. So I believe that in the shortest time that we have, we will have the witness take the stand and will be guiding the witness along the way. Counsel for the Assembly proceed to take the witness and make available the document that you would want to have your witness testify on.
Honorable Speaker, the witness has come with the original register. For context, Honorable Speaker, the reason this witness has been summoned is because we discovered forgeries in the governor's documents after we exchanged documents on Saturday at around 6 p.m. And that is the only reason this witness is a fairly short witness. And in our summons, we requested that he avail the original register. There is only one original register, and this is the original register he has brought for all the letters and all the correspondences that are served in the County Assembly. So I would implore Honorable Speaker, and I would seek your guidance as to whether you can assist us to make copies so that they are availed to members, or the original register can be circulated to members. I'm lost, Honorable Speaker.
Counsel, we will, as you run the witness to the document, we will need definitely for you to table the original document as well as making available copies for counsel for the governor as well as the House to interrogate whether or not we will admit it, but we must get a copy of that register. Senator Faki, what's your point of order?
I'm trying to understand this procedure. You know, what I understand is that whatever evidence that was before the County Assembly is what was brought here. Now, if they are bringing in new evidence, I don't think it is admissible.
Senator Faki, if you followed the proceedings in the morning pursuant to the application made and the ruling of the Speaker, the reason as to why we have this witness is on the basis of that ruling. That has not been vacated. We are proceeding to deal with it. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, it will be academic for us to proceed in the manner that has been suggested by the Council for the Assembly, because we cannot listen to the submissions and entertain the interrogation if we do not have visibility of the documents or records. We are the judges in this matter. We are not spectators. And Mr. Speaker, I know there is a past impeachment proceeding where we found ourselves in such a situation, where a witness had been summoned and the documents had not been availed to members of the Senate, and the Speaker, sitting where you're sitting, Mr. Speaker, sir, made a ruling that we could proceed with the next witness, and if we don't have the next witness, then the House could consider listening to the testimony of the witness tomorrow in the morning, when all members are able to be seized of the records or the substance that he wants to use to convince the Senate. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let's not do an academic exercise.
Senator Kajwang, the ruling I've made is to the effect that we get a document in the form of register for purposes of the members to interrogate as well as the counsel for the governor. This is the last witness by the County Assembly, and they have limited time. You know we are prosecuting this motion within limited timelines, and therefore we will in the next 5 minutes be able to conclude on this particular document availed to members. Then we close on this particular case. For now, the position is we will avail the document they will rely on, as well as, if any, important comments they would want to make or interrogate on the evidence that already had been supplied by both parties. I do not want to deviate from that early ruling. We will give them a few minutes to avail that document, then we proceed. Very well, I'll not allow you to intervene any further, Senator Faki. What we will do, I'll give directions to the effect that we will stand down this particular witness. We have got questions, clarifications by members from among the witnesses who already testified. We will go back to that one, get those clarifications. Once we are done, we will come back to this particular witness as we close, because at that time, we will have had time to look at the document, including giving an opportunity to the counsel for the governor to look at that particular register before they take the witness to the stand. So can we have the witnesses who already testified, starting probably with the first witness, be put to the stand? Let members avail questions and clarifications and inquiries they would like to have from that particular witness, so that we immediately embark on that session. Then once we are done, we go back to the gentleman who was on the stand. That is the direction of the chair. The witness can step back as we prepare to avail that document to the House.
We are most obliged, Mr. Chair.
Now, honorable members, the witness is already here, and for purposes of time management, we will take questions and clarification from the witness. Each member is required within under 2 minutes for purposes of their questions to inquire, to ask, to get clarification, because we have got 1 hour starting from now. This session should end 1 hour after 9:15, that is at 10:15, and from my dashboard I can see the request which are from members is almost to everyone in the house. So when you have the opportunity to ask, kindly do so under 2 minutes, because if you do not, make sure you go straight to the question, straight to the inquiry you want to make. Do not unnecessarily waste time in laying a lot of foundation. So I'll go straight to, well, whoever is not in will forfeit, of course, the opportunity. The next online, Senator Roba. Senator Roba is not in. Senator John Ruto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and I think I want to seek clarification from the witness, and I hope she's listening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a video that was played that showed one person that was said to be an activist in Meru talking about something very malicious against the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I would like the witness to tell us the circumstances surrounding those comments. Mr. Speaker, number 2, there was a fire in the witness's compound, Mr. Speaker, but looking at the image on the video, the fire was just next to the wall. There was some goods that would have been destroyed by this fire, but which did not catch fire? Would the witness clarify exactly how the fire that was supposed to be damaging to her property actually fell just next to the wall? Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like the witness to clarify and tell us, because there is a claim that there was a particular disease that was killing cattle in Meru, Mr. Speaker. Would the witness tell us whether she made a statement to the county assembly or a question or even a petition in the county assembly, being a member of the county assembly, Mr. Speaker, instead of prosecuting this matter in public? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are the clarifications I'll be seeking from the witness. Thank you.
Madam Zipora, you may respond directly to those 3 questions.
The comments made by the activists against this house, this honorable house, I started by saying I regret those comments. They are not part of, they don't form the opinion of the County Assembly of Meru on the opinion of this house. And I also trust they don't form the opinion of the Meru people. And according to the video, because I was not present in that meeting, it shows that there was some, the video shows that there were some prayers for the late brother that we've talked about. And it is in those circumstances that the person who talked about or who gave those comments commented on that. And personally, I may not really understand why the activists went into castigating this honorable house in his own comments. I believe it is unfortunate, unwarranted, uncalled for, and I highly regret that. I personally also disassociate myself from the comments. I don't share the same opinion.
You have answered that one. I want you
Yes.
to answer the second and
Yes.
third question in under 1 minute. We are running
Yes.
against a crazy timeline.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well guided. On the second question on the fire, I informed this House, and I again submit that the fire was thrown into my home from the fence. From the fence, it did not originate. It did not originate from my house, and then there is some distance between the cow shed that you saw and the wall, that is the fence, and that is the reason as to why it was not able to burn the cow shed, because there is some distance. And again, the watchman who was awake at that particular time, you could see him coming and trying to find out what has caused the fire with a torch. And it is from that instance that the watchman woke up those who take care of the cows to come and assist him put off the fire. So I again submit that fire, I cannot confirm the origin of the fire, but it was thrown. And indeed, when I reported to the police, they came, collected the exhibits, including what was thrown into my compound, and it was smelling a lot of petrol, and even now they have those exhibits at Nkobu police station. On point number 3, I submit that the disease that the farmers from Oruko were talking about was the rampant skin disease. And indeed, I submit to this House that I'm also a farmer. I do farming. I also end a challenge. But I submit that I did not seek a statement in the County Assembly of Meru. I did not file a petition, but I can say I have sought over 15 statements of other issues in the County Assembly of Meru. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I will allow Senator Manzo, Daniel Tonga, and shortly after Senator Manzo, I'll ask Senator Wakoli to also ask both, so that you answer the two senators at once. Senator Manzo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, about the fire on the County Assembly, you already provided a video on your house. Is there any evidence that the County Assembly ever caught fire? And if it did, how come you still went on to spend the night there and still use the chamber the next day? And secondly, on the diseases of the cows, I believe these cows are owned by individuals, and they are also associated with a cooperative society. When a disease breaks out, do the owner of the animals immediately seek their own private vet, or will it take a long process to go to the county government, whereby the county government then has to go through a procurement process? What would be the most logical thing to do for an owner of a cow which gets sick? And we saw those videos, the people complaining, whether they will immediately go on to deal with it, or look for the county government is a long route. And finally, on Bori, you showed a video on Bori, and somebody said that Bori will burn down. Can you confirm to the Senate whether the whole of Bori sub-county was burned down? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okoli.
Thank you very much.
Madam Zipora, you will wait for the second set of questions from Senator Okoli, then you answer both at once.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningependa kumuuliza Mheshimiwa MCA, katika mkutano wa wakulima pale ambapo ng'ombe walikuwa wanafariki kutokana na ugonjwa wa ngozi. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba utulivu kati ya viongozi wenzangu.
Majority Leader and Senator Cherargei, please allow Senator Wafula to be heard in silence.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningependa kujua iwapo katika mkutano huo kulikuwa na waafisa wa kaunti ambao walijiunga nawe kushuhudia vifo vya ng'ombe na mifugo kwa sababu ya maradhi ya ngozi. Na jambo la pili, katika jumba la county pale ambapo mlikesha usiku kwa sababu ya hofu ya kushambuliwa, iliweza kunakiliwa katika vitabu vya jumba lenu la wakilishaji wa wadi kwamba maisha yenu yako hatarini, na kwamba tukiangalia stakabadhi za chumba chenu tutaweza kuthibitisha kwamba ni haki na ni ukweli kwamba viongozi walikuwa wametafuta hifadhi kwa sababu ya shutuma ama vitisho mlivyokuwa mnapata kutokana na kazi ambayo mlikuwa mmejitwika katika kaunti yenu. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
You may now proceed to respond to those questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. On about the fire in the Assembly, I submit that I was inside the Assembly and the fire started, the fire, I saw the fire on the roof of the Assembly from inside. And I submit that a report was made, a report on the occurrence was made at the Meru police station. And Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I submit that the County Assembly of Meru has a CCTV footage, although I did not have adequate time to extract the CCTV footage. It can be evidence and good evidence and can really give us the evidence on how the Assembly was touched. Then on the disease, I would want to know that it is true that the individual farmers take care of their animals, especially when the animals have some problems. But I submit that the issue of vaccination is a very, very big issue that is usually done by the government simply because the farmers cannot be able to keep those vaccines. There is no single practitioner, private practitioner who vaccinates the cows. The practitioners cannot. Number two, the farmers may not be able to. To afford the vaccines, which are very expensive, and actually in the past, as it is the standard practice, the government subsidizes the vaccinations to ensure even these diseases do not spread, because a disease can be read by a farmer who is ignorant and then it spreads, and this disease wipes out all the cows. Then I would also want to submit on the land issue about Bore. The public participation in Bore that the officer is purporting to disrupt. He tried to disrupt the public participation, but our staff from the county assembly tried to insist on those that wanted to participate to write memorandums, written memorandums. So from Bore sub-county, we relied heavily on written memorandums because many of the participants shied away from the public participation venues because of the same threats. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sorry, the second question. I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker and the members.
Proceed.
Then on the second one, about the disease, I submit that I did not say there was a meeting. I said these farmers consulted me or talked to me about their plight. They explained to me that they suffered these losses, and we did not have any meeting. And I submitted that immediately I got the report, I called the director, livestock production and veterinary services, to find out why the county, as it is the norm, was not vaccinating cows at this particular time. And that is the great effort that I made, and it was to no avail because we did not get any assistance. On the county assembly, again, I have noted that the county assembly, the reports by the investigators indicated that it was a petrol bomb, and I read those charges here. It was a petrol bomb that was thrown. It was actually, it was retrieved by the investigators, and they have it as part of their evidence as they were charging these criminals. And again, I would want to say, I submitted that the members of the county assembly, including I, were feeling threatened, and that is exactly why the members of the county assembly slept in the chamber in order to be able to secure their security. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Osotsi Godfrey. And after Senator Osotsi, we'll have Senator Kinyua. Then you will answer to those two senators.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two clarifications. The first clarification, Mr. Speaker, is on the petition number 5 by the members of the public to the County Assembly of Meru, which was filed on the 15th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, you note that this was just 7 days after the last impeachment, which we had done on the 8th of November. So I'd like to find out from the witness whether you find this to be a bit sinister, because this particular petition was calling for the impeachment of various CECs and various chief officers by the county assembly, and their further dismissal by the governor. Was this a continuation of your effort to derail the county government of Meru? The issue number 2 is that, Mr. Speaker, the witness confirmed to this house that she's a member of the park committee. And being a member of the park committee, obviously she has interacted with the Public Audit Act, which, if you read under Section 31, Section 50, and Section 53 of the Public Audit Act, it is very clear that the report of the Auditor General has to be considered, processed, and reported to in the county assembly. And
Senator Osotsi, your time is up. You've asked the first question. Senator Kinyua, kindly ask your share of questions.
Asante Bwana Spika. Swali langu ni kwanza, Bwana Spika, katika kanda za video ambazo katika kanda za video
Order, honorable senators. Order, honorable members. Let's have Senator Kinyua heard in silence.
Bwana Spika, katika kanda za video tulizoonyeshwa hapa, tulionyeshwa ya kwamba Governor Kawira akisema ya kwamba kuna pesa ambazo zimechangwa. Bwana Spika, ilinikanganya kidogo kwa sababu iko mahali alipokuwa akiongea na Kimeru, alisema ya kwamba pesa ambazo zimekusanywa ni milioni 87. Lakini akiongea katika lugha ya Kiswahili alisema pesa ambazo zimekusanywa ni milioni 60, na ndiposa alikuwa akisema ya kwamba zinaweza zikajenga nyumba ya orofa kwa yule mjane, hata vile vile anunuliwe gari. Bwana Spika, katika video nyingine, kanda nyingine ya video, nikamsikia MCA akisema ya kwamba Governor wa Meru ni wazimu. lakini baadaye alipokuwa akiulizwa hapa akasema ya kwamba alinukuliwa vibaya, Bwana Spika. Sasa mimi nashindwa kama mwenyewe alimnukuu governor wa Nyeri, governor wa Meru na kusema ya kwamba yeye governor wa Meru amesema mambo mawili ambayo haambatani. Pesa zilizokusanywa ni milioni 87. Tena kwa Kiswahili nikasikia akisema yeye anaweza kusema alinukuliwa vibaya kwa sababu inaonekana wazi ya kwamba amesema mambo mawili. Akiongea na Kimeru akasema tofauti, akiongea na Kiswahili akasema tofauti. Yeye mwenyewe anaweza kusema ya kwamba alinukuliwa vibaya, Bwana Spika, katika lile tuhuma ambayo imeletwa katika Senate hii. Nashukuru Bwana Spika.
Zipora responds to those two questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. The question on petition number 5 that was presented to the County Assembly on 15th November 2023. I may not be in a position to explain whether it was a sinister motive, because the members of the public that presented this petition did it on their own variation, and the petition number 5 of the petition number 5 was committed by the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru to a joint committee on labor and justice of two committees that I'm not a member. So just like any other person, I consumed that report, just like any other member of the County Assembly is not a member of that committee, those two committees. I consumed that report, Honorable Speaker and the members, only on the day it was tabled on the floor of the House. So about the sinister motive, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, I may not be able to explain, because I consumed the report on the floor of the Honorable Assembly. Number 2, I submit I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee, and it is true that the section that has just been quoted is indeed correct, but I submit that apart from that section, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, section Article 229(6) also indicates that an audit report can indeed be considered by the County Assembly, but the Article 229 indicates that it is clear that the audit report is final. So in this regard, I want to submit that in the audit report, it was clearly indicated that the management of the county government of Meru was in breach of the law. So I do not really feel that the County Assembly could have said the management is not in the breach of the law. Then the next questions from Senator Kenyua. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators, the video about 86 million, the governor talks about a contribution of 86 million. About the 60 million, the governor is not giving two, in the video the governor is not giving two amounts. She already said if that money is not above 60 million, then those who are collecting that money are in Kiswahili akasema ni wakora na ni wezi. That is what she insinuated. She did not give two figures, Honorable Senator, and I believe it is the governor that can speak for herself whether she was taken out of context or not. But I submit that in the video that I am talking, I submit that video, Honorable Senators and Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators, it was a media interview that I had taken more than an hour. I had taken more than an hour to do that media interview. Although I said I cannot remember the dates, I submit that I had talked about so many governance issues that if that video was played in full, I would be able to explain the context, the circumstances under which I made that comment. That is why I feel it was out of context. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Answered the questions. Senator Okech Eddie and Senator Mundigi, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I know it has been a long day. Witness, I'll be brief. Two brief questions. You have confirmed that you belong to the Committee of Park in the Assembly.
Indeed.
I wanted to know, in your own understanding and your own knowledge, whether all the MCAs in Meru County, those who voted for and those who have voted against this impeachment, in your best of knowledge, all belongs to committees. And if they don't belong to any committees, would you advise this House under what circumstances those that don't belong, don't belong? And then the last question is on PAC, still on PAC. The question that you were asked by Senator Sosi is still not exhaustive to me. And if you look at Article 2298 of the Constitution, read together with Section 31(5) in particular of the Public Audit Act, the question is more of the responsibility to you as a member of PAC and to the Assembly as a whole, that in your best of knowledge, this is your evidence in chief, in your best knowledge possible, was this report considered and thereafter?
Senator Eddie, your time is up. Senator Mudige.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mheshimiwa, swali langu ni kuhusu kilimo. Mambo katika kaunti zote, kila kaunti iko na kamati ya kilimo na mifugo. Ng'ombe 20 ilikufa na ng'ombe moja ilikuwa inatoka shilingi 1200 kwa kijiji moja, na kila kijiji iko na mbuzi na kondoo, pia hata ngamia, hata punda. Wakati ugonjwa iliingia mpaka ilishika isile vitu. Swali langu, mliweza kama ile kamati ya kilimo na mifugo iliweza kutembea kona zote katika Meru County na kufanya hesabu kuona ni mifugo ngapi imekufa, ndio tuweze kujua kama uchumi wa Meru mlikuwa na isaidia ama ilikuwa inarudi chini, kwa sababu kulingana na ng'ombe 20 kwa shilingi 1200, hiyo ni milioni 4. Ukihesabu kwa county, kwa ward zenu mko na ward 45, hiyo pesa inakuja kiwango ya juu sana. Mliweza kufanya hesabu, mliweza kupata wakati wa kusaidia ama mlifanya namna gani ndio muweze kuinua uchumi wa Meru juu ya hizi mifugo? Asante, Bwana Speaker.
Madam Zipora, respond to those questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. I would want to confirm that about the committees, about the members of the County Assembly who did not support this impeachment and their membership in the committees, I would want to confirm that all the members who did not support this impeachment are in committees, Honorable Speaker and members. And as I said in the morning, I can start with the first committee, the Select Committee on Budget. In our volume 6 of the County Assembly documents. The County Assembly documents. Number 1, we have Honorable Jacob Muirigi Moduri, who is the chairperson of the Budget Committee, and he did not support this impeachment. He did not support this impeachment. Then we have on the same list, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, we have, and actually they voted against this impeachment. Number 14 on page 7 of volume 6, we have an honorable member, Martin Kimathi Moriongi, honorable member for Timau. He is a member of the Budget Committee and did not support the impeachment of the governor of Meru. On that list, Honorable Speaker and members, the last one is Honorable Jennifer McKenna Morogocho. She voted against this motion and she's a member of the Budget Committee. If you allow me, I can go to the other committees, Honorable Speaker and members, and I submit there is no member of the County Assembly.
I am speaking to you. You do not need to go to those other committees.
I'm sorry, Honorable Chair. I'm sorry.
Proceed to the next.
Yes. On the other issue of the PAC section, that one, honorable members, I stand guided. Section 30. Sorry, the honorable senator can just repeat that question and give me the section that he referred to. I'm sorry I did not get it right, Honorable Chair.
Senator Edith, do you want to give
yes, please, please.
And the relevant article of the Constitution?
Yes.
Part 2?
Chair, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very fast. I referred to section 229, subsection 8 of the Constitution, and Public Audits Act, section 31(5). And it's a very simple question. It's a matter of responsibility over such report that is supposed to be considered, debated, and action taken about it by the Assembly. I'm asking you, in your best of knowledge, both in your committee that you sit in and the Assembly, did you consider this, debate it, and took action on that particular report, which is your report, which is actually your evidence in chief in this matter? If not so, are you inviting the Senate to do the work of the Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. I earlier on submitted that even if the audit report indeed should be considered by the County Assembly, still Article 229(6) is very clear that the audit report is final. And under no circumstances, in my own opinion, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators, the County Assembly of Meru can negate a decision that has been made in the Auditor General's report. My view.
All right, respond to the second set of questions. That was actually one question by Senator Mudige.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. The question on the loss of around 4 million, because the farmer is talking about the 200,020 cows. Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, personally I don't belong to the Agriculture Committee, but I can say that a number of reports have been tabled in the County Assembly in respect to management of livestock and livestock development and other aspects of agricultural activities in Meru County. And I cannot single out one that is specifically for the lost animals, but I can assure this House a number of reports have been tabled in the County Assembly of Meru considering recommendations given to the county executive, and they all await implementation. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Zipporah. Honorable members, just for purposes of time management, I have got an indication that certain members have got questions with regards to the other witnesses other than the witness on the stand. I would like to know, for purposes of now allowing who to speak from the dashboard, because I have got only one so far, and we have expended 30 minutes of the 1 hour that is available. So kindly give that indication so that we can get to know how to manage the time with Madam Zipporah. For now, Senator Ben Siongo and Senator Mukatana, in that order, can ask their questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask Honorable Zipporah 2 questions. But before I ask the questions, Mr. Speaker, allow me to make this declaration. It is interesting.
Senator Beth, ask the question.
It is interesting, Mr. Speaker, for a woman to bring a motion against another woman, and it also to line up 3 women witnesses against another woman. The first question, in regards to video VKM 09. Madam Zipporah, you declared the county, the governor's seat vacant. The question is, I know you are not speaking for IEBC anyway, but I want to ask, if you have been operating as a member of county assembly and with other members of county assembly, have you been acting on a county that has no governor? Secondly, on the fire that was on your compound, did you say that the watchman was the one who was taking the video? Thank you.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The clarification I was seeking, Mr. Speaker, is that maybe first I want to say it pains me as Senator for Tana River, and it pains this Senate indeed that we are where we are again on this matter. And we want to help the people of Meru. Sincerely, your video
Senator
was saying, the video was saying that even if we return this matter, you will go for 6 times. So the question I wanted to ask is that, is there a deeper problem in Meru? And do you think that by sending away the governor, we shall resolve this problem on behalf of the people of Meru, or are we making the problem worse? Just clarify my mind on that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Zipporah, respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, for those questions. And I will start with the first one. Although it's not a question, it was a comment, and I believe it was directed to me. About a woman removing another woman from the office. I submit to this Honorable
Madam
House.
Zipporah,
yes.
That was a comment. Respond to the question.
Thank you. On the video, on the video that I found to, and I sent the position is vacant. I submitted here that in all those videos, again, I had a media interview of more than 1 hour, and because I said the videos are not dated, I could not be able to extract the videos and exactly get what I talked about. That's just a small extract of 20 seconds. And I want to submit to this House, I must have raised very serious governance issues during that media interviews, and I cannot really remember under which context that one was said, and that is exactly why I said I could have been taken out of context. I again submit that I never said my watchman took the video. Indeed, the video was retrieved from the CCTV cameras from my home. I didn't say the videos were taken by the watchman. I submitted that the watchman had something fall because he was not far, and he went to check what and foreign, and he found the fire. That was my initial submission, and I still insist that is the position. Then, on the 6 times from Honorable Senator Mngatana, I would want to note that it is not about the many times that the governor of Meru is impeached. It is about fighting for good governance. It is about fighting for accountability. It is about fighting for delivery of services in Meru County. It is about someone taking responsibility for for the position somebody is given. It is not about we chant. It is not about anything. I think that one shows the determination that we need a Meru County that is functional, a Meru County where services are being delivered, where the officers, where the county government is serving the people of Meru. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang Moses, and thereafter Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be very direct and go to the exhibits that were submitted by the County Assembly. On page 353 of Volume 2, you took us there to illustrate or to demonstrate that the wage bill grew by 500 million Kenya shillings from 4.4 billion to 4.9 billion. My question is, did the Assembly approve the 4.9 billion budget? Or was the 500 million excess expenditure over and above what the Assembly approved? Number 2, on page 375 of Volume 2, you have a schedule there showing the transfers that were made to the various entities. These entities include the Meru Investment and Development Corporation, the Meru County Revenue Board, the Meru Youth Service, and Meru Microfinance Corporation, which in your submission, you said the governor violated the constitution by not appointing the chairs of the boards. At the same time, on page 375, we have the report of the Auditor General showing 699 million, close to 700 million Kenya shillings, was transferred to some of these bodies. Did the Assembly approve the 699 million transfer? And if the Assembly did approve it, then what then would be the matter of saying that the boards were not effective due to the non-appointment? Finally, you took us to Section 58 of the County Governments Act that talks about the CEO of the County Public Service Board. Now, I want to get your views on Section 56 and 57 of the same Act. The head of the County Public Service is the County Secretary. The County Public Service Board works with the County Secretary to ensure that...
Senator Kajwang, your time is up. Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Zipporah.
Yes.
Clause 4 of the Meru County Revenue Board indicates that there shall be an established board. Clause 6 talks about the composition of the board, and it further emphasizes that the Act therefore requires the board to have a chair. So Since you're a member of the PAC, as you've stated before this House, did you have any opportunity to have audit query in regards to how funds were allocated or how funds were approved? Because we've seen that funds have been utilized. Putting in mind Chapter 229(6) of the Constitution says that an audit report shall confirm whether or not public money has been applied lawfully and in any ineffective way. Lastly, after the second impeachment of the Meru governor, as the county assembly, what remedy did you put in place as the leaders and the MCAs of the assembly to ensure that you sort the issues of Meru County once and for all?
Proceed to respond to those questions, Zipporah.
Thank you, Honorable
Speaker. Be mindful of the time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. Indeed, the first question, the Assembly approved the funds, whereas it is the work of the Assembly, of the County Assembly, to approve the funds, whereas it is the responsibility of the County Assembly to approve the funds. Section 30 of the County Government Act mandates the governor of any county to be accountable for the management of and use of the county resources. So I submit to this Honorable House that the County Assembly allocates, and then the governor together with the county executive is to ensure prudent is to be accountable for the management of the use of the county resources. It is not the responsibility of the county assembly to manage the resources. It is the work of the governor herself, according to that section, together with the staff that the governor supervises. 2, about the Meru county bonds that have not been operational because they were not constituted, I submit that the County Assembly of Meru, through various communications from the clerk of the County Assembly, continued communicating to the county executive that they needed to submit documents to the County Assembly to enable the County Assembly carry out its mandate, documents that were never received. Similarly, as I've said, it is the work of the county executive to use the funds allocated well. On the issues, the third question, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, it is on the CEO of the Public Service Board and the County Secretary. These two offices in county public service, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, have distinct functions. They have distinct functions where the bond is mandated to recruit, to recruit through interviews, and then after recruitment, it is the county secretary now who deploys, who supervises and does the other. So the two have different distinct functions. Only that they work very closely. Then the other question from Senator Mutinda is still on the chairperson of the bonds, and I believe I have already submitted that it is the responsibility of the governor of Meru County and the other officers to ensure the bonds are legally constituted. It is not the duty of the county assembly of Meru. The remedy about this issue, I've already submitted that the county assembly has really worked so hard to implore on the county executive to carry out the mandate of the county executive in order to to make even our work as the county assembly very easy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, you've got, I've got 12 minutes remaining to conclude this session, and let's be mindful of the time once you're allowed to ask your clarification. Senator Ledama and Senator Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by asking the witness to clarify on her last submissions on the failure by the county government to be able to appoint people in these boards. And I want to take the witness to volume 1B, page 53. We look at page 53. I don't know whether you've had a chance to look at it. And Mr. Speaker, this minute of 2 minutes is actually doing us a big disservice. I want you to tell me what page 53, page 57, page 58, page 60, page 61, page 62, page 65, and page 67 of the governor's response, volume 1B, in terms of the responsibility of the county government, no, the responsibility of the assembly when it comes to the issue of confirming those nominees. Did, volume 1B, did the county assembly ignore the request by the county executive to be able to confirm that? Refer to those and then tell us what that equates to. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to understand whether impeachment equates to oversight. Because in your submission, when you are being taken through your video 17, you are asked by your lawyer in your evidence in chief what you meant by it is in the business of the assembly to impeach. You change your mind and then later on you say it is the business of the county to oversight. Mr. Speaker, finally, which is very, very important, and I hate the fact that we have so many little time, if on the issue that you were asked by Senator Kajwang in terms of the documents that you presented, what should the executive do if the county assembly fails to approve, one, the nominees? Do those departments stay without operational? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Perez Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I'm very curious and I wanted the good lady MCA to confirm to us, when is it exactly that she started feeling very insecure to have CCTV in her home, and also for how long she has had a watchman in her home, Mr. Speaker, and that she needs to confirm that indeed the video we watched of a small portion of her home burning is from a CCTV download. Because, Mr. Speaker, not many Kenyans do have, that level of security apparatus. Mr. Speaker, two, of the county assembly bundle of documents, there was a page we were referred to, page 31 of 173, a list of, directors. And of the directors, she said, are very low in scale, but are, acting as directors. Have they attached letters of appointments of these directors for the Senate to confirm? Thank you.
Proceed to respond to those questions, Zipporah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. On the first issue, is about I'm starting with the first issue. The first issue is on the governor's document, or the governor's document volume 1. Indeed, it is true it is true that there are some nominees that were forwarded to the county assembly for vetting, but immediately after the nominees were forwarded for the vetting, immediately after the nominees were forwarded for the vetting, the clerk of the county assembly, through a letter in our volume 2, page 61, wrote back to the county executive and requested for more information, clarification regarding the existence of vacancies in the offices within which the nominations were being made. And yes, that was, yes.
Senator Olekina.
Point of order. I think it's important that the witness refer to the pages that I led her to, because it is specific to the board appointments. If you look at page 53, so we wanted to be very clear on that, not to say that, we just want clarity.
Very well, witness, please go to those specific pages that you were referred to as you make your responses.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. I am referring to the letter that the Honorable Senator is talking about. The letter that the Honorable Senator is talking about in the body of the Governor's response is on page 53. And I am saying, in response to this letter, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the clerk of the county assembly responded to this letter in our bundle of documents, that is the county assembly bundle of documents, volume 2, on page 61, requesting for more information on the nominees, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. That was on 21st July 2023, and I may not read because of time constraints. Then again, the clerk of the county assembly wrote again to the county government reminding this is kindly to make a follow-up on the requested information to facilitate the committal of the forwarded nominees to the various boards. That was a reminder, Honorable Chair and members, on page 62 of our bundle of documents. And up from that time, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
What's your point of order, Senator Meru? Give him the microphone.
Honorable Speaker, I think since this is evidence in chief and it will go on record, it is fair that the witness refers to the content of the letter. The letter that the clerk has written would wish to kindly inform you that my office is unable to recommend the same for the appointment to be transmitted to the county assembly for action. So what the witness is saying that they wrote to us for more information, it's actually not accurate. The accurate fact is that the clerk said that the county assembly is unable to process their vetting since the offices have been occupied by other occupants.
Madam Zipora, kindly restrict yourself to the contents of the letter in responding to that particular question, and be very, very mindful of the time that is already out now.
Well, guided Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I read the second letter. Maybe the Honorable was in the first letter. I'm sorry about that. But my submission is that despite the constant communication, the information was not provided, so it became difficult for the County Assembly of Meru to continue with the process. On the second question, sorry for that, honorable members. On the second question from Senator Orekina on whether impeachment is oversight, the impeachment of a governor is based on violations of the Constitution and other violations of other laws. And in my own opinion, I describe impeachment as part of the oversight, in my own opinion. Then I believe there is no other question from Honorable Senator Orekina. Then I got questions from Honorable Tobiko through the Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. I submit that I did not install a CCTV just because of these insecurities, but my home has been under surveillance of the CCTV camera for the last 5 years. I also submit that I did not secure the services of a watchman because of this. The watchman has worked for me for a number of years. And maybe I can paraphrase it.
Zipporah, proceed to conclude on that response to the question.
Yes, I can say that my home has always been guarded by a watchman.
Since when?
Since I established it.
When was that?
In the year 2003. The year 2003, there has been a watchman, although not the same person.
You have already answered the question,
yes.
Madam Zipporah.
Yes.
And you're done?
No. I'm not done. I have the last one.
Conclude in under 1 minute.
Honorable Chair, the last one is on the directors. I confirm that the document that I've presented in this House is an official document that was submitted to the Honorable House by the CCM, Public Service, Legal Affairs and Legal Affairs. It's an official document that was adopted in the House. So I believed I did not need to have appointment letters because that is a document that was submitted to the House by the CCM in the summons, and therefore the County Assembly adopts it as an authentic document. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Madam Zipporah. Now, honorable members, we have fully utilized the 1 hour that had been granted for purposes of clarifications, and therefore, as I directed earlier on, everyone had requested to seek clarification. We cannot be here until midnight. We can't be here. We must limit and manage our time. So that session is done. Madam Zipporah, you are excused from this point. And honorable members, we are proceeding to the next honorable members' order. The chair is speaking. Senator Cherargei, order please. Senator Omogeni, order please. We are closing on that part. We have discharged the witness and that session is concluded. Honorable members, the next session is with regard to the second witness who'd been summoned. We stood him down for purposes of the document that he was to rely on to be circulated, and that is the witness whom I would like to very well. Just confirmation, there is the second witness whom we'll need to call upon, Ms. Kawira Kamenju. Very well, take the stand. And for members to seek clarifications, we will do this section immediately, and thereafter we go back to the witness whom we stood down. All right, members, with regards to the witnesses who've testified, we've got Madam Kawira Kamenju and Linda Kaki. We will take 15 minutes to seek clarifications with the witness who is on the dock right now, and another 15 minutes with Linda Kaki. Then, once we are done with the two, we deal with Jacob Kirari. So for those who are unable to seek clarifications with the previous witness, this could be an opportunity with the other two witnesses to seek any additional clarifications. And I have got from the dashboard Senator Okoiti Omtata,
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity. Although I had really prepared to ask the previous witness the questions that I had, but with your direction, I won't hesitate to ask the Land Council, who was before us here. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, well, there was the other witness that were...
Senator Okoiti. Yes. Resume your seat, please. Resume your seat, Senator Okoiti. Honorable members, the witness who is now on the stand is Kawira Kamenju. If you have any question, any clarification from her, this is the opportunity. And from my dashboard, the person who was ahead was Senator Okoiti. If you have a question to the to the witness, proceed. If you don't have, I'll ask Senator Samson Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, understanding order number 1 of the standing orders of the Senate.
Order, Senator Cherargei.
Just this is my time. I thought I could use the way
Order,
I want.
Senator Cherargei. Are you asking a question?
Yes, I'm asking a question.
Proceed to ask the witness any question.
But your guidance, because understanding order number 1, which is part of our rules and regulation, if we do not have questions, the mover of the motion was the key witness that we wanted to seek clarification. So, Mr. Speaker, you know that will affect our judgment at the end of this proceedings, Mr. Speaker.
Senator,
which will be very unfair.
Resume your seat. I give further guidance.
Mr. Speaker, but these are the standing orders.
Senator Cherargei,
they are not strange to the House.
Resume your seat. I give further guidance to the House.
Yeah, please.
If you have got no question to the witness with on the stand, you may sign out. If you have, remain so that I give you the opportunity to ask those questions. Sign out if you have got no clarification to seek from the witness. Clear the screen. I still have members, so I'll give those who are still on the screen. Senator Joyce. All right. Senator Hamida Kibwana. Very well. I will discharge the witness. I will discharge the witness. Senator Mutinda. Senator Veronica.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Kwanza ni kukuambia pole sana kwa maafa ya bwana yako Daniel Muthiani alias Sniper. Lakini kuna swali ambayo ningependa ueleze Senate ama hawa waheshimiwa kuhusu hii pay bill number 247 account number 040016391789. Hiyo account number ama pay bill ya matanga ama mazishi ilifunguliwa na nani? Okay.
Senator Veronica.
Yes.
Proceed.
I have asked her questions. Who opened this pay bill number 247 account number 040016391789? Hiyo account ambayo ilipata pesa 286,516. Nani alifungua?
Ni mimi.
Wewe ulifungua?
It was initiated by the Sniper Friends and the bloggers, but I was the one who is responsible of the account.
Kwa hivyo wewe ndio ulikuwa unaangalia balance ya pesa zile imepata?
Yeah, and the notifications were being forwarded to me.
Senator Veronica, address the speaker.
Yes, through the speaker, kuna control yoyote ambayo governor alipewa?
Are you able to respond to that question? Your question is made, Senator Veronica. Take your seat. You have asked the question. Allow the witness to respond to that question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable member, I would answer the question to my senator. We heard as I've said again, the pay bill was initiated by the Friends of Sniper and the bloggers. I was the one who was accountable of the pay bill, and the notifications were being forwarded to my phone, and the account, I'm the holder of the account.
Thank you. I think that question is answered. Senator Mutinda.
Nianze kukupatia pole zangu kwa kumpoteza mume wako Sniper. Swali langu, nimeona katika video kana kwamba ulikerwa sana wakati gavana alieleza ya kwamba uliweza kupokea milioni taslimu 86 na kana kwamba unaishi na MCA mmoja wa pale kaunti ya Meru. Hatua gani ulichukua kuweza kuondoa maneno haya ambayo kulingana nawe sio maneno ya kweli? Ulichukua hatua gani? Kwa kizungu ile tunasema ku clear the air. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators, that's why I'm here today. I want to shine light to the whole house and to the Kenyans that I don't owe that amount, and again, misi kufitwa na MCA fulani.
Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, I do not have a question for this witness. However, I do have a question for the attorney of the County Assembly in regards to the same issue. It's the same issue. It's the same issue. Mr. Speaker, there is a witness, but I need some clarification on the same issue of the 86 million, but not from the witness standing, but from the lawyer. Okay, it's the same issue.
So you want to seek clarification from
the lawyer? Yes, I'm speaking.
Take your seat, then so that opportunity will be made available.
That's fair enough. All right. But now, Mr. Speaker, I think you're mixing things because we are asking on the same matter of the 86
Senator
million.
Ledama.
So if you're going to
take your seat
for the lawyer,
take your
fine.
seat. Senator Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kwanza nakupa pole. Ninajua ni hali ngumu. Swali langu pia lingeenda kwa wakili, sio kwa madam.
Very well, Senator Beth. Any other member? I have got from my dashboard 3 members, and I do not want members to complain. If there is none, then the witness is discharged. Let's call upon the second last witness, Ms. Linda Kiome. Senator, what's your point of order? Give Senator the mic.
Mr. Speaker, under Article 181 and the third schedule on the process of removing the governor, would I be in order to make an application that we stand down this witness and have the mover of the motion come back for clarity of the House? Would that be in order, Mr. Speaker? And I would request to move that motion and request Senator Ledama to second me, Mr. Speaker. We can rewrite the rules.
Take your seat.
Because there are many issues that we need to clarify.
Take your seat. You're out of order. Anyone with any specific clarification you would like to have from witness? Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now,
Senator Muma, I have given the opportunity to Senator Mbugua. I will give it to you after you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 quick clarifications from one Linda Kiome. You served as an advisor to the governor for 1 year. I would want you to tell this House how the communication from the governor and your response was done, so that we can be able to interrogate this matter. And 2, during this 1 year you served as the governor, this issue of the appointment of the boards was a rife matter. Did the governor ever seek an advisory from you on how to deal with it, and how did you respond? Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, thank you, Senator, for that question. When I was appointed by the governor, I was almost due to have my 3rd baby. So her directions were that I should come back after my maternity leave was over. That was in the month of September, and I did come back. So from September, when I came back, she advised that I should work under the CACM for Legal Affairs, Mr. Dixon Munene. And she had instructed Senator that I will be working on a need basis. When she requires my advice, she would call me. The only time the governor called me was when the second impeachment came up. Out of the respect that I have for the governor, and of course advocate-client relationship, I would withhold to disclose the information, or rather the advice that she sought from me. I owe her that much. Thereafter, after the impeachment, that is when she called me to her office in Meru just before Christmas and asked me to resign. Therefore, our relationship got sour. In fact, immediately after the second impeachment, and there was no further communication from the governor until, I believe, the 26th of March this year. In between, the CECM, Mr. Dickson Monene, kept pressuring me to resign. So I felt that, Honorable Senator, if the governor has said that she will seek legal advice from me on a need basis, at no time did she ask me about the legality of any appointments of the boards in the Meru County government. And there is no written advisory I have given the governor within that period of time. The nature of the advice...
Councillor Linda, make short your responses and respond directly to the question. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided.
Did I cut you short or you were done?
I was on the last issue where I was saying that the nature of the legal advice that she had sought was verbal, and she had asked me to go to her home to give her the legal advice. Thereafter, any other advice I was giving was through the CECM, Mr. Dickson Monene.
Thank you. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the witness. You are a former legal advisor to the governor. You have sued the governor. We understand that is not very apparent. Now, did you see the need to declare conflict of interest in coming to give evidence against somebody whom you've had advocate-client relationship and whom you are advising? I didn't hear you declare that when you were called on the witness box.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much. Honorable Senators, I said in my submission that I came to clear my name from an allegation of giving mediocre advice to the governor. I am an advocate of many years of practice. Ordinarily, in the very least, I would have at least written my name at the end of that advisory. I came here to clear my name for future prospects, and I indicated that very clearly when I was giving evidence. I did not withhold any information regarding to my relationship with the governor.
Very well. Any other? Senator Mugatana?
Mr. Speaker, just a quick clarification. The witness may need to tell us what is the probative value of her denial as we stand now, because it is not accompanied by a forensic document examiner who can back up her assertions, because it is her word against the word of the governor, I mean the letters that were there. So who do we believe without expert support? And how do we go about it? How do we decide within the time constraints that we have? I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Linda?
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you, honorable members of the Senate. I believe that my cause to come and to make a request to attend this session was first of all for my own future prosperity. That I had indicated earlier, I would not have wanted to be associated with that kind of advisory. Number two, I got this information while I was in Mombasa. The first time I saw the document was on WhatsApp yesterday at about 2 p.m. That is the first time I saw it. Number three, I have yet to see the original document. At least, can it even be supplied before the Senate? Because I know they have lifted that signature from another document. Let them be tasked to produce the original document of that advisory or internal memo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity. Land Council, I just want a clarification on your signature. Did you say that the signature on the advisory was not yours? Or did you say the signature was similar to yours? Or did you say the signature was lifted from other documents you had signed? Because you made a reference to all the three, and maybe clarify for me which one is which. Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, honorable members, I was very categorical that I did not sign that document. Hence, making a conclusion that that signature was lifted from other documents that I have signed. And that is why I'm asking, can I be provided with an original document? Because what we have is a photocopy, and I know with a clean heart, I have not signed that document, and I have not prepared it.
Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, through you, Council, the governor in some of the charges, she has been accused of appointing a number of chairpersons, Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment. You were legal advisor to the governor. In your opinion, or did you at any point give advice to governor to comply with both county legislation and national legislation on the importance of appointing the chairpersons of these corporations? And finally, having been a running mate of the governor's opponent, I heard you saying you enjoy cordial relationship. Is that still the case? Do you say you hold the governor in high regard?
Absolutely.
And did you seek, in conclusion, Chair, before the governor appointed you to that position, did you seek the blessings of your former gubernatorial candidate, Senator Mitika Linturi? I thank you, Chair.
Before you answer that, Linda, Senator Veronica, so that you answer both questions.
Could the witness clarify how many legal advisory opinions she proffered to the governor during her short stint, and whether when she discovered, according to her, that her signature had been used without her consent, whether she took any action to forestall a criminal activity of forgery or using her signature without consent? How many opinions did you proffer which were official?
What's your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Mr. Speaker, I rise under 8 Point of order 8. And Mr. Speaker, and the rules that are related to this, Mr. Speaker. Where we have got any evidence, where we cannot be able to interpret that evidence, our rules require that we must get an interpreter. On this issue of signature, you've seen it bouncing from one senator to another, and it's not clear. Mr. Speaker, don't you think, through your honor, Mr. Speaker, that there is need to examine or get an examiner for the signature, or there's need to examine the lifting as the evidence is being given by the witness, because otherwise then we cannot be able to pronounce ourselves on the broader allegation of that particular fraud.
Senator Eddie, if you followed the sequence of the evidence the witness gave and the questions which have gone through from cross-examination to now, it's a matter of her objecting to the document having been signed by her, and that is what the honorable members are seeking clarifications on. Your concern is as good as the concerns that the rest of the members have raised. And I do not think in these circumstances we need any expert examination of what she, as a witness, is saying, I did not sign. Nonetheless, let's allow her to respond to the questions by Honorable Cherargei and Senator Veronica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members. As I said, the governor advised that I could only give any legal advice on a need basis. As an advocate, you cannot solicit to give advice. You can only wait to be requested for the advice. When the second impeachment came in about November of 2023, the governor called me in her residence. And before that, I was in Kakamega, and she called me through the telephone, and she asked for certain legal advice, which, as I said before, I am restricted through advocate-client relationship, and out of the respect that I have for the governor, not to disclose the information, or rather the advice that she required. Soon thereafter the impeachment, that is when she called me and asked me to resign. So which means our relationship did not last long. And I was shocked yesterday while in Mombasa, in Ukunda, Diani, where we were attending an annual conference for LSK. I was sent for a copy of that document. It was the first time that I saw that document. I had to travel with a small baby at night so that I could come and see whether I would be allowed to clear my name out of that document. When I came, I submitted before that I went to the Parliament police station, and the OCS informed me, in fact he called the DCI and they said, I can only make a report in Meru where the issue had arose. And I said earlier that I am going to pursue, because I believe that the truth shall set me free. Even if a document examiner was to come here, for sure he will exonerate me. And I am speaking the truth and only fearing God only. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other person? We are actually out of the 15 minutes time we had granted to this clarification, and I do not seem to Senator Beatrice. You have a question to the council. That will be the last member. I'm granting this opportunity so that we close on this witness.
Okay, my initial, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My initial comment was that the burden of proving forgery is actually on who alleges the forgery. So, Linda needed to have submitted evidence of that it is not her signature. However, Linda, you are a legal advisor to the governor at some point. And you know, in the Constitution, there is alternative dispute resolution methods are scattered for in the Constitution. Did you at one point advise the governor on any alternative dispute methods that could have been used to resolve this law-running dispute? And if you did, what attempts were made?
Linda, I want you to respond to that question in under 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say, in my relationship with the governor has been very secretive. The governor has not been consulting much, and my options were very, very limited. She is my employer, and she says, I will only come to you when I need to. Limited only. So, even if you ask me for a written legal opinion that I have written in that short period of 3 months, I would say I do not have, because the governor also said that I should work with the CECM of Legal Affairs. I can produce documents that I have prepared on behalf of the CECM, but for the governor, she only allowed me to advise her during the second impeachment, and I can confirm I even attended the High Court at Meru before the Court of Appeal judges that were hearing her matter in the Meru High Court.
That is sufficient. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the clarification session that we had with the witnesses. And Linda, you can take your leave. You are released. And we have the last witness, Mr. Jacob Kirari. And honorable members, I believe you have been served with a copy of a section of the register, I believe, which was shared. And so we would like to have the witness brought into the stand. We will do this. Mr. Clerk, you had you were earlier on sworn in, and the counsel for the county assembly have got only 9 minutes to conclude. You have got 9 minutes to conclude with this particular witness out of your time that had earlier on been shared with the other witnesses. And so, starting now, run through the witness. This document has been shared to the members, and the original version of it has also been shared with the counsel for the governor. there is a soft copy equally that has been shared. So I believe members have had an opportunity to look at this document. So counsel, it's your turn. Check the witness through, mindful of the 9 minutes that is at your disposal.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Jacob. Yes, please. I'll take you quickly, because of the time constraints, to page 53 of the Governor's Index 1B. That is a volume of documents. The Governor's Index 1B. 53. You confirm that the County Assembly received that letter? Yes. On which date? On the top left corner. Can you see that thing? I'm not clear, but set 14th. Well, the document is dated 18th of June 2023, correct? Page 53 of the Governor's Volume 1B. Yes. It is dated 18th of June 2023. Yes. So that is the first submission that is the first list of the nominees that was sent to the County Assembly by the Governor. Yeah? Of all the documents that are filed by the Governor that are in contention with respect to the Meru County Revenue Board, that is a document that was sent, the list of nominees, correct? Yes. Turn with me to page 57 of the Governor's volume still. The Governor sent another list of nominees on 21st of June, correct? Yes. And another one was equally sent on 21st June. That is page 58. Very true. 58 of the Governor's Volume 1B. And there's a response by the County Assembly, by yourself actually, on page 60 of the Governor's Index. Yes. You will agree with me that I will read it out in the interest of time, Honorable Speaker. In paragraph 2, the last sentence you say, from our present records, first of all, you make reference to the letters dated 18th and 21st June from the Governor, correct? Yes. In the second, in the paragraph 2, the last sentence you say, from our present records, we observe that most of the offices to which the nominees have been forwarded are substantive office holders whose terms are yet to expire. Correct? Very true. And the reason, what was the basis for you to say that their terms are yet to expire? We reckon in our office of actually nominating those of vetting the respective nominees. Yes. We are very clear that those offices are still occupied. They were to expire around December. Yes. I'll refer you to page 52 of the County Assembly's Volume 2. For instance, with respect to the Meru County Revenue Board, I want you to confirm whether page 52 of the County Assembly's Volume 2, that is the exhibition supported impeachment motion, the Meru County Revenue Board, the term of the board was extended for 3 years from 15th November 2020, correct? Yes. So it means it was expiring in the 15th of November 2023, correct? 3 years from 15th of November 2020. Very true. So at the time of receiving nominees to the Meru County Revenue Board, in the letter we have seen by the Governor, the letter on page 53 of the Governor's Volume 1B, the Meru County Revenue Board had a fully constituted board, correct? Yeah. And therefore the nominees could not have been appointed to those offices unless the existing appointments were revoked. Yes. Or natural attrition. Or on account of natural attrition. Yes. So I'll take you to the County Assembly's Volume 2, the letter on page 58.
is a letter you wrote to the county secretary, correct?
Yes.
And what do you tell the county secretary in that letter?
Delayed.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yes. What do you say in that letter?
Delayed in approval of board nominees.
Pardon. Before you get there, turn to the governor's page 61 in the other volume, volume 1B of the governor. Page 61. The annexure KM 9 Roman 1. There is a letter by yourself, correct?
Yes.
In response to a letter by the, in fact, you make reference to your letter, to your previous letter dated 20th July.
Very true.
And what do you inform the county secretary in the second paragraph?
This is to kindly not make.
This is to kindly make a follow-up on the requested information to facilitate the committee of the forwarded nominees to the various semi-autonomous boards of the county government, to the relevant committees of the assembly for vetting, correct?
Yes.
So you are making a follow-up with the office of the county secretary, correct?
Very true.
And now turn to the document on page 58 on the county assemblies, volume 2. In fact, the first letter is a letter on page 60 of the county assemblies, volume 2. After you wrote on the 31st of August 2023, did the county assembly ever receive any other response to that letter for that period between 31st August of 2023 until 15th of July? Did you receive any correspondence from the county
Not at
executive?
No.
So the next letter you received is on 15th of July 2024, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what other activity was happening on the 15th of July 2024 in the county assembly?
I think there was an impeachment.
You think there was an impeachment motion?
Yeah.
That is the first impeachment motion that was stopped by the court, correct?
Very true.
So on the date that the impeachment motion was being, in fact, was forwarded to your office, you received a letter from the county secretary accusing you of, at paragraph 2, of deliberately failing to approve or communicate your rejection of the employees and purporting that you want to cripple the overall performance of the government agencies, correct?
Very true.
And you respond with a letter on page 58, correct? That is 2 days later, on 17th of July, correct?
Yes.
What do you tell the county secretary at paragraph 2? At paragraph 1, you make reference to your earlier letter of 20th July, which was close to a year later, because we are in 17th of July 2024. The previous correspondence when you're making the follow-up was on 17th of July, was on 20th of July 2023, correct?
Yes.
There was a letter of 31st of August 2023, which you sent to them from the governor's own documents, correct?
Yes.
So, at paragraph 2, what do you tell the county secretary? Or let me read so that you can agree with me for the benefit of time. Yeah. As per our communications, the assembly repeatedly requested additional information and clarifications regarding the filling of available vacancies in the respective boards. Then you urge them at paragraph 3, kindly refer to the aforementioned letters for clarity, and the assembly remains willing. So, at all times, would you say that the county assembly was intentional in crippling the functions of the county executive?
It's not true.
So, the governor, did the governor respond to that letter? The letter dated, or rather you can turn with me to page 62.
No. Not yet.
The letter at page 62 of the governor's volume 1B. Page 62 of the governor's volume 1B. That is the response by the governor, correct?
Yes.
The response by the county secretary?
By the county secretary, not the governor.
To your letter dated 17th of July, correct?
Yeah.
So say for these correspondences, I want you to check in your register, your original register, the one that has been, copies have been made and availed to the clerk. Specifically, did your office receive the letters dated, the letter on page 54 of the Governor's Volume 1B? Turn with me to page 54 of the Governor's Volume 1B. That is a blue copy, Honorable Speaker. The Governor's Volume 1B. The letter dated 18 September 2023.
Counsel, your time is up. I'm giving you 30 seconds to conclude on what you need to ask for the witness to respond.
Honorable Speaker, I'll just spend 2 minutes to conclude on this question. It is the very reason why I called this witness. Just 2 minutes.
Just close in 1 minute.
Very well. Honorable Mr. Witness, the document at page 54. The document at page 54, that is the letter dated 18 September 2023. The document at page 55, still of the Governor's Volume 1B, and the document at page 56 of the Governor's Volume 1B. Did your office receive these 3 letters? Not yet. I want you to confirm from your original register. They are not in my record so far. So from your record on 18th of September, is there any document that you received from the County Secretary? Not yet. From your records, this is the register that you maintain in your office? Yes. For all correspondences. On the 18th of January, that is the letter at page 55. 11th January. 11th January, rather, Mr. Speaker. Did you receive any letter? Not at all. You did not receive any letter dated 11th January? Yes. Did you receive any letter dated 18th of September 2023? The last page. 18th of December, that is the document appearing on page 54. No. So, to the best of your knowledge, are these documents legitimate documents that were served upon your office, or are they forgeries that are manufactured for the purpose of hoodwinking this honorable house? I want to confirm that these documents are not in my records, and therefore they must have been authored outside my office. Is it a coincidence that
Counsel, your time is up. Your time is up.
Very well.
Yield the witness to the governor's team.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, we had been given 1 hour, which we used 20 minutes for the first witness and approximately 10 minutes for the other witness. I will not use my entire 30 minutes, but I just want to confirm that's the range of time that I have. I'll use very less than that.
That's the position.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jacob, let me just have your full name kindly so that I'm able to call you formally.
Jacob Kirari.
Jacob Kirari, thank you so much. Jacob, you are brought to this house for the limited purpose of producing that register. True or not true?
Yeah.
You are brought to this house today to produce this register before this house.
Yes.
Thank you. For how long have you served as a clerk of Meru County Assembly?
From 2020.
From 2020.
Yes.
Does Meru County Assembly have any other register for receiving correspondence, or that is the only register?
We use register when it's full, we open another one for purposes of accountability.
At the moment, so does Meru County Assembly operate multiple registers simultaneously, or does it operate one register at a time?
One register at a time.
Thank you. When was that register opened, the one you have?
It was opened on 15th September 2023.
Are you sure of that fact? Answer that question. Are you sure of that fact?
Yes.
There are papers you are holding with your hand. You have opened many papers. Yes, those ones. What are those papers? There are papers, yes. Remove that staple. But why have you stapled them? That's one of the things I wanted to ask you. Do those papers show correspondence? Do they show correspondence?
No, because they are not carrying all the details necessary.
You are answering a completely different question. Do they show correspondence?
No.
What do they show?
It was just a writing, which actually are not details.
Yes, those writings are something. What are those writings? Okay, let's go systematically. Open the very first page of that book. The very first page. Are we there?
Yes.
It is divided into columns, isn't it?
Yes.
Those columns have headings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Read for us column 1.
Date.
Date of what?
It was just date.
Column 2.
Particulars.
Of what?
Or content of the item.
Column 3.
Request.
Column 4.
Authorized to buy.
Column 5.
Signature.
Column 6.
Nothing.
Okay, let's go to the place called particulars. No, don't close that page. Let's go to the page called particulars. Read the first entry, the very first row. What particulars are entered there?
If you miss.
Second column.
Lunch allowance.
Sorry?
Lunch allowance. Second column is Phineas Mwenda.
Those entries, sorry, you're actually looking at the second page of that document, aren't you?
Yes.
Those entries began being entered on that document when?
2015.
Look at the cover page of that document. Look at the cover page. The cover. It states what the book is, isn't it? What's the title of that book?
Memo registers.
It is a memo register. Yes? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So there are memos from page 2 of that book. True or not true?
I want to explain that.
Will not explain. Answer my question. There are memos from page 2 of that book, aren't there?
Yes.
Those memos run from which date? What is the first date when the first memo is registered in that book?
25th, 2015.
Sorry?
25th June 2015.
Move to the entry of 17th November 2015.
17th?
Yes. Correct?
Yeah.
There is a memo on that date, isn't it?
Just facilitation.
There's a memo for facilitation on that day.
Yeah.
Is that true or not true?
It's recorded, yes, facilitation, but not.
Sorry, Jacob. I'm going to I mean, we're just starting.
It is true.
It is true.
Yeah.
After that memo entered in that register on 17th November 2015, when is the next entry of any memo or letter in that register?
We close it, yeah?
I've asked you a simple and straightforward question.
No other in respect to facilitation.
What other entry is entered in that book?
Other entries as from 15th November actually is
of which year?
2023.
2023.
That is the time.
There is no entry of a memo being received in that register from 17th November 2015 to 15th November 2023, a period of 8 years. True or not true?
There are other memos, there are other registers in the office.
Sorry?
There could be other registers there.
I thought you told me that you don't operate multiple registers simultaneously.
Yes.
So if you don't operate multiple registers simultaneously, that book was not full, was not filled as at 17th, but let's move step by step. How many pages of that hardcover book are full as at 17th November 2015?
4 of them.
Only 4 pages in a book of how many pages in total?
This could be 384 pages.
384 pages. You have 380 pages to go by the time you receive the last memo of 17th November 2015. True or not true?
True.
The next memo to be received in that book or correspondence is 15th November 2023. Did I get you right?
15th November, September.
You said 15th September?
Yes.
Okay, let's use September. 15th September 2023, almost 8 years down the line, your office is not receiving and registering correspondence.
No, they were.
Where were they being registered?
If it were not for those particular period.
Where were they being registered?
In other registers.
So you were running multiple registers simultaneously.
Then.
You are running multiple registers in the period between 17th November 2015 and 15th September 2023.
Doesn't mean multiple. Could it be a register?
No, we are dealing with facts, Mr. Jacob. We are not dealing with hypotheses.
Yes.
Either you are dealing with multiple registers or not. Between 17th November 2015 and 15th September 2023, you are running multiple registers for receiving correspondence.
Not true.
Sorry?
Not true.
You are running one register.
Yeah, when it gets filled, then you open another one.
I thought we agreed. Okay. When was that register first used to record correspondence? Which day?
First?
Yes.
That is 2015.
No, give me the date.
25th.
25th? Give me the date.
25th June 2015.
25th June 2015.
Yeah.
It has 384 pages.
Yes.
Ordinarily, filling that book means using all pages. Does it have any other meaning?
Yeah, it will depend with the content which you are using there.
I'm saying filling that book means using all pages, the book getting used up. Yes. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yes.
When was that book completely used up to date?
When?
Yes.
It's not yet over.
It's not yet over. So that is the register.
But still.
But that register of yours, after 17th November 2015, the office of the clerk, Meru County Assembly, receives no letter for 8 years until 15th September 2023. Mr. Jacob, does that make sense to you?
Not true.
Does that make sense to you?
We just brought the register that has issues.
There are other registers without issues?
Yes.
So you are running multiple registers?
No, when a register is over.
Mr. Jacob, where are those registers without issues? Where are they as we speak now?
They're in the office.
Why didn't you bring them for us to fully interrogate this question?
I got this information yesterday.
Mr. Jacob, what is your professional background?
Me?
Yes, you.
I'm a clerk.
Which area of learning are you an expert in? For example, I am a lawyer by training. Then I can be a teacher, I can be an advocate, I can be a speaker of this assembly, but I'm a lawyer. And you?
I'm a finance.
Sorry?
Bachelor in finance.
Finance people are very good at record keeping, Mr. Jacob.
LLB.
Sorry?
Degree.
Sorry?
Also law degree.
Oh, you have a law degree?
Yes.
That's the shocking news of this evening for me, Mr. Jacob, for good reason. So we can talk the same language.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jacob, you know as a law graduate that if facts are within your peculiar knowledge as the multiple registers you have not brought here, and you don't bring here, a fact finder like these senators must make an adverse finding against you on that fact. Did you learn that in the law of evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. So you are knowledgeable in that area.
Yeah.
I'm therefore inviting these senators to make an adverse finding that had you brought those registers, these things you are saying are not in the registers would have been found there. Isn't that invitation sound in the law of evidence that you learned?
Actually, it's as a result of time when I was told this.
Isn't that suggestion of mine sound in the law of evidence that you and me learned?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's move, let's now make progress. Let's now make progress. Look at the governor's bundle 1B. 1B. My assistant will show you. My assistant will show you. That is a letter received in your office, isn't it?
Very true.
Thank you. And that the receipt of that letter is not disputed, isn't it?
Yes.
Go to your register and show us where you have indicated that receipt of that letter. Which page in your register shows that letter received? Check the date, because the register operates on along the lines of dates.
The register, which is here, actually starts from September.
By the way, let me ask you, you said you became the clerk when?
2020.
Where is the register of the documents you have been receiving since you became clerk in 2020?
In the office.
Sorry?
In the office.
How many pages is it?
It will depend with what is.
How many pages is it?
It will depend with what is in the store.
Sorry?
Any register in the store we can use.
Is that register full?
The one in the office?
Yes.
Yes.
Where is it?
It is in the office.
You didn't think it fit to bring it here?
I never bring it here.
Let's go to page 65 of Governor's Bundle 1B. That's a letter undisputedly received in your office.
Very true.
Where is evidence of receipt of that letter in your register?
Also, I told you that the register I have starts the issue of this correspondence as from.
The register you have starts from 25th June 2015. You are the one who has read it for us.
There's a different content.
Sorry?
That part of it was slightly used for facilitation, but here we.
Sorry, what is the title of that book you are holding?
It doesn't matter, but.
Sorry, it matters, Mr. Jacob. Titles matter. What is the title of that book you are holding?
Memo register.
Does it have any other title for any other purpose? Is there any other title on that book anywhere?
There isn't.
There isn't. So that is a memo register. What do you understand by a memo register?
It's a register that we record memos.
It's a register which you record memos.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
From that cover page, we then go to page 2, which is the first place where the first entry is made. Yes?
Yeah.
That is 25th June 2015.
Yes.
Then we run simultaneously with that document bearing the name of memo register up to 17th November 2015. Fact or not true?
Yeah. No problem. The content we are talking about is starting from 15th September 2023.
I am talking about the content of that book. That book is a book. By the way, this is a government register, isn't it?
Not in it is.
This register is a government book. It's a book used by the government of Kenya.
Yes.
And if you are me, like a responsible citizen, you will take government seriously. Do you take government seriously?
Of course.
Thank you. This serious government has told us what that book is used for on the cover.
Cover should not actually be the content.
That book you are holding has told us what that book is used for on the cover.
Yeah.
The use of that book is?
Memo register.
That book has not told us any other purpose on its cover.
It's true.
Look at page 59 of volume 1B. That is a letter undisputedly received in your office.
True.
Where is it received in that register?
Also, I told you any record not from September, I don't have it here.
By the way, that letter is received in the period after 25th June 2015, yes?
Yes.
When that book you are holding is in existence.
Yeah.
This letter I've shown you at page 59 is received after 25th June 2015.
Yes.
When that book you are holding as a register is in existence.
It was not by then. This book was not.
When was that book manufactured? When was it bought by Meru County government?
It was bought in 2015. But
correct. That's what I'm saying. It was in existence.
Actually, it's not a must that we consistently. It was being used slightly for other purposes before we corrected the use.
Mr. Jacob, are you a respecter of yourself?
Yes.
Thank you. Look at page 58 of volume 1B. Yes? When is that? That letter is undisputedly received in your office.
Very true.
Where is it indicated in that register?
As I said, I don't have that register.
And yet that letter is received during the subsistence of this book.
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the transactions of 28 September 2023. There is a letter received in your office on that day. No, I'm talking about the register. The register shows a letter received in your office on that day.
20?
I told you 28 September 2023.
Yes.
Who received it in your office from your register?
My secretary, Joy.
You can see the name of your secretary, Joy, against that letter.
Yeah, 28 September 2023.
Honorable Senators, that is part of the document photocopied and before you on page 1. If you look at column 2, that's the column in which documents are received. And I want you to look at the second last entry on the first page, 28 September 2023. So that when we began this morning, Mr. Speaker, we talked about lying. We talked about that word. It was a bit controversial, but I want to contextualize it. 28 September 2023. Mr. Jacob, are you there?
Yes.
Who has committed herself or himself as receiving that letter in your office?
There was a letter received 28 September 2023, which...
I'm talking about the second last entry. The second last entry.
Last.
Yes, 28 September. Professor Jotham Mishemi, EBS. You see that letter? You see Professor Jotham or something, Mishemi, EBS?
Yes.
Who received that letter in your office?
Joy.
Where is that entry?
You can see the same 28 just...
No. I'm talking about a particular... Joy makes an entry against every letter. You can see 9th September, 19th, every letter, 20th September, 22nd September. You see 22nd, let's go 22nd. You see 22nd September?
Yes.
You see Joy has received a letter from CECM Agric.
Yeah.
The same 22nd September. There's a letter from CECM Finance. You see it?
True.
Who received it?
Joy.
On the same day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's go to 28th, the second last letter. Who has indicated having received it?
She has not, but the same...
No. Who has indicated as having received it?
Nobody.
Nowhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the record you want this assembly to rely on to make a decision in this matter.
It's true.
This is the record.
Yeah, it's...
On a serious matter like impeaching a governor.
This is a truthful record.
I'm asking you,
yeah.
This is the record you want this Senate to rely on to remove a governor from office. Not to caution, not to want to remove a governor from office. You know how serious that enterprise
is to protect the integrity of that office.
Let's look at page 60 of the bundle. You know, I can't see clearly. Are those 10 minutes? Thank you so much. Let's go to page 60 of bundle 1B. Who is the author of that letter?
It's me.
What are you saying in that letter in 1 minute?
Can you read it for me?
Okay, let me read it for you.
Yeah.
I'll ask the County Assembly's Council to put their copy to the witness so that we use the microphones properly for record for the Hansard purposes. Volume 1B of the Governor's documents, page 60. The County Assembly's Council, kindly put the document to your witness. Mr. Ndego, my time is running very fast. Kindly give the witness the document so that we make progress. Mr. Witness, that is your letter.
It is my letter.
You are referring to the letters from the County Secretary dated 18th and 21st June 2023.
Very true.
The subject of this letter is nominees to various semi-autonomous boards of the County Government of Meru.
Yes.
As at 21st July 2023, you admit that the Meru County Governor had nominated various nominees to semi-autonomous boards of the County Government of Meru.
Yeah, we received those lists.
Correct. Those boards are the same boards that the governor is accused of not appointing people to in this impeachment. True or not true?
Very true.
Thank you. The law requires the County Assembly to approve those nominees before the governor appoints them. True or not true?
Very true.
As at 21st July last year, you had received the governor's nominees.
Yes, but
thank you. Now let's go to paragraph 2.
Not to be acted upon because
let's go to paragraph 2.
There were no existing vacancies.
Let's go to paragraph. By the way, let's deal with this fairly fast. The governor wrote to you seeking to know which of those offices had vacancies. Do you remember that correspondence?
I think they have record.
Do you remember that correspondence?
No.
You don't remember. By the way, as a clerk, you received these nominees and vetoed them. You never tabled them to the assembly.
No, that's not right.
Okay, let's read. Paragraph 2 reads, and I quote, "Would wish to kindly inform you that my office is unable to recommend the same for their consideration to be transmitted to the county assembly." Is that a correct reading or am I exaggerating?
Can you repeat?
I'm reading paragraph 2. Would wish to kindly inform you that my office is unable to recommend the same for their consideration to be transmitted to the county assembly for action. Is that a correct reading of what you wrote?
Yes. Because
by your office you meant the office of clerk.
Yes.
You believe that in law the office of clerk can veto documents before they are tabled for the assembly?
Not the issue of vetting. It is the issue of procedure.
So which procedural step had been failed?
Under Section 6 of Appointment Act, Counter Approval Act.
Let's go to the next paragraph. You said this is largely because we observe that there may be missing information on the status of the offices the nominees have been nominated to occupy. Are we clear at that point? Yes?
Yes.
Which offices are these you are referring to?
These are semi-autonomous bodies.
Sorry?
They're semi-autonomous bodies.
Which ones? Give us their names.
Nominees like the Revenue Board and the rest.
Sorry?
Nominees for Revenue Board and other agencies.
Mr. Clerk,
yes.
Did you ever table this letter from the governor's office to the county assembly?
Yes, it was.
Where is the memo tabling them?
We never tabled this one when we wanted the clarification. When a letter is received in the office of the clerk as a matter of procedure, the clerk has to check the compliance of that letter.
You know, you are dealing
so
with
that we can now forward to the Speaker.
You are dealing with the House of Parliament, Mr. Jacob. Huh?
Very well.
Are you aware that when letters are tabled, they're actually endorsed as tabled? They're actually endorsed on the first. You see an endorsement.
That stage was not yet. When they come to the office of the Speaker, as per the law, they are public appointments, County Assembly Approval Act, Section 6(4).
Now let's move to the next.
All these documents has to be lodged with the office of the clerk.
Let's move to the next stage. You say from our present records, we observe that most of the offices, not all of them, most of the offices which nominations have been forwarded to have substantive holders. Now, which are those most that had substantive holders, and which are those least that didn't have substantive holders?
According to the County Assembly record.
I've asked you I want your names of offices. Which are those most that had substantive holders? Which are those least that didn't have substantive holders?
Yeah, when we checked, according to what we are approved.
Give me the names so that we identify the most. Sorry?
But they are there in record.
Which ones? We want to know. This Senate must make a decision factually.
Like the microfinance.
Who was the office holder?
The board.
Who are the office holders?
The board is there in the law.
Who are the office holders?
I don't remember of it.
Does your letter tell us which office was still occupied by anyone? That letter.
By that time.
That letter, does it tell us which office was still held by an office holder?
No. But
you find that to be proper correspondence without particulars.
Out of what they submitted, of
in
course.
good conscience, you find that to be proper correspondence without particulars.
But they know what they submitted.
You, as a clerk, the CEO of Meru County Assembly, find that to be proper correspondence without particulars. You find it to be good correspondence.
Yeah, the communication.
You regret this kind of correspondence?
Not at all.
Without particulars, you can stand by it.
Yeah, I can stand by it.
You wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not given any specifics.
The county secretary.
The county secretary was corresponding for the governor. It was from the office of governor. Do you remember that?
Very true.
Thanks. You wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not particularized.
Of course.
You, Jacob, wanted the governor, Meru County, to take remedial action for something you have not particularized. Is that correct?
I told you what.
Did you particularize?
We questioned what they said.
Did you particularize which office is occupied? You did not.
Yeah.
So you wanted the governor to take remedial action for something you have not particularized?
Yeah, he could have inquired.
Mr. Jacob, when will you people end this manifest malice against this governor? When do you propose to end it?
What?
When do you propose to end this manifest malice against this governor?
No malice to governor. Me,
when do you propose to end it?
Who?
You.
I'm not supposed even to handle such a situation.
Sorry?
I'm an officer. I'm not a politician.
Correct. So when do you propose to end this malice against the governor?
There is no malice with the governor.
You want to say that it is the right thing to do to ask the governor to take remedial action for boards that you have not specified, whose people who you are saying are occupying the offices are not specified.
That cannot limit the big responsibility from the other office to inquire even more.
Did you have a responsibility?
Councillor Longoya, your time is up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rest at that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, may I then request that the Senate retains the original register, because what the copies they have and the register, the physical one, from my questions you can tell there's a big discrepancy.
That point is noted. We'll make appropriate arrangements for that. Counsel for the Assembly. Counsel for the Assembly. You recall that your time is up. I believe then that you do not expect any opportunity other than the discretion of the chair to permit you in the shortest time possible if there is any re-exam.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I kindly beg your indulgence that you humbly allow me to ask a few questions in re-exam.
Mr. Speaker, I may have to raise on that issue because there's something called equality of arms. The County Assembly had 3 hours and 10 minutes to deal with their first witness. we were given 1 hour strictly with no extension. The 20 minutes we were given ate into our time of cross-examining the other witnesses. Mr. Speaker, it will be impossible for the public following these proceedings to get a feeling that there is a even-handedness if this county government is added 1 more minute. You notice, Mr. Speaker, I stopped my question in between. I stopped my question in the tracks when you stopped me. This county government is the real author of all misfortunes of time mismanagement today, the 19th day of August 2023.
You've made your point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I urge that you deny them. That's good.
You must have noted the fact that I notified the council that they didn't have any extra time because they ate into their time in the earlier proceedings. But nonetheless, I will exercise my discretion. I'll allow you 2 minutes both to ask and to respond. So it will be up to you to decide how to utilize the 2 minutes, whether to ask the question or whether to allow the witness to get an opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. My name is Eric Murioki. Mr. Witness, in your exam, what was that book used for and at what date?
Actually, this book was from September, has been used for correspondences that are received and that goes out of the office.
Now, you were asked about some documents appearing on pages 59 and 60, the ones that their authenticity is not controverted.
Very true.
In response to that question, or in follow-up to that question, I wanted to look at pages 54, 55, and 56 of the Governor's 1B.
Yes.
Are those documents that were received by your office?
They are not. It's a forged document.
Are the issues of confusion or the issues of the dates in that book in any way an answer to those forgeries and those documents that were never received by you?
Yeah, in my record, they were never received in my office.
And my question is, the questions you have been asked here about that book, are they in any way an answer to those forged documents that you have referred
Not
to?
at all. They are meant actually to divert this criminal activity which was going on.
Now, when did you become the clerk?
2019, that is 2020.
And why are the first few pages of that book stapled?
Actually, it's as a result of when the secretary possibly were using this one and found.
Honorable members, we've got 18 minutes to the close of the day, and you are all aware that we cannot go beyond midnight. I know members have got questions or clarifications they might need to have with the witness, and we should do this in under 10 minutes to allow us to adjourn the session in good time. I have got requests on the dashboard from among the members, and we will end when time ends. So I'll start with the members who have requests. By show of hand, who has any clarification to make? Because I'm very sure it's not all the members whose Senator Cherargei, Senator Olekina, Senator Muma. Very well. I'll start with Senator Cherargei.
Clerk, mine is a quick one. In the, I don't know whether the witness is distracted. Just a quick one. In this letter written to you, summons by the Senate, Mr. Jacob Kirari.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
I can see that you were supposed, the letter was specific, that you confirm authenticity of the letters 18 September 2023, 2024, 11 January 2024, and then number 2, provide the official register of the documents as maintained by the office of the clerk of the county assembly.
Yes, true.
How many registers would you have brought? Was it convenient for you to bring? How many registers do you have? And was it convenient for you to bring all the registers that you run in the county assembly to refer to your correspondence? Finally, as a clerk, were you confirmed as substantive clerk of Meru County Assembly, or you are in acting capacity? And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, in keeping records of the County Assembly of Meru, are there records outside the official correspondences that are given out? Are there records that you keep in soft copy? That is, in short, do you have ICT policy in terms of storage of data or correspondence within the County Assembly? I submit, Chair.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. Is that we use these registers from September 2023.
I want to direct you. We have got less than 10 minutes.
Yes.
To that question, respond to it in under 1 minute and do not give stories.
It was not convenient for me to bring all other registers because of the short period I received.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is straightforward. I've listened to the witness being cross-examined by the governor's attorney, and I've also listened to him giving the same answering when he was being re-examined by his attorney. And the question to me, which I want to be clear, is that were these documents ever received in your office? Because when you were being asked by the attorney for the governor, you made responses to the affirmative. But when you are being re-examined, you introduce a new word and say it's a forgery. So which is which? You know, that to me really bothers me. I want to be clear, because if you look at volume 1B of the governor, from page 55 all the way to page 68, there are letters which have got stamps from your office. The governor's lawyer has also referred you to the register, and in your submissions you affirmed that that record was indeed a record from your office. So which is which? Did you ever receive? Is it a forgery? And if it is, which statement do you stand with? Do you stand with the statement you gave during your re-examination, or the statement that you gave during the cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honorable senators, the questions which have been asked by the governor's counsel did not relate at all to the 3 documents which are purported to come from my office. What the senior counsel questioned me about is about June and other record behind that. But what has been forged is those appearing as from September to March. And these are the ones I've confirmed that they are forged, even the way the stamp has been put. And you compare with any other correspondence from my office, you will realize that this was actually an act of just fraudulent act in those 3 documents. And Mr. Speaker, because I received a correspondence from the county secretary the other day about the same delayed, that is on 17th July, we received in the same book, and
Mr.
it is
Clerk,
here.
you have responded to the question. I will allow 2 last clarifications, one by Senator Muma and Senator Joyce. Senator Muma, you will listen to both, then you respond to both of them at once.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clerk, you are the clerk of Meru County Assembly. I believe your staff must have assisted in the impeachment process in Meru. So you are familiar with all the counts, all the charges, including the charge number 2 around appointment to the boards. When you came here, you are aware about what you're coming to give evidence about. Can you truly tell the Senate that you are not able to bring other registers that have the entries for the letters that you say you received, but only gave this register, which you're now disowning because you have another one that you actually have the correct entries in? Do you want us to believe that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk. Senator Joyce, ask your question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to raise the question to the clerk. The clerk give admissibility of a motion to the County Assembly. I would like to know what has been his technical advice to the County Assembly, bearing in mind, Honorable Speaker, that they have done this is the third impeachment motion, which I know they have been using the public resources, and what has been his technical advice on the same impeachment motions, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, answer those 2 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first question is about the registers and the nomination in respect to the motion. I want to say that I was aware of these 3 documents only about the board, and actually was to remind the office of the clerk to simply to ensure that the bond are in place. But Madam Senator, when I came here and got the 3 letters that are purported to have come from the county secretary, that's the time I realized that because I had full knowledge of how we communicate with the county secretary, and when we communicated, because the issue was actually in July, and these letters are appearing between September and January and March, then I sensed something is not right, because the recent letter over the same issue came on 17th July. So that's the time now, and it is recorded. Even that of July is recorded in this register. That's the time I realized that there was a sinister motive to actually set those 3 letters to show that they are reminding us. Number 2, actually, when they brought the nominees in assembly around July, and we questioned that those offices are not vacant unless they advise otherwise whether they are vacancies. They stayed for the last 6 months, and we reminded them that still they never responded to our letter on clarity as how those vacancies, whether those vacancies existed and how. It's only July 17 that they just brought another letter, but still worried because the same position stood. That's why I responded very fast. And that is the position. The 3 letters I disown totally. That of September to March, they are not from my office, even if you see them and how they are stamped.
Mr. Clerk. Answer the other question.
The other question about my advice as to the procedure of this impeachment, Mr. Speaker, the work of the clerk, as you are aware, when the proper procedures and relevant laws has been complied to, the clerk definitely, we usually talk with the members, but when they see that there is a breach of laws and other issues, of course, that is their role. And when they comply with the relevant law as per the standing orders, they bring the document to my office. Definitely, I would love to act on them.
Yes, proceed to conclude on that if you had not concluded. Thank you very much. Senator Eddy, what is it that has come up your mind to clarify?
Chair, because of the lack of the registers that I didn't see, and if I get it correctly, Clerk, you've been clerk since 2020. Other than the documents that you have alluded to in these volumes that have been forged,
yes.
Since the governor got into office till to date,
yes.
Have you received or had any correspondences that have got forgery in nature?
Not at all. We have been having very cordial relationship as to record and the rest.
Let me just finish my question. Other than the documents that we are talking about here, have there been any other documents in any correspondence whatsoever from the office of the governor that allude to forgery to this magnitude?
No.
Thank you. You've been answered. I want to close this, honorable members. Let's not reopen any clarification. Senator Joyce, what is it that is burning?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to know the cost implication of this process, these impeachment motions that has been done from the first to the last one. And finally, Honorable Speaker, if there is an appeal case, how much have they used? These are public funds, Honorable Speaker.
Clerk, are you able to answer that question?
Mr. Speaker, we have never gotten to an extent of leaving this honor of house on the matter of impeachment to where we go to court. And where I stand as a clerk.
Are you able to answer the question as to the cost implication?
I cannot answer the cost implication so far because we don't incur.
Very well, you are not able to answer. Say you are unable to answer, you do not know the cost. That should be your simplest answer, right?
There is no cost.
Thank you. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of this session. Senator Joyce, order please. Let's all be standing, please. Honorable Senators, it's now 11:57 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Tuesday, 20th August 2024 at 9 a.m.
On X, you will find us on @SpiceFM. Okay. What's yours? @Nduoko with an H at the end. H. Okay. @Citimuga. @Eric Latif. Our next guest is here and is also found on X @Morara Kebaso Senior. SNR. Senior, right? Morara Kebaso Senior. And he says there that he is a dangerously intelligent lawyer, a bishop of merciless peace, and chief registrar of broken promises. Morara Kebaso, karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you so much.
Right? So we'll give you a couple of moments to introduce yourself very well, but before that, City will welcome you with the day's proverb. And every week City goes to one African country, brings us proverbs, and then gives us a proverb a day. Your job is to listen to the proverb and give us your own interpretation of it. Sawa?
Okay.
Sawa. City, where are we this week?
We are in the Republic of Chad. We are still in the landlocked countries of Africa. Chad is actually caught somewhere very interesting at a crossroads between North and Central Africa, which according to Ndu means it's in West Africa. An interesting country. It is the 5th largest country on the continent. Globe, Earth, planet, 20th largest by area. And I said in the first hour, Kenyans will ask, okay, about Chad, they are 5th. What about us? Us, we're 23rd.
23rd smallest or largest?
23rd country in terms of size in Africa.
Okay.
Yes. If you talk about size, Seychelles is the smallest. It's number 54, just so that you understand. But as we're number 23. Very good.
Okay.
Now the proverb, the more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks. And the nearer it approaches the grave.
The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks, and the nearer it approaches the grave.
The more the feathers a chicken has, just come back again. The more a chicken has,
the more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks, and the nearer it approaches the grave.
Well, that would mean that the older it gets, the more feathers it has, because if it's approaching the grave, it's getting older. And if it's getting older, oh no. I've thought about it again. It means when the owner of the chicken is looking for the fattest to slaughter, he's going to look for the one with the one that looks bigger. And the one that looks bigger is the one that has the most amount of feathers. But in reality, those feathers are not meat. When you actually remove the feathers, you realize that the chicken is actually now very small. So you may be attracted to slaughter this chicken for your guests, but you realize that most of what you are seeing were feathers and not meat. Am I right?
Well, you're absolutely right. The thing about these proverbs is you are never wrong. That's why Eric asked you specifically, tell us your interpretation. So that is your interpretation. Now we've learned something that we ourselves probably hadn't thought of.
Yes, it's a good one.
It's a very good interpretation.
It's a very, very good one, Mwangaza. Very, very good one. You've been a very busy man.
Yes.
On X, we see you standing on top of four-wheel drive vehicles.
Yes.
And speaking.
Yes.
As if you're the president.
Yes.
What's the latest place you visited?
Yesterday I was in Kisumu County, Kabondo Kanyagwal Ward.
Kabondo Kanyagwal?
Yes.
Watu wa Kabondo Kanyagwal wako salama?
Wako salama. Mimi nimewaletea salamu kutoka kwa watu wa Kisumu. Nataka sasa tuweke tena mpango. In another 1 month tutakuwa tumeweka ile Fisheries Institute ambayo tulipanga ya 2.5 billion pale Kabondo Kanyagwal.
Unafika mpaka bahari?
Mamo umekaribia tu. I near the lake.
Yes, because Kanyagwal is very near.
Yes.
1 month is just next month, September. I'm just saying, just in case you
know. What took you there?
What took me there is I went to see a project that was launched by His Excellency the President. That project is called the Kabondo Kanyagwal Fisheries and Aquaculture Research Center. And it was supposed to be funded by the Exim Bank of Hungary to a tune of 2.5 billion. And I went to see whether the project is there. Since it was launched, I wanted to see whether there is some works that has begun, whether contractors are on site, and whether we have hope of having the Kabondo Kanyagwal Fisheries and Aquaculture Research Institute. Unfortunately, I found children playing and nothing but the plaque which the president used to launch the institute, which was looking like an abandoned grave.
So the plaque is there?
It's there.
Is there a fence?
No, there is no fence.
There is no fence?
There is no fence.
Is there any structure at all?
There is no structure at all.
I'm actually looking at the video and so there are children playing what would be volleyball or whatever in the field.
Yes.
It's actually an open field.
Yes.
And there's nothing else happening there. There's actually there was a plaque or something. There's a sign. But it's an open field, literally.
Yes.
So when was the president there?
The president was there on the 6th of October 2023.
Okay.
Yes.
inauguration? So it's called groundbreaking. Yes. Was it groundbreaking? Was it launch? What was it?
The president on his X page, this is what he wrote. During, he posted pictures and said, during the launch of the Kabonu Fisheries Aquaculture Service and Training Center of Excellence, a project that will produce over 10 million fingerlings annually.
Those are fingerling city.
Fish seed. Okay. So this is one area that you went to yesterday.
Yes.
Where else have you been to?
Yesterday alone I toured 3 counties. I was in Kisumu County. Before Kisumu County I was in Nandi County. I went to see the deputy county commissioner's the deputy county commissioner's office, which was being built in Chesumei. Then before that I was in Uasin Gishu County, next to the airport. I was looking at Kipkaren water treatment project. Yes.
Ulipata nini huko? Tupeleke Kipkaren kwanza.
Wacha niwapeleke Kipkaren. So Kipkaren was a project that was being funded by the African Development Bank, right? The value of the project for Kipkaren was 1.185 billion, but it was in US dollars, so I'm assuming that by now that value could be higher. So it was about 7 years ago. The purpose of this project was to provide up to 23 million liters per day of water into Eldoret. As you can see, Eldoret has been now upgraded into a city, but there is still a big problem of water, especially in areas of Langas, Rescos Ward, Pioneer Estate, Kapsoya, where we have water rationing because the water that is coming in from the Kapsoya water project is not able to serve all the residents of Eldoret. So this project was conceptualized in 7 years ago. That's when the tender was awarded to a contractor called Mashiri. Now I went there to see whether we have water flowing, and to my utter surprise, I found that there is yes, there are some semblance of structures, there are some pipes on the ground, but the project has completely stalled. And to make what matters worse, this contractor has already been paid 767 million.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, in terms of whether we know actually that funds have been released to the contractor to be able to do certain things. And from what you're saying, money was released, 700 and what?
767 million.
767 million. So one would assume that with the 767 million, at the very least, there would be, something working, even if it was not onto completion.
Yes, out of 1.185 billion, 700 is 70%.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
How do we know it has been paid?
You just read the Auditor General's report.
What does the Auditor General say about this particular project? Again, just for purposes of people who may have missed it, what project are we talking about?
We are talking about the Kipkaren water treatment piping project.
Okay.
Yeah, water treatment and piping projects.
When was it launched?
The launch date I was unable to find it, but I found a site visit by the governor of Uasin Gishu, which dates back 7 years ago.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, Auditor General.
Yes, this project was being done by the Lake Basin, what we call Lake Victoria North Water Services, but it was taken up by the Rift Valley Water Services. So they are the ones implementing the project, but under Lake Victoria North. So the people are being audited is Lake Victoria North.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so according to the Auditor General's report for Lake Victoria North,
yes,
767 million shillings has already been spent by government or handed over to the contractor.
It has already been paid to the contractor.
Okay.
Another interesting twist to that project is that contractor has already been fired.
By whom?
By the PS, the then PS for water. I think that was about a year ago. They fired this contractor for lateness to deliver the project.
Okay.
But the contractor has already been paid. 767 million. So now we are in this situation where 7 years down the line we don't have a project, we don't have a contractor, and we also don't have our money.
700 million. What does the Auditor General say? What are the questions that the Auditor General raises in the report? So they basically point out that this money has already been paid out towards the project.
Yes.
It has already been spent.
Yes.
On the project.
Yes.
And when you go there's actually no treatment and piping project.
There's nothing
on the ground.
Well, as I told you earlier, there's a semblance of structures. There's some structures, but these structures cannot be said to constitute what we can call a water project that is functional or that is near functioning. Yes.
I know you will get some of those details and even more because I'd like to get deeper into what you've been doing, but let's just take a step back now. Morara Kebaso, people start seeing you on X, people start sending you messages and telling you do this and the other, even some of them even sending you money and support, because the topic for today is the crowdfunding and the crowdsourcing of civic engagement that's happening. When did you begin this, what you're doing now?
I started this about 2 months ago when we had the clamor by the Gen Z for change in our country. Before then, I was just a quiet business person going about my business. I run a business called Morara Home Furniture where I employ over 75 Kenyans. So I was quite busy with my own stuff. But when the higher calling came that our country is in need of men of valor and integrity that shall assist in planting the seed of change and watering it in our country, I took it up. But you see, in this whole change movement, you do what you do best. If you're a musician, you sing songs of change. If you are a poet, you will create poems. For me, I'm multi-talented, and since I'm a lawyer, I'm able to look keenly into documents and find the ghost that is missing. So I started by reading various audit reports, reading the debt reports from the Treasury, trying to find out how much Kenya has borrowed for which project, what was it supposed to do. And yes, along the way I found my purpose. My purpose was going to be civic education, because I realized that our clamor for change was we were losing it because we didn't have everybody on board. There is 70% of the country that is politically illiterate. They basically don't have an idea of what is going on. And politicians have understood that, and they have understood that language, and now they go to those people and lie to them. This is time now that we need to reveal to those people and to educate them that this is what is happening, this is how our country is being governed, this is the constitution, this is what it says, this is what we can do about this. Yes.
Were you wearing counter suit before this?
I had just one counter suit which I had only worn for 1 day. In my whole life, I had only worn a counter suit for 1 day, and it was because it was a friend's wedding. And actually I decided to wear that particular counter suit to this interview.
This is the one.
This is the one. Initially this counter suit was actually long sleeved, but when I realized that President Ruto's counter suits are short sleeved, I cut it down. I didn't know that I can imitate him until I tried. Yeah. So when I tried, I realized, oh, actually I can actually speak like him. So why not use his tools against him? He has provided the ammunition. Yeah.
Okay. So you've gone through a number. I mean, if we can just go to and of course where you're putting a lot of this information out is on X, and I just want to go through some of the things that you've mentioned, because I mean it's quite a lot, and unfortunately it is quite damning. When we look at for example, if I just go in order for some of the things that you have mentioned here, we've talked about this Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture project. We looked at that one. Then we go on to the Cape Karen water again that we've mentioned. Then we talk about a hotel where folks are watching you. You also then go on to Abagusi. This is the Metemba Marani Kegogi Nyaore Road, launched in 2016 by former President Uhuru Kenyatta, launched again when President Ruto came to Kisii. The leaders should stop playing with our minds, you say. The road was launched, but unfortunately, there's not much of a road there, right? You went on to talk about the Mago Mululu Road that passes outside the home of Musalia Mudavadi, which for all intents and purposes is not a road. You also go on to talk you went on talking about the Malava water supply project that was launched over the weekend, or maybe on Friday actually, but unfortunately there's not much going on here either. So it goes on and on and on, so many projects, and one wonders, how is it possible that there has been launches of so many projects, whether it is a stadium which doesn't exist, whether it is an agriculture project, roads all over the place, money has been spent, promises have been made, and nothing is happening. How is that possible that so many of them are halfway, or not even halfway, but money has been used? How?
As a registrar of broken promises, I would say that there is bad manners in governance in Kenya, where people promise things that they do not intend to deliver, and also where people lie to the electorate and there is no consequence for lying to the electorate. I'm very disappointed with the lack of ethics and lack of integrity in our governance. I believe we should do something about it. We are still in a state of self-discovery in terms of what we should do about all this. But yes, as you've correctly pointed out, there are so many projects. I have over 120 projects that I need to go to. There is the stadium in Wote. There is the stadium in Isiolo.
Wote stadium is complete. Eric has even seen it.
The reason I need to go to Wote stadium
Eric even took pictures.
Yeah, I even need to go to the Nuno Modogashe Road. The Nuno Modogashe Road is in Garissa. This is a road where a contractor was paid more than 80 million shillings because his payment was late. That is interest. That's an interest for late payment. Tulikuchelewesha, shika hii. Then the contractor was added 525 million that cannot be supported by documentation. It's not a variation of project. It's not an increase in the bill of quantities. It is just an increase of 525 million, period, nothing, no other words to explain it. It cannot be explained. I need to get there and understand hii 525 million ilikuwa ni ya kutoa. Unajua, there is a time you send somebody 1,000 bob na 30 bob ya kutoa. So maybe it was withdrawal fees.
You also talk about the Ministry of Energy spending 1.4 million shillings on an interview to recruit a project accountant and still did not hire anyone of the candidates.
Why are we even spending why are we even spending 1.4 million on an interview? There are permanent employees in the ministry. There's a head of HR, there's a deputy, the people are supposed to interview are there, and the officers are there.
We have a public service.
The boardroom is there. The Public Service Commission is there. So what was the expenditure of 1.4 million for? I would assume probably they hired a hotel and conference facilities, and still they ended up not getting an accountant.
We can't do much. Can I just do one more, because I know this is very interesting as well. You've also gone to Mercy Jerry Primary School, and you actually found a goalpost upon which 1 million shillings was spent.
Yeah, so that is the situation in our country.
And this was an interesting one, because what prompted you to this was another post by other Kenyans who are actually auditing, looking at the budgets for Nakuru County. And there are these two ladies who was looking at the budget for Elbagon and the other one for was it Menengai West, and each of them just coming out to say, so this is what we see. And one says, actually this school, according to the budget for Nakuru County government, the allocation for goalposts in this particular school, let's call it
Mercy Primary School,
$1 million.
Yes.
Goalposts.
Yes, it's 2 wooden posts, actually.
Actually, I was very lucky when they posted that. I was around the area I was in Nyandarua. I had gone to see a certain road in Nyandarua which has been actually also launched twice. So that road begins from Captain, goes to Dunyonjeru. It's part of Mau Mau Lot 4. So I'd gone to see that road, and the citizens there are really suffering. In fact, I interviewed some of them about that road. He has launched it twice. The same person, no different people. Yeah, the President, Dr. William Ruto, has launched the road twice.
Over what period of time?
Are there two different plaques?
Yeah, there are two different plaques for that road. For the same road.
Is it in phases? You know, maybe you can go and launch phase 1.
First 15 kilometers.
No.
Duration 15 kilometers.
In both of those occasions, let me read for you the road so that you know it. It's called the Captain Deni Wanjohi Kwamatu Geta Kahuruko Ndunjeru access to Muiri Primary and Karima Girls Road. This he's launching it now. This is the 6th of April 2023. That is last year. If you go backwards, you'll find him again on the 26th of November 2018, launching a road called Captain Deni Wanjohi Kwamatu Geta Kahuruko Dunyonjeru Karima Girls Road.
Do you have photos?
Yes, I have a photo.
And these were posted on the William Ruto.
This is William Ruto's official X page.
Okay. And the second time you went, was it launching from a different place?
He's actually opening
now the first plaque. I can't find it
here to Wote Ndu. You can launch the road from this side. Then you go and launch
to Nairobi.
It's okay.
When it's completed,
Nairobi, Wote, then Wote to.
It's okay. So since you want to launch the road 2 times or 3 times, why not do it then? Because nothing has been done. It's okay. So you can launch it.
Are you saying not from Captain all the way to Ndonyenjero, there's been no tarmac?
There's no tarmac at all. In fact, it's one of the worst roads in Kenya. Out of the roads I've traveled to, that is the worst. That road is really bad.
What are the residents saying? Was the contractor on site at all?
The contractor was not on site.
Do you know who the contractor was?
No, I may have to find that information.
It's in all of those boards in your X, actually, you read it there. Let's take a break. 25 minutes to 9. We are hosting Morara Kebaso. He's a civic educator. He's the man who's decided, all right, so one of the things that I'm going to do to contribute to civic awareness is just elevate the level of accountability, and accountability by checking on Vituko ground and coming back and seeing what do official documents and statements say. So he's here. He's not come on top of his delay. Sometimes kwa break no tupatie tuongelesha watu wa Spice FM.
Watu wa Spice, hamjambo tena. Mimi sasa nataka niwaeleze na nataka mnisikize vizuri. Tulikuwa tumeweka mpango ya hii Spice FM 5 billion Kenya shillings, lakini sasa nimepata contractor ni mkora. Sasa nitatoa huyo contractor, nitaleta contractor ingine. In another 1 month hapa Spice FM kutakuwa na deni ya wafanyikazi wote bila interest, waweze kukopa ili waanzishe station yao ili waweze kujiendeleza.
Tuko na Mheshimiwa Rais.
Watu wa Machakos, hamjambo. Mimi nimekuja hapa kwa sababu ya hii mpango ya stima na mpango ya maji na ya barabara. Hii barabara yenu ya kutoka hapa Devki kwenda mpaka Kinanie. Mimi hii barabara nilikuwa nimeweka 1.78 billion. Sasa nimepea huyu contractor anaitwa JV China na huyu mwingine anaitwa Global Link. Tayari tumekwisha lipa 238 million. Tuko na deni kidogo ya 237 million. Mimi nitaenda nikarabati hiyo. Nitazungumza na huyu mjumbe wenu na huyu governor, huyu sijui kama huyu ni mama ama ni msichana huyu. Mimi nitazungumza na huyu governor wa Vinya. Sasa kwa hii finance bill inakuja, tutaweka mpango ingine ya pesa ya hii barabara ya kutoka hapa Devki kwenda mpaka Kinanie. Ni kweli si kweli? Kweli. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Sasa nataka mnisikize hivi na msikize vizuri. Tunataka siasa ambayo sio ya fujo. Hatutaki kukosa amani katika taifa letu. Tunataka amani katika taifa letu. Mimi nimezungumza na hawa mabishop na hawa intercessors, waombee Kenya yetu ili Kenya yetu iwe na amani. Hawa Gen Z wanasema ati wao wako faceless, ati wako leaderless. Mimi nataka niwaeleze, tuko na 160,000 jobs za mjengo katika mpango wetu wa housing. Hawa wanaweza kwenda wafanye hiyo kazi badala ya kufuatilia hii miradi ya serikali ambayo pesa imelipwa na imesimama. Ni kweli si kweli? Hebu nione kwa mkono, kwa mkono, kwa mkono. Salale. Kumbe nyinyi watu wa Spice FM mmejielewa.
Ati Kenani.
You know what?
So from Devki, this is along Mombasa Road.
Yes.
This is at the intersection, getting to Mavoko on one side, and then going to Kenani on the other side.
Yes.
There's a road there, yes. It actually, that road crosses past Kenani to go and meet with Kangunga Road on the other side.
Yes.
Hey.
Allocated 1 billion, 785 million 779,000. That was in 2021.
That's the budget for in 2021. That's when the project was.
That is when the project began, 15th July 2021.
Okay.
That's when the contract was signed. So the contractor there was supposed to build a 7-meter carriage, 7-meter wide carriage, lined drains, and 2-meter wide walkways on both sides of the road for a 25-kilometer distance. Out of the 1.7 billion, he's already been certified to be paid 476 million. Alright? Out of that 476 million, he has already been paid 238,434,000. He has refused to work because he has not been paid 237,570,000.
Okay.
But now, the Auditor General, in the Auditor General's report says this. In the circumstances, there is a risk of breach of contract obligation by the authority, and delayed payment may attract interest and penalties, thus escalating the project cost. That's what the Auditor
General is saying. If you don't pay this balance, because already a certificate is out that you ought to pay, then you're going to accrue penalties.
Yes.
This 476 million shillings that was certified to be paid, it was against what works?
If you go to the ground, it's a horror movie, and you can confirm. You see, this is a very respected station. When I come here, we don't say rumors. I've been to the ground. I have seen it myself. I even recorded a video on that road and recorded it for Kenyans to see it. There's no road. What I can say is that there is maram, some form of maram grading, and when you come from Devki, there are like 4 or 5 culverts.
Okay, 238 million shillings is what has been paid already.
Yes.
One would expect that a road which is what, give or take 25 kilometers?
25 kilometers.
Right? Devki to Kinani would by now, with 238 million shillings, at least semblance of tarmac would be visible. Something
like 6 kilometers of tarmac.
So there's 6 kilometers of tarmac done so far?
No. What I'm saying is that out of what has been paid, I expect about 6 kilometers of tarmac.
Kuna lami kwa hiyo barabara bwana.
Wapi? No, that the tarmac that is there is the one that branches off from Mombasa Road, and that tarmac is not more than 100 meters, and that one used to be there. It has not been done by this contractor. That was an access road that was done when Mombasa Road was being built. Nothing. The only thing I've told you that is there is maram and some culverts.
So with 238 million shillings, what has actually been done on this road, which is 25 kilometers, is that it has been marammed and some culverts have been put in. 238.
Some sections have been marammed. Other sections are really bad. Extremely bad, especially when it's rainy. Because Athi River, you know, some of its water comes to that road and it washes away bridges and everything. So there are very deep holes there. There are unpassable places there in Kenya, and it's very dusty. When it's dry, it's very dusty. When it's wet, it's unpassable. And actually, the governor for Machakos County lives on that road.
When this certificate was issued, which is the authority? Is the authority Kenya or Kura?
The authority for this road is Kura.
So when the certificate was issued, because of course in a 1.7 billion shilling project, it's paid on milestones. So there's a milestone that was supposed to have been achieved for 476 million shillings to be paid. And the authority said, yes, you've hit the milestone, you ought to be paid. Have you seen the documents that show what milestone this was?
No, I've not been able to see those documents, and they are not publicly available unless Kura gives us those documents, which they will not give willingly. They have actually to take them to court for the right to information before they give you those documents, unless maybe you invite the director for Kura here to bring those documents with him. But a ground verification, as I recorded for you a video, is that there's very little to justify 400 and something million that has been certified for payment. Extremely little, negligible.
And the contractor is not on site.
The contractor is not on site. If the contractor was on site, I would have said, well, this is an ongoing thing. We cannot justify this as a stalled project. This is an ongoing project, the contractor is on the site. But I've toured that road now twice, the contractor is not on the site. I've spoken to residents, I spoke to border operators around the area. I spoke to some people that I found at Kinani's center and stage and asked them whether this contractor usually comes on site, and the contractor is not on site. And the reason the contractor is not on site is because he has not been paid 237,570,925 shillings.
Where?
Take a deep breath.
Yeah. So I think Emma will be able to put up this particular post on the screen, and maybe she'll be able to just show it, because I've seen the video, and we are looking at the video of how the road looks like. I've been on this road before, and I know clearly it's one of those. You walk on that road, you will be knee deep in dust. You drive on that road, and it's dusty. And the people of Kenania deserve better, especially if a project was already commissioned, it has started, it has gone on, some payments are due, payments are not complete. Now what's happening is an accrual of interest because the contractor has not been paid. So the interest is accruing. Contractor, when the contractor comes back, he'll be coming back, first of all demanding interest and then money for the next phase.
There's another thing that we might forget here. Time. You know, in all contracts, when we are drafting contract, even as lawyers, we always write a clause that says time is of the essence. That's why whenever you're going even into a contract to purchase land, you're told that completion date within 90 days. Time is of the essence in the implementation of government projects. This project, the contract was signed on 15th July 2021. Now, according to this contract, the completion date is 14th July 2024. We are way past 14th July 2024.
That's the completion.
That's the completion date according to the
you go zip up to Kangunda Road.
By 14th July 2024, we should be sliding on that road like kids sliding in a park. But we are way past 14th July 2024, and still there's very little to show for this project. You see, 50% was done. We say, well, let's do a contract to extend. Probably we were delayed by ABCD. Let's do a contract. Let's extend the time for the contractor. But this contractor has had from 2021 to do this road. This road, money has already been allocated. He has already been paid part of the money. And see.
And there is nothing on that road that you can see that in any way justifies the money that he was paid.
Yeah.
Bit of a problem there, isn't it?
Complete.
It's a bit of a problem. Complete. Did you consider, for instance, that if we look at the planning and the budgeting for roads in Kenya, any consideration for a percentage that perhaps a percentage of roads vis-a-vis what was planned and what was supposed to have been completed, understanding what is not completed, given the huge array of roads that was supposed to have been completed by a certain time?
Sorry, come back again, I lost you.
Not a problem, let me start again. Once upon a time, we had a plan to build roads in Kenya. Now, I'm asking whether you took the time to understand of the roads that were planned, because they are numbered and the details as to what these roads are, where they go, they start from where they go to. Then there's a little detail of roads that, given the time that they are planned for, those that have been completed vis-a-vis those who are not completed, 1, 2. Those that were paid for, and there's evidence of the money that was actually spent being evidenced on the road itself, meaning you can look at the road and say, this one is commensurate with what this person was paid. Have you perhaps considered that or given thought to that consideration?
Yes, I've given thought to it, and I have lots of documents of roads that have been planned and done in Kenya, but there are quite many, so going through them is also not easy, and even visiting all of them is not easy either. But this is what I can say. I've been able to pick those ones that stand out, especially from the audit reports. For example, I've mentioned to you the Nunu Modogashi Road. Now, apart from the Nunu Modogashi Road, a bulk of the roads that have a problem in Kenya are in Mombasa and Coast Province. A bulk of them. The highest number, it's in Mombasa and Kilifi and Kwale region. I'll be headed there next to go and show you those roads, how much was paid, and their current situation. The other challenge, City, that you need to understand we have with this issue of roads is, yes, we have roads that were budgeted for, launched, but never started. But we also have roads that were budgeted for, launched, they started, but were never finished. Then we have roads that were budgeted for, launched, they were done, but very poor quality. I was in Malava, I think it's on Saturday, after the president launched the Malava water project. I was there in Malava. He had launched a road there, which begins from Malava town. I looked at the road, and I found that it already has potholes in spite of the fact that it's only 1 year old. It already has a pothole, that road in Malava. So I'm worried about the quality of the works that is being done, and whether there is actually quality inspections of our roads to ensure that they are done to a desirable standard, to a standard that is, I want to mention this road to you. It's called the Malava Kimangeti Ikoli Road, launched by His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, 29th April 2023. Now that road is incomplete first to begin with, but luckily the contractor is on site. But the section that he has already done, it already has potholes.
Okay.
Well, it's still on site.
It already has potholes.
It's still on site.
There's a resident engineer. There's of course the engineer that's supervising this project. The questions then will be asked of this engineer. So are you ticking the box and saying yes, proceed, continue, issuing certificates of completion for payment, for the partial payment of these roads as this is going on? These are questions that we keep asking all the time. We found the video for Kenani.
This work should be complete. We will check the latest report for the financial year 2022-2023. The contractor for this road has already been paid 238 million, and he says bado serikali iko na deni yake ya 200 and something million, ndio maana hajafanya kazi. I'm going to show you shortly how the road looks like and its conditions, so that you see at 238 million mahali imefika, and also you judge for yourself. The contractor on this road is, let me check for you so that the contractor for this project is JV China Aerospace Construction Group Kenya Limited and Global Link East Africa Limited. Majina mzuri sikudanganyi. These are just the same guys hiding under big names. So now if you tap, this is Kinania Police Post, and that is a signage to Kinania High School, and this is Kinania Center. So angalia sasa muone where your 238 million is. Sawa sawa. Haya. Naomba situation. Hii barabara yetu
So wherever you say you went through this road, the entire stretch,
the whole of it.
This is what it looks like everywhere from beginning to the end.
Yes.
It was launched in 2021. It's supposed to have been completed by June this year.
Yes, by July.
When were you here?
I was there last week. In
August?
Yes, this is August. I was there last week. That's the key.
This is the road.
This is the road.
Yes.
This one. This is the road. Okay. Now the thing is,
I was there on the 14th of August. 14th of August. Today is 19th August. So I was there 5 days ago. Yes.
Okay. Now, as we conclude this conversation, people have been sending you messages and telling you, come and check out our roads.
Yes.
People have also been saying, we'd like to support you. I want us to end on the side of the support, because people are saying we don't have maybe the time to go here, but whenever you've decided you can go on our behalf. If I send you to a certain place, you'll go, and I can even contribute and donate. Do you have a formal way of receiving this support?
No, for now it's very informal, but I intend to build, actually I'm thinking of now going into governance, into taking the call of calling for good governance, and to abandon my business, because I think I'm done with making money. It's not that it is enough, but I need a new sense of purpose. I need a new direction, and I think I found my purpose on this earth. I want to do something that is not about money, but that advances the cause of humanity. So I'm establishing an office. I'm going to hire staff. We're going to do very good research on all these projects and visit all of them. Our mission is civic education, because we feel that we are losing it on civic education, more especially to people who are in villages and rural and slum settlements. We need to communicate to them so that they understand what we mean by corruption in now real, brought real, in example. How is corruption affecting them in their village? Right. When you tell somebody about corruption of something that happened in Nairobi, they themselves have never been in Nairobi, or when they came to Nairobi it was just for an event and they went back, they don't get. But when you tell them about a project that is just next to them, that they use every day, for example, when you talk to them about the Ikundi Road, which is a road that the president launched, but it has never begun. It is in Murang'a County. So when you tell them about projects that are near them, they get it. You are able to break it down to them. So I believe this is something that we should do. Yes, I've been getting some support from Kenyans. They've been sending me M-Pesa for fuel. It has really assisted me in terms of fuel. So far I've been able to use 4 full tanks. A full tank for the vehicle is like 18,000. That's about 72,000. So I'm still on with it. I've not stopped, and I'm not about to stop. I have so many projects that I need to visit. I need to go to the Mikinduri, Kunathi, Kadhidhini Road in Meru. That's a place I need to go. I need to go to Ichamara, Rutune, Mukurueini Road in Nyeri. I need to go to Ruringo Stadium in Nyeri. I need to go to Isiolo International Airport.
Okay.
Yeah. I need to go to Githurai Market. I need to go to Olenguruoni Stadium in Kuresoi South. This is Nakuru County. I need to go to the stadium in Wote, which in 3 months will be complete. I need to go to Kwale, Mwache Multipurpose Dam. I need to visit that dam. I need to go to Meru. There's a road there for Wero Tea Factory. I need to visit it. I need to go to Bungoma at Sangalo Industrial Park. I need to go and see it. And many other projects that Kenyans have been sending me in my inbox, in messages. Of course, the messages are so many, they are overwhelming. But I've brought on a team of 2 more people to assist me sift through the messages, find the ones that are relevant, research them, find out the details. So we visit them, so that we inform Kenyans about what is happening in their own backyard and how we are actually losing money through either corruption or poor workmanship or interest on late payments or pending bills. People assume that because we have pending bills, we are making a saving, but it is not true. As long as we have a pending bill, there is an interest that is accruing. That's why I told you on the Nuno Modogashe Road, the contractor was paid 86 million extra for interest for late payment. So that's 86 million of public funds lost right there.
We will invite you again.
Thank you.
So you can come and tell us where else you've gone to and the better research that you'll have done with your team. All the best to you. Asante sana. People are saying we should add you time. We'll add you time by inviting you again and again.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Order, Honorable Senators. Senator Bass, kindly take your seat. Honorable Senators, welcome back to this sitting. Before we proceed with business that is before us, you will allow me to make the following communication. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, having dispensed with orders number 3 and 4 in today's order paper on the pre-hearing meeting of Senators, which was a closed session, it is now time to commence the proceedings on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, by a letter reference number MCA/Res/Volume 4/79, dated Friday the 9th of August 2024, the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate that at a sitting of the Meru County Assembly held on Thursday the 8th of August 2024, the Meru County Assembly approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. The Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru forwarded the following documents to the Senate, being the record of proceedings of the County Assembly and the evidence adduced in support of the impeachment motion. 1, a copy of approved notice of motion, the motion, dated 31st of July 2024, and laid on the table of the Assembly on Wednesday, 31st of July 2024, afternoon sitting. 2, copy of exhibits laid on the table of the Assembly on Wednesday, 31st of July 2024, during the afternoon session. 3, order papers for the Assembly sittings of Wednesday, 31st of July 2024, during the afternoon sitting, Tuesday, the 6th of August 2024, afternoon sitting, and Thursday, 8th of August 2024, during the morning sitting. 4, certified Hansard reports for the Assembly sittings of Wednesday, 31st of July 2024, afternoon sitting, Tuesday, the 6th of August 2024, afternoon sitting, and Thursday, the 8th of August 2024, during the morning sitting. 5, a copy of a letter dated the 31st of July 2024, reference number MCA/GC/Volume 1/24, inviting the Governor, Meru County, to respond to the table impeachment motion. 6, affidavits of service. A copy of an affidavit of service by Mr. Benson Kinyongure, serving Her Excellency the Governor, Meru County, with an invitation letter and a copy of the late notice of impeachment motion on behalf of the Speaker, County Assembly of Meru. B, copy of affidavit of service by Mr. Joel Maitehia Morkonga, serving Her Excellency the Governor, Meru County, with a copy of the late notice of impeachment motion on behalf of Honorable Zipporah Kenya. and a copy of a letter dated the 6th of August 2024, reference number MCA/GC/1/volume 5/26, forwarding to Her Excellency the Governor a copy of the late report on public participation on the notice of motion. A certified copy of a form for verification of signatures for members in support of the motion for removal of the Meru County Governor by impeachment, dated the 8th of August 2024, made pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 65-4. Certified copy of the roll call vote on the motion for the impeachment of Her Excellency the Governor, Meru County, held during the Assembly sitting of Thursday, 8th of August 2024. Documents table during the debate of the motion for removal of the Governor, Meru County by impeachment. These are appointment letter for one, Matiri Kenneth Mutua, dated the 13th of February 2023, reference number CGM/CBSB/APPT/volume 3/2023 into brackets 2022. B, a copy of a letter dated the 6th of August 2024, reference number CAM/General/volume 7/40. C, a copy of a letter dated the 31st of July 2024, reference number CGM/CS/CA.023/26, volume 1/3 into brackets 390. And D, a copy of a letter dated the 17th of July 2024, reference number CIM/General/volume 7/39. A copy of a letter dated the 15th of July 2024, reference number CGM/CS/CA/volume 3/023/382. F, a copy of a letter dated the 31st of July 2023, reference number CAM/General/volume 6/187. G, a copy of a letter dated the 31st of August 2023, reference number CAM/General/volume 6/188. H, a copy of a letter dated the 20th of July 2023, reference number CAM/General/volume 6/168. And lastly, a copy of a letter dated the 18th of June 2023, reference number CGM/CS/CA/volume 1/023/17. Honorable Senators, you may walk in and take your seats before I proceed with the communication. Senator Nyutu, take your seat. You may greet your colleagues later on after the session, please. Number 10, the evidence of public participation. A, JHER technology flash disk, 32 GB, containing video annexures evidencing the particulars alleged in the motion, as well as voice adverts on the public participation on the motion, run on various radio and TV stations. B, pictures and videos of various public participation fora held on Monday, 5th of August 2024, contained in the accompanying flash disk. C, copy of public participation report dated the 6th of August 2024 and laid on the table on Tuesday, 6th August 2024 during the afternoon session. D, written printed memoranda from different wards and regions submitted to the County Assembly during the public participation exercise on the motion, submitted both in support and against the motion. The memoranda, inclusive of submissions received via email, minutes, attendance registration sheets, and registration forms for memoranda of the public participation held on Tuesday, 13th of December 2022. Soft copy of the third edition standing orders of the County Assembly of Meru contained in an accompanying flash disk. Pursuant to Section 33(3)(b) of the County Governments Act and Standing Order 81A of the Senate Standing Orders, at the sitting of the Senate held on Wednesday, 14th of August 2024, the charges against the Governor of Meru County, as contained in the motion of impeachment by the County Assembly of Meru, were read to the assembled Senate. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you of the mandate of the Senate in relation to the proposed removal from office by impeachment of a governor as provided for under Article 181 of the Constitution as read together with Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order 80 of the Senate Standing Orders. In particular, Article 181 of the Constitution states as follows: a county governor may be removed from office on any of the following grounds: A, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law; B, where there are serious reasons for believing that the county governor has committed a crime under national or international law; C, abuse of office or gross misconduct; or D, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of office of the county governor. 2, Parliament shall enact legislation providing for the procedure for removal of a county governor or another ground mentioned in Clause 1. Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, Senate Standing Order 80 and the third schedule to the Senate Standing Orders provide for the procedure to be followed in the hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of a county governor. Specifically, Section 33(3) and Standing Order 81B of the Senate provide that the Senate may by resolution appoint a special committee comprising 11 of its members to investigate the matter or investigate the matter in plenary. Honorable Senators will recall that at the sitting of the Senate held on Wednesday, the 14th of August 2024, the motion for the establishment of a special committee was defeated. This, therefore, paved the way for the investigation on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, to be held in plenary. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, by way of status update, pursuant to Rules 4A and 6 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary, the Senate invited the governor to appear and be represented before the Senate during the investigation. The Senate further invited the governor, if she so chooses, to appear before the Senate to file an answer to the charges with the office of the Clerk of the Senate by 5 p.m. on Saturday, 17th of August 2024, setting out 1, the governor's response to the particulars of allegations; 2, the mode of appearance before the Senate, whether in person or by advocate or in person and by advocate; 3, the names and addresses of the persons to be called as witnesses, if any, and witness statements containing a summary of the evidence to be presented by such witnesses before the Senate; and 4, any other evidence to be relied on. Pursuant to Rules 4B and 7 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary, the Senate notified the County Assembly of the date for the commencement of the investigation and invited the County Assembly to designate members of the County Assembly who shall appear and be represented before the Senate during the investigation. The County Assembly was further invited, if it so chooses, to appear before the Senate to file with the office of the Clerk of the Senate by 5 p.m. on Saturday, 17th of August 2024, setting out documentation as follows: 1, designating the members of the County Assembly, if any, who shall attend and represent the Assembly in the proceedings before the Senate; 2, indicating the mode of appearance before the Senate, whether in person, by advocate, or in person, by advocate, and by advocate; 3, indicating the names and addresses of the persons to be called as witnesses, if any, and witness statements containing a summary of the evidence to be presented by such witnesses before the Senate; and 4, specifying any other evidence to be relied on. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday, the 17th of August 2024, the Office of the Clerk of the Senate received a response reference number HKM CAM/IM-2024/CGA/2024-034 and dated the 17th of August 2024 to the invitation to appear issued to the governor from Messrs. Mutuma Gishuru and Associates Advocates, who indicated that the governor had appointed the firm to represent her in the proceedings before the Senate, and that the governor would also appear in person and by advocates. The letter also indicated the list of counsel representing the governor and the list of witnesses for the governor. Similarly, on the 17th of August 2024, the Office of the Clerk of the Senate received a response, reference number 1/CAM/001/AB/24, and dated the 17th of August 2024 to the invitation to appear issued to the County Assembly from Messrs. A and B Advocates, LLP, indicating the firm had been appointed to represent the County Assembly. The letter also indicated the advocates representing the County Assembly and the witnesses for the County Assembly. Pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal from office of a governor in plenary, on Saturday, the 17th of August 2024, the Clerk of the Senate furnished each party with the documentation filed by the other party in accordance with Rule 6 and 7 of the Rules of Procedure. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, the hearing program, which has been appended in today's order paper, detailed the various activities in the hearing and determination of the matter and the time allocated to each activity. It will be crucial, therefore, that all the parties comply with the time allocated. The parties will be notified of the balance of time on each activity through the clerks at the table. In summary, the program states that today, Monday, the 19th of August 2024, after we have dispensed with the preliminary matters, the charges against the governor, as submitted by the County Assembly, shall be read. The governor will be given an opportunity to take a plea on the charges. This will be followed by an opening statement by the County Assembly and thereafter by the governor. After the conclusion of the opening statements, the presentation of the case of the County Assembly shall commence. After the presentation of the case by the County Assembly, honorable senators will be given an opportunity to ask questions or seek clarification for the County Assembly. This should take us up to the end of today's sitting. At the sitting scheduled for tomorrow, Tuesday the 20th of August 2024, the governor will have an opportunity to present her case before the Senate. Honorable senators will also be given an opportunity to ask questions or seek clarification from the governor, following which the closing statements by the parties will be made for a period not exceeding 1 hour each. The Senate shall then proceed to debate prior to voting on each of the charges. At this stage, a supplementary order paper will be issued to facilitate this debate. In accordance with Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the voting shall be by county delegations. The governor shall cease to hold office if a majority of all county delegations of the Senate vote to uphold any impeachment charge. If, however, the vote in the Senate fails to result in the removal of the county governor pursuant to Standing Order 87, the Speaker of the Senate shall notify the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly accordingly. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite counsel for the Meru County Assembly to introduce the legal team of the County Assembly and the members of the Meru County Assembly representing the County Assembly by stating the full name and designation of each person. You may proceed, counsel for the County Assembly.
Thank you very kindly, Honorable Speaker. My name is Ndegwa Njiru. I'll be appearing together for the County Assembly of Meru County together with Mr. Mwangi Ndegwa, Mr. Mwirigi Eric Muriuki Advocate, Mr. Mwereru Boniface Mawira Advocate, and Mr. Mwenda Anthony Advocate. On the part of the appearance, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the County Assembly members, we have ourselves Mr. Ngure Benson Kenywa. We have Mr. Baptista Muriki Kanyaru. We have Linda and Kirote Kirinji. We appear together with them, but for the purposes of the County Assembly appearances, we have Honorable Zipora Kinya, MCA, Honorable Auleria Murangiri Kirimana, MCA, Irene Kawira Kamencho, MCA. Those are the appearances, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am most humbled.
Thank you. All the honorable senators, Senator Faki, take your seat, please. And I invite the counsel for the governor to introduce the legal team representing the governor and the governor by stating the full name and destination of each person. You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the governor's team is as follows. Number one, the governor herself, Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, is present. In terms of legal counsel, the team is as follows. My name is Elisha Ongoya, legal counsel. I'm assisted by Mr. Elias Mutuma, legal counsel. Ms. Brida Kimathi, legal counsel. Mr. Robert Mutembei, legal counsel. Mr. Edgar Busiega, legal counsel. And Mr. Collins Mwenda, legal counsel. We are also assisted by a team of legal assistants, namely Mr. Brian Lee Maingi, Michelle Makandi, Sylvia Njoki, Victor Koome, and Ms. Noble Wandera. And we shall also be joined by witnesses in this matter, led by the governor herself, Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, Mr. Ibrahim Mutwiri Kirimi, Mr. Dixon Munene Nkanata, Honorable Evans Mawira Kaaria, member of the County Assembly, Honorable Frida Naito Gitobu, member of the County Assembly, and Honorable Jacob Mwirigi Muturi, member of the County Assembly. That is the governor's team, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Senate, I welcome the County Assembly team, the governor's team, members of the public and the media to the Senate and to these proceedings. Finally, I will now invite the clerk to read the charges against Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County. Clerk, you may proceed.
Order number 4, reading of the charges on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County.
The Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, governor of Meru County, please take the stand. Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County, the charges against you as received from the County Assembly of Meru are as follows. Charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, that the governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10 to 27, 41, 47, 73, 232, 235, 236, and 251 of the Constitution. 2, Sections 10, 15, 19, and 24 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003. 3, Sections 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 1B, F, 21,
29 and 59 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. 4. Sections 2, 33, 45, 55, 58, 59, 59A, 63, 64, 65, and 69 of the County Governments Act 2012. 5. Section 4 of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act. 6. Section 4 of the Fair Administrative Action Act. 7. Section 6 of the Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Act. 8. Section 9(7)(b) of the Meru County Revenue Board Act. 9. Section 10(6) of the Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Act. And 10. Section 19 of the Meru County Water and Sanitation Services Act by engagement, connivance, and/or complicity in the following. 1. Illegally revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia Kawira Miriti as Secretary/CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board without a vote of not less than 75% of all the members of the County Assembly, and in usurpation of the powers of the County Assembly, contrary to sections 58(4) and 5 and 59 of the County Governments Act. 2. Failing to appoint the chairpersons of the Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Board as required by law, thus failing to operationalize the said boards, and/or illegally appointing the said chairpersons without vetting and approval by the County Assembly, contrary to Section 4 of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act. The respective secretariats of the said boards continue to draw and expend public funds without duly appointed board members to exercise a supervisory role over the board's secretariats in order to ensure accountability in the spending of funds, thus jeopardizing service delivery. 3. Refusing to implement the recommendations and/or resolutions of the County Assembly requiring the Governor to A. Dismiss the County Secretary, Dr. Kiambi Atheru Ndambura, and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Harrison Gatobu Nchamba Mbithi, from office for gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, and B. Blatantly ignoring or failing to submit a report to the County Assembly on the implementation of the said recommendations within 60 days as required in the report of the County Assembly dated 23rd December 2023, contrary to Article 183(3) of the Constitution. 4. Illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, CEO of Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, Managing Director of Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Joseph Kithure Mberia, CEO MEWASS, in usurpation of the powers of the appointing authorities, contrary to Section 9(7)(b) of the Meru County Revenue Board Act and Section 10(6) of the Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Act, as a result of which the County Government of Meru has been slapped with costs and damages amounting to Kenya shillings 4 million by the Employment and Labor Relations Court. Charge 2, gross misconduct, that the Governor has engaged in gross misconduct by deliberately and knowingly misleading the public by giving false information that Kenya shillings 86 million had been raised through the pay bill number 247247, account number 040016391789, established after the murder of Daniel Muthiani, alias Sniper, while the correct position is that only Kenya shillings 286,516 was raised, thus violating the moral and ethical requirements expected of a state officer
contrary to Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Charge 3, abuse of office, that the governor has engaged in acts and omissions which singularly and collectively amount to abuse of office and gross violation of, among others, Articles 10, 73, 201, 226(5), and 232 of the Constitution, Sections 8, 12, 13(1), and 35 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and Sections 45(2) and 46 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act by the following. 1. The irregular payment of emergency call allowances to 161 doctors and medical officers using the wrong rates, leading to excessive payment of Kenya shillings 74,340,000, contrary to Sections 45(2) and 46 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, Sections 11 and 15 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, and Section 12(1) of the Leadership and Integrity Act. 2. Use of manual payroll to pay personnel emoluments amounting to Kenya shillings 102.94 million, which is 3.1% of personnel emolument costs, contrary to Section 6.7.6 of the County Financial Accounting and Reporting Manual. 3. Employing a bloated workforce of at least 111 personal staff in the office of the governor, thus contributing to an increase in the wage bill by more than Kenya shillings 500 million and an excessive wage bill that is 49% of the annual revenue allocation, far beyond the 35% limit set by Section 25, 1A and B of the Public Finance Management County Government Regulations 2015. And 4, paying Kiambi Christas Manyara, a public communication officer in the office of the governor, his full salary and benefits while in remand and despite being accused of murder, contrary to Section 4.2 of the Public Service Commission Discipline Manual for the Public Service. The Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, how do you plead to the 3 charges? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Rule 17 of the Rules of Procedure, as contained in the 3rd schedule to the Senate Standing Orders, each party will have 30 minutes to make their opening statements. Not more than 30 minutes. We will start with the County Assembly. The floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker, the members of the Assembly, I seek your guidance before we make our address, and I seek leave on Rule 10 of the Standing Rules and Article 50 of the Constitution in respect to a preliminary issue that has risen, and equally Rule 14. Any preliminary questions or issues raised by the County Assembly or the Governor shall be urged for not more than 30 minutes unless the Speaker otherwise directs. Honorable Speaker, I seek your guidance in respect to a communication that was done to this House by the County Assembly via a letter dated 17th August 2024 and another dated 18th August 2024. In the letter dated 18th August 2024, Mr. Speaker, sir, we sought the, sorry, let me begin down dated the 17th. We sought the indulgence of this Honorable Speaker to exercise its powers to summon a witness who was not within our ability. That is one CPA Virginia Kawira Meriti, who is currently the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board. In our letter, Honorable Speaker, we laid out the basis upon which our application is premised, and that there was a sort that she comes with any relevant information that relates to the proceedings before this assembly this morning. Virginia currently works with the county government of Meru, and she's the CEO whom we intend to speak to various issues raised in our motion. That is to mean, Honorable Speaker, that she's an integral infrastructure in respect to laying the case and the basis of our the motion for impeachment, to the extent that if her availability is not secured, will end up prejudicing the case for the county assembly. Equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, as pen of and seek your guidance, we were served with the documents and the responses from the governor's response team, and as correctly put and captured by your address this morning, Mr. Speaker, sir, we noted that there were some issues and very serious issues that were raised, some of them bordering between criminality or forgery of documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, in that respect, we noticed from the governor's response a letter from one Linda Gaki Kiome, who is the legal advisor to the governor, as at 23rd February 2024. We equally noted a purported letter from Jacob Kirari, the clerk of the county assembly. This letter is purportedly received by the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru. Mr. Speaker, sir, those two letters have been addressed and annexed as KM5, appearing on page 11 to 12 of the governor's response at volume 1B. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the County Assembly of Meru seeks to summon the one Linda to come and speak to the authenticity of that letter. When she saw the response, she filed an affidavit which is yet to be placed on record before this Honorable Senate, but filed with the office of the clerk to the assembly, dated 18th of August 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, the risk of us not summoning these two individuals, and especially Mr. Jacob, to come and tell us whether the county assembly ever received those letters from the county governor, will be that we shall proceed on the basis of evidence that has criminal liability, that has criminal aspects. We'll proceed to answer and to hear a case and a defense that is tainted with illegality. That means, Your Honor, so that means, Mr. Speaker, sir, that Article 50 of the Constitution shall be infringed, a right to a fair hearing, which must and shall not be derogated. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is alleged by the response at paragraph 54 to 56 of the governor's response.
For the county assembly.
Yes, Your Lord.
Are you still on the request?
Yes, Your Lord. I paid off of that.
You're still on the preliminary issue?
I seek your guidance. I paid off that. We seek the summoning of Virginia.
So let's dispense with that first.
Yes.
Then you may proceed to make your opening statement.
Yeah, in the alternative, if these are not going to be summoned, we seek to expunge from record the affidavit of one Nkanata Dixon Monene, and most importantly the offending paragraph 3 and the governor's response that has cited those particular letters that we claim to be an illegality and a forgery. But would appreciate if it was summoned, a more sample.
Counsel for the Governor, what say you in response to that request?
Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, there appear to be multiple requests wrapped up as one. So I'll respond to it as follows. There is a formal request before this House for the summons to Virginia Kawira as a witness. We have no objection to the summons to Virginia Kawira as a witness. There is a statement made by McCanzo that he has to produce relevant documents. Now, one of the things that these rules of procedure frown upon is trial by ambush. And therefore we concede to a summons to Virginia Kawira to attend this Senate and make such comments as are necessary on the documents already filed and shared between the parties. On the request in respect of the summons for Linda Koome, we have not been served by any such request. We are hearing it for the first time here, and we also don't know the justification for that because there's no document, letter, or request served upon us. On the request to expunge the affidavit or part of the affidavit of Dixon Munene Nkanata and certain paragraphs from the response, our reply is simple. Evidence, the credibility or otherwise of evidence is tested in cross-examination. We shall present each of these witnesses here as witnesses, Mr. Speaker, and the assembly side will have an opportunity to test whatever theories and hypotheses that they have about their candor of their testimony by instrument of cross-examination. We humbly submit.
Thank you, Counsel for the Governor. Now, the Counsel for the County Assembly has made two requests. One, to the effect that summons are issued to 3 additional witnesses to come and support the case of the County Assembly. And 2, certain paragraphs of 2 affidavits be expunged. Now, this is the ruling of the Senate. The request to issue summons to 3 witnesses to come and support the case of the County Assembly is hereby granted. The request to expunge certain paragraphs of 2 affidavits is deemed premature at this juncture, and therefore it is denied. Counsel for the County Assembly, you may now proceed to take your not more than 30 minutes to make your opening statement.
Armed with the directions and the ruling of the Senate. Honorable members, I shall take the first 15 minutes and equally share the same with my learned friend. Honorable Senators, you are being called this morning for the third time.
Counsel for the County Assembly. If I heard the Counsel for the Governor correctly, the letter indicating that you had intended to summon to call Linda Gaki Kiome and Mr. Jacob Kirari, that letter was not made available to the Governor's team.
If you may allow me to call
available immediately. Let it be made available immediately.
We are most obliged.
You may proceed. And your time starts running from now.
Honorable members, you are being called for the third time to interrogate the character and the ability of Governor Kawira to govern the county of Meru, the county government of Meru. It's not usual that an individual can be called and be brought before this assembly without a reason. There is a fundamental reason that underlies her ability to govern. You're being called for the third time to interrogate the ability of Governor Kawira to manage the resources of the county of Meru. You're being called upon for the third time to interrogate the ability of Governor Kawira to ensure that there is effective service delivery of services to the people and the residents of Meru County. Accountability, honorable members, is a measure of leadership. Accountability is the ability of an individual to be held to account for our actions. It's not a call for interrogating the weakness of an individual, but the ability of that individual to execute her constitutional mandates. For the third time, there cannot be malice. This cannot be personal vendetta. There is no relationship that is unconstitutional between the governor and the county assembly that can make the county assembly to be aggrieved on behalf of the people of Meru County for the third time. Accountability is the gateway to earning trust. We are here because there is serious trust deficit with the ability of Governor Kawira to govern the county of Meru. We shall bring evidence before you, honorable senators, how reckless statements that flies over the face of chapter 6 of the Constitution in respect of the ability of an elected leader at the status of a governor to be able to earn confidence in the office that she holds. We'll show you how families are broken down courtesy of reckless statements that are not accountable, made and attributed to the governor. Honorable senators, we shall bring before you evidence how money and resources that Kenyans are on day-to-day basis working hard to generate are being misused at the heart and the behest of the governor, at the quest or behest of her inability to govern the resources, her inability to manage the county government of Meru, her inability to be in charge of the county. That is the case that we have before you. And when she is called to answer to the same, she has always an escape route. She has manufactured a serious safety valve that makes sure that she is never held to account of her actions. She blames others. She keeps on saying it wasn't me. She is in charge of the county that, as we speak, has embezzled, courtesy of maintaining a manual payroll, Kenya shillings 212 million hard-earned money due to the inability to manage the county. We have a governor who is serving in the county government of Meru and who is not able to manage her human resource. When proper procedures are taken, when proper procedures are called out by the employees, they are victimized. They are victimized because she wants to maintain a system that is not accountable. This house has risen to the occasions, and whenever I appear before this house, I live with confidence, whether we win the case or we lose the case, that this house has done its work. This is the house that will go to the history of this republic, that it has been out to hold individuals accountable, irrespective of your gender, irrespective of your association, irrespective of your political association. This house has remained true to its calling. This house has remained very impartial to the processes. And that is why for the third time we are bringing a case against Governor Kawira, because we have confidence with this house that it will look to the facts of the case and dispense with substantive justice. The first step towards success is taking responsibility of your actions. The first measure, the measures of one's personal character is attributed to the ability to manage the responsibilities that has been bestowed and granted unto you. And if you cannot then be held accountable, if you will always be blaming others, then what is your role? When those others are making that mistake, when those others are embezzling the funds, where are you? What actions have you taken? We'll bring cases where the county assembly has attempted to hold accountable the governor, reports made before the county assembly, summons issued, recommendation made, and the governor declines. With contempt, ridicule, and spite on the part of the county assembly. That is the case that we have. Honorable Senators, holding people accountable is a show of love. When you hold somebody accountable, you are simply saying, Honorable Senators, that you are capable of a bigger or to do bigger things. This is not out of malice. It's not out of any personal vendetta. It's to show the love that the county assembly has for the people of Meru. We'll present before you evidence that public participation was effectively carried out, 85% of the participants giving a verdict that supports the county assembly's case. We'll give you evidence that 49 county assembly members voted in support of the motion. These are not relatives to the governor. They have no any fraternal association with the governor. They are people who are simply executing their mandate as bestowed by the Constitution. That is the simplicity of the case that we have. We'll bring you evidence of a witness who is currently displaced from her matrimonial home, courtesy of the responsibility of the governor, courtesy of the governor inability to manage how she relates the members of the public. We'll bring you the sniper's wife. The sniper's wife is a case before this assembly, not to prosecute the murder case, but to prosecute chapter 6 of the Constitution in respect to the governor ability to manage the county. As I pen off and invite my learned friend, Honorable Senators, we invite objectivity in the case. You brought evidence by Governor Kawira, former individuals who moved this motions before you for her impeachment have now been staged as a witness. You realize what happened, what dawned occurred to this county member of assembly who just the other day, a few months ago, was moving the impeachment for the governor, and now they have become a darling of the governor. Is that really a conduct that is consistent with innocence, that is consistent with integrity and accountability and transparency? We'll bring you that evidence. We'll show you why this a serious turn of events. Honorable Senators, kindly allow me to invite Mr. Kawira for further submissions. I am most humbled.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Meru Boniface Kawira, and I'll proceed from where my learned senior, Mr. Ndego, was left. Honorable Speaker, as I was preparing to make this statement, I found myself pondering about this third impeachment process that is before you. And the question that came to my mind is it merely for the joy of doing it? Is it merely for the joy of it that the County Assembly of Meru is before you for the third time? Is it merely for the joy of it? Honorable Senators, clearly and logically, there is a problem. And the County Assembly of Meru has diagnosed that problem. The County Assembly of Meru is beseeching you to find a remedy, to find a cure to this problem. Meru is ailing, and this house has the proper medication to this problem. We are going to demonstrate, Honorable Speaker, through various testimonies and exhibits that we have already filed, that there is a serious breakdown of governance in Meru. How is the Meru County Assembly expected to function if its oversight function has been crippled by the executive? How is the Meru County Assembly expected to exercise its oversight role if summons, statements, and resolutions of the County Assembly, even recommendations, are ignored and disregarded by the county executive under the watchful eye, cover, and protection of the governor? The County Assembly summons witnesses to appear before it,
or members of the executive, they do not heed such summons. What redress is the county assembly left with other than coming before you? This house is a protector of devolution, and we beseech you to protect devolution that is on its deathbed in Meru. We will demonstrate, honorable senators, countless discreditable acts, all of which amount to gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, abuse of office, and gross misconduct. Of course, there is, and I'm not belittling what my learned senior said, that money has been lost, but there's a lot of misinformation out there that for you to prove or to succeed in an impeachment process or for an impeachment charge to be upheld, you need to show that money has been lost or there is misappropriation. And I'll refer you to Article 181 of the Constitution and its replica in Section 33 of the County Governments Act. The Constitution talks about gross violation of the Constitution, gross misconduct, or abuse of office. That provision, Honorable Speaker, is to be read holistically, is to be read together with Article 75 of the Constitution, which talks about conduct of state officers. And I'll read that provision, Honorable Speaker, that a state officer shall behave whether in public official life or in private life in a manner that does not demean the office that state officer holds. That is the provision. So it's not just a matter of misappropriation or loss of money. Your conduct as a state officer, whether in public, official life, or private life, would equally meet the threshold for impeachment. And I will not state names, but we have seen in this very republic gross misconduct by state officers elsewhere, and they have been held to account, notwithstanding that there was no loss of money. Honorable Speaker, we will show you specific acts by the governor in our own name, and therefore the defense of "it wasn't me" does not avail itself. Of course, attempts have been made by the governor to deflect these specific acts on a part, including through forgery of documents, and those documents have been filed, and they are before you, honorable senators. And those documents, which the county assembly contains, are outright forgeries, are meant to doing this honorable house and to deflect the attention of this house from the real issues. And the real issues, for example, that forgery relates to a specific act by the governor in revoking the appointment of the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board. But letters have been forged to cover up and to link this honorable house, to divert attention from that specific act in our own name, by our own signature, and under our own hand. We are going to demonstrate, Honorable Speaker, that the governor has persisted in a path of impunity through the county secretary and the chief of staff. And this has been raised in previous impeachment proceedings. The governor said it wasn't me. But luckily, Honorable Speaker, the law envisages such a situation as the one before you, where a state officer, a public officer, says it wasn't me, it was so and so. Section 24 of the Public Officers Act and Section 35 of the Leadership and Integrity Act is about the conduct of a state officer acting through others. And those provisions are expressed that public officer is still liable for the acts that are done through others. So, even if that act was done by someone else, the law envisages that acting through others is not a defense to certain acts by the state officer. What recourse, Honorable Speaker, does the County Assembly have if it made recommendations pursuant to previous impeachment proceedings that the governor take action against these specific officers. The governor disregarded those recommendations of the assembly. The governor ignored those resolutions. So, should the county assembly sit pretty as this cabal of officers continues to run Meru down, or to take Meru down the drain? These officers must be stopped in their tracks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the events leading to this day, the fact that this motion is before you is what I would call an act of grace. It is by the grace of God himself that the county assembly has an opportunity to be heard before this house today. There have been many threats, intimidation, and attempted arson of the county assembly on the eve of the debate of the impeachment motion. And this is the county assembly that is expected to oversee the governor. Clearly, Honorable Speaker, all attempts have been made to hamstring the county assembly in the exercise of its oversight mandate, and even to hamstring this house in the exercise of its oversight mandate. We were told at some point that the county assembly and even this house do not have jurisdiction, and we should appear before Nyorincheke for hearing of the charges. The governor, of course, will tell you, Honorable Speaker, that the county assembly is abusing its oversight role, and that the county assembly has been held captive by some external forces. But my question, Honorable Speaker, is how is that an answer to any of the charges? For instance, how is that an answer to the charge or the allegation that the governor illegally revoked the appointment of the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board under our own hand and signature and name? How is this purported capture by external forces a response to these specific allegations against the governor? Many other attempts will be made, Honorable Speaker, to deflect or to divert attention from the real issues. Videos will be played by some common man or ordinary people in Meru, even abusing this honorable house, abusing the speaker, abusing the senators, saying that this is a house of greed and bribery. But how is that an answer to the specific charges? And all these videos are not by members of the county assembly, they are not by elected leaders, they're just by wannabes, or whatever you may call them, probably even political activists. There is a real attempt to shift your attention from the issues that are in the motion, so that you consider other extraneous material that is not in any way associated with the county assembly, and to pass a verdict. Of course, one that is not just to the county assembly. Authority that is vested in a state officer, Honorable Speaker, is a public trust. And pursuant to Article 73, it should be exercised in a manner that promotes confidence, public confidence, in the integrity of that office, and it should bring honor and dignity to that office. It should equally demonstrate respect for the people. We are going to play video evidence before you of some utterances by the governor that are not only insensitive, but they do not demonstrate, they actually fall short of the constitutional requirement that a governor in his or her conduct should demonstrate respect for the people. All these allegations, Honorable Speaker, fall within Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and specifically Article 75, which provides that any person who is involved in conduct that falls short of the constitutional requirements may be dismissed or otherwise removed from office. So this is not a novelty or this is not an invention of the county assembly. This is the constitution. The constitution says that such conduct is not only to be rebuked or to be condemned, but it is conduct that amounts to grounds for removal from office. Honorable Speaker, the governor will take, of course, the underlying tone of the governor's response, and that is the posture that she will take when she takes the stand, is that she is a victim of misogyny, a victim of male chauvinism, a victim of toxic masculinity, and all these other gender attacks against her. And even in her own even in her response, she says that she's a woman governor, and we appreciate that. It is the people of Meru who elected her, including the men in Meru County. Some of them are even here. Some others are members of the assembly. But is gender a shield? Should your gender be a cover that you cannot be held account because you're male or you're female? Is that it, Honorable Speaker? As a panel of Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the threshold for impeachment, and the Supreme Court has had occasion in the Sonko case to state with precision the threshold requirement for impeachment proceedings. And the Supreme Court has stated, Honorable Speaker, that the threshold is not the threshold required to prove criminal culpability in criminal cases. It is not the threshold of beyond reasonable doubt. It is the threshold of above a balance of probability, but below reasonable doubt. So therefore, that intermediate standard of proof, Honorable Speaker, through the various exhibits and testimonies that we are going to play before you and present before you, is a threshold that would not only be met, but the County Assembly will equally discharge the burden on its part in line with that interpretation by the Supreme Court. Another question, Honorable Speaker, is what amounts to grossness. The Constitution talks about gross violation of the Constitution and gross misconduct. And therefore, the Supreme Court, while quoting the decision in Martin Mega Wambora from the Court of Appeal, clarified that one, the allegations must be serious, substantial and weighty, and that there must be a nexus. Honorable Speaker, specific acts done by the governor, other acts done through officers who are working under her and are watchful eye, cover and protection. All these are specific acts attributable to her. She's disregarded resolutions of the Assembly to take action against them, and therefore it must be that they were doing those illegal acts under instructions. Honorable Speaker, we are going to demonstrate through our various pieces of evidence that the County Assembly has no recourse but to turn to this House for redress and to redeem devolution that has clearly died in Meru. Because for how is a governor that is at war with doctors, that is at war with members of the Assembly, that is at war with the church, that is at war with contractors? How is this governor? A governor that has even shifted contracts that are supposed to be done by the people of Meru or even other Kenyans to the national government, while devolution is about taking resources to the county. How is this governor supposed to deliver for the people of Meru? That is all, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for listening to me. My line is even Mr. Ndeo can take the remaining minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In summary, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Senators, joining issues with the submissions made by my learned friend, and especially on the issue of the attempted arson, it is not a coincidence that attempts to burn down the County Assembly of Meru was done at night of the 8th of August 2024, when this Senate was seized when the County Assembly was seized with the impeachment motion. It's not a coincidence that individuals have actually been charged before the court of law as a result of that attempt. Honorable Senators, the proposals being made out there, some of which are constitutional, including the dissolution of the county government of Meru, is not a solution to the problem that we have. Why? Because we have identified the problem. The problem is one individual, Governor Kawira. We have identified the problem is a problem of mismanagement. We have identified the problem is a problem of accountability. We have identified the problem. The problem rests with Governor Kawira. Service delivery has been compromised. We play to you videos of babies being born outside a health center, being born in a karai. At 11 o'clock in the morning, when you expect the facility to be fully functional, the facility is closed, no service is being delivered, expectant mother delivering nje, outside. The people of Meru County expected that with the inception of devolution and with health sector being apportioned to the county government of Meru, that they will have proper stewardship, that they'll have proper managers, that they'll have people who care about the health status of the people of Meru County. As we speak, there is no explanation that has been ever given by the governor why expectant mother will have to deliver outside a facility, why a woman has to give birth in a karai ya maji. That is a pathetic situation in Meru County. No explanation has been given, no apology has ever been given by the governor, no actions has ever been taken to ensure that such action is not or does not occur. No disciplinary actions taken in respect to that particular facility. So that is the case for the County Assembly. We urge you, Honorable Senators, to listen to us, to give us time to substantiate the simple charges that we shall place before you, Honorable Senators. It's a case of mismanagement. It's a case of unaccountability. It's a case of bad governance. It's a case of a governor gone rogue. It's a case of victimization of the officers serving under the office of the governor or serving under the office of the governor. It's in a case of making sure that systems clogs to the benefit of few individuals. That is the simplicity of our case, Honorable Governors. We'll present you with evidence, concrete evidence, Honorable Senators, to prove that simple case. The case that meets the threshold as enshrined under Article 181 and is read together with Section 33 of the County Government Act, is a case about the status of the governor of the Meru County government. As I pen off, Honorable Speakers, some of the proposals being made can be resolved with actions being taken before this Senate. Most obliged.
We now invite the Counsel for the Governor to proceed to make your opening statement. Your time starts running from now. Not more than 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will be doing 5 minutes. My learned senior, Mr. Ngoya, will do the remaining bit. Before I cede ground to my learned friend, I thought, Honorable Senators, that I should remind you of remarks made by the team representing the County Assembly in November 2023 when we were here for the last impeachment. Council representing the County Assembly predicted or rather prophesied that we will be back here. But counsel then was very quick to put a disclaimer that though he's not a prophet, neither does he come from a family of prophets, he was sure that we would be here. And for sure, we are here today. So the question is, if counsel was not a prophet, does not come from a family of prophets, how could he predict with precision that indeed we would be here? And the prediction comes to pass. Honorable Senators, I came across a quotation by Abraham Lincoln and Peter Drucker, who said, the surest way to predict the future is to create it. So they went and created this moment. That's why they were able to predict that we would be here. They created another impeachment while they were still standing prosecuting their previous impeachment motion. Honorable Senators, how did they do this? They went back, and we will have evidence to show that one day after the Senate discharged the Senate of all the charges, they were gathered in Nairobi, retreats were held to create a new impeachment motion based on lies. So the people before you today, the County Assembly of Meru, are liars. Pathological liars, Honorable Senators. They went and created lies. Not just the ordinary lie, Honorable Senators, but pathological lies. And a pathological lie, Honorable Senators, is a lie that is not only untrue, but a lie that is created and believed by the very person who has created that lie. So what they did is to create a lie.
Senator Mungatana, you will have an opportunity to make intervention on this opening statement when the time arises. What is your issue on the use of language? Are you saying there's a language that is unparliamentary?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, basically I'm not making any intervention except, Mr. Speaker, we're in Senate and we must obey the rules. Lies cannot be a language that is allowed here, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana, if it is their case that the County Assembly is lying, then they can say so. If it is their case, they're not. Senator Mungatana, this case is before two parties, the governor and the County Assembly. Here the governor is saying you are being fed to untruths. You may want to romanticize that word, but say as it is. It is what it is. So if in their own case, whatever has been presented to the Senate is not true, then they're really warranted to call it, as they're calling it now, a lie. Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I hope my time was frozen when the intervention came. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, our case is that simple, that what you're being fed with are lies. Lies that were created while we were still in the floor of this House defending the previous motion. So my choice of the word lie was very deliberate, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the argument, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the County Assembly has created a lie, told the lie, repeated the lie so many times that it started sounding like the truth. They actually went ahead and believed that lie. And they want everyone else in this room and the entire country to believe in this lie. And when we look at them in the eye and tell them it's a lie, they get bitter. They get mad. They accuse senators of being bribed. They accuse the governor because they want us to believe a lie, because they have themselves created a lie and believed in a lie. Honorable Senators, Shakespeare states that a rose by any other name shall still smell as sweet. No matter how much mud they smear on the governor will remain clean. The governor will remain blameless. All they are hoping is that they will bring the governor so many times here that they will keep on repeating one thing, and we all believe that indeed there might be some truth in it. It does not make it the truth just because they keep on repeating that same lie. Honorable Senators, you are sitting here as judges, analyze the evidence, scrutinize the evidence, ask questions to the witnesses that will produce here, and if it does not add up, send them back. Tell them it is a lie, and it is a lie, and the fact that you're repeating that lie will not make it the truth. I yield to my learned friend to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you, distinguished senators. For the record, once again, my name is Ongoya. Mr. Speaker, in view of the earlier interventions, may I know how many minutes I still have for ease of time management?
Just proceed. It shall be indicated to you as you proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on November 8th, 2023, I had the privilege of appearing before this Senate and addressing this House on a motion for the removal of Governor Kawira Mwangaza from office. That was the third attempt that had been made to remove Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza from office by impeachment. It was, however, the second time that attempt was reaching this House. As we stand here today, this is the fifth attempt to remove Governor Honorable Kawira Mwangaza from office, although it is the third time in total for those attempts to reach this House. It means, Mr. Speaker, distinguished senators, between the time we came here and today, 2 attempts have been made to remove this governor from office between November 8th and today. That determination on the part of the County Assembly either smacks of extreme commitment to salvage Meru County from some funny evil, or smacks of extreme malice. I submit very respectfully, I doubt that there can be any middle ground. In my oration before this House on 8th of November last year, I said, and I quote, "It matters not whether she shall be brought here 100 times. You cannot victimize her because those who torment her are tireless in their torments against her." I retrieved these words from the Hansard of this House. But let me take a step back. Let me take a step back and ask, why did I include these words in my oration, Mr. Speaker, sir? I said those words because while we were before this House, while we were sitting here debating that motion, the mover of the present motion sounded a warning to this House. We didn't have an opportunity then to adduce that evidence because we had already finished our filings. We have an opportunity now to adduce this evidence. And she said, and I quote, "I want to urge our Senate, if they reinstate Kawira Mwangaza, they should know we have 6 more times to impeach her." When we are here debating the last motion, they didn't need any new grounds. They were sounding a warning to this House. Release her and we shall come back 6 times. If they reinstate her, we will impeach her until the 6th time, so that we tell the people of Meru, we did our best. We tried to impeach, but the Senate reinstated her. At an appropriate time, not now, we shall play for you clip VKM1, where you'll see those words verbatim. It means we are here today as a matter of statistical count on the part of Honorable Zipporah Kinya. She has 5 more times to go. The question is, honorable senators, what can you do as a house tasked to protect devolution to stop this plainly, and with respect, honorable senators, plainly nefarious use of the impeachment power? Let me pose the critical question on the mind of everybody, including mine. What is ailing Meru County? Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, I make an argument that this question will attract a negative answer and a positive answer. The negative answer is useful for the determination of the matters before you. The positive answer is useful for a long-term engagement with Meru. The negative answer is this: the problem with Meru County is not Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. With humility, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat in clear, unambiguous, and unequivocal terms. Nothing in the acts or omissions on the part of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza warrants her removal from office by way of impeachment, at least as far as that principle is established by law. Let me try to deal with a positive answer. To help us supply a positive answer to this question, we have lined up Honorable Evans Mawira Kaaria, a witness for the governor in these proceedings. Honorable Evans Mawira is significant to these proceedings in 4 significant ways. Number 1, he is a 2-time elected MCA in Meru County Assembly, carrying with him a measure of institutional memory. Number 2, he is the immediate former leader of majority in the County Assembly of Meru, therefore exposed to the workings of that assembly to a fairly high level. Number 3, he was the mover of the impeachment motion against the governor that engaged us here in November 2023, and he is best placed to explain to us what were the undertones and the intricacies in those proceedings. And number 4, he will give us a detailed account on how these impeachment motions are conceptualized and what is the thinking behind them. Mr. Speaker, distinguished senators, at this juncture, I can do no better than to take refuge in the voice of one of Africa's perhaps best literary experts, Chinua Achebe, whose voice continues to address us as follows: if the alligator were to come from the water and tell us Mr. Crocodile is sick, who are we to doubt him? Mr. Evans Mawira Kaaria will play that role today. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to derive some lessons from the teachings of an American jurist by the name Robert Jackson. Robert Jackson is a jurist worth listening to or reading from for 3 reasons. 1, he served as the Federal Attorney General of the United States of America. Number 2, he served as the prosecutor at Nuremberg. And number 3, he served as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of America. No other jurist in America's or world history has met this combination of influential portfolios in his lifetime this far. In 1940, on 1st of April at 10 a.m., Robert Jackson delivered a speech to the 2nd annual conference of the United States Attorneys. And he was reflecting on the power of prosecutors. I would juxtapose that with the power of impeachers. He observed, and I quote, "The prosecutor has more control over life, liberty, and reputation than any other person in America. His discretion is tremendous. While the prosecutor, at his best, is one of the most beneficent forces in our society, when he acts from malice or other base motives, he is one of the worst." He proceeds, if the prosecutor is obliged to choose his cases, it follows that he can choose his defendants. And therein lies the most dangerous power of the prosecutor, that he will pick people that he thinks he should, rather than cases that need to be prosecuted. In such a case, it is not a question of discovering the commission of a crime and then looking for the man who has committed it. It's a question of picking the man, then searching the law books and putting investigators to work to pin some offense on him. It is in this realm in which the prosecutor picks some person whom he dislikes or desires to embarrass, or selects some group of unpopular persons and then looks for an offense, that the greatest danger of abuse of prosecuting power lies. It is here that law enforcement becomes personal, and the real crime becomes being unpopular with the predominant or governing group. Distinguished senators, I want to make it unequivocal here. The County Assembly of Meru has not discovered wrongs against Governor Kawira Mwangaza. It has discovered Honorable Kawira Mwangaza first and has put anything and everything at play to say what allegation can we make against her to possibly embarrass her. Allow me to make some general comments on the impeachment motion before you, conscious of the language of this House, but again mindful to speak the truth in its most manifest form. I repeat, distinguished senators, volume number 1 of the document in front of you from the County Assembly, which essentially is the impeachment motion, is simply and squarely a manifesto of lies. This language, Mr. Speaker, sir, is actually strong, and I begin by conceding that, and it requires justification. Let me therefore proceed to justify by making a promissory note. I promise you that at the tail end of this hearing, you will have discovered the following. Number 1, when you will retire to consider count number 1, paragraph 4 of the impeachment motion before you, it will read, and I quote, illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, CEO, County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, CEO of Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, Managing Director of Meru Finance Corporation, and Joseph Kithure Mberia, CEO, MWAS, in the usurpation of the powers of the appointing authorities. When you look at the motion you dispensed with last November, count number 4, you will see paragraph 16b, sending Dr. Ntoiti, that same Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, that same Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, that same Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, Joseph Kithure Mberia, that same Joseph Kithure Mberia, on indefinite compulsory leave. You are redebating the same matter you debated and voted on here in all its substantive content. Number 2, when you look at count number 3, paragraph 3 of the motion before you, you will find a charge of allegation of employing a bloated workforce of at least 111 personal staff in the governor's office. Good people. Count 4, paragraph G of the last impeachment motion read, employing a bloated workforce, more than 100 personal staff in the office of governor. The Swahili say, ukistaajabu ya Musa, utaona ya Firauni. You'll be surprised that the documentary evidence, the piece of paper that was used to support count 4, paragraph G of the last impeachment motion, is the same piece of paper with the same names in the same order that has been attached to the motion before you. That thing that you voted and said has not been proved. I think the county assembly is trying to try this and embarrass this Senate so that if you vote to the contrary, they will now be in the blogosphere saying how inconsistent you are in your decision making. Evidence will show that any attempt by the County Public Service Board of Meru to add any staff in the governor's office since November, the governor has responded by declining those staff and saying, you employ staff and send them here, then you take me to Senate. You'll see those letters of the governor rejecting any staff. There is no additional staff with the governor's approval in her office since we left here. And the words used by the governor in her rejection letter is that you are sending here this staff to create grounds for my impeachment. Allow me to then give you a promissory note on what my learned colleague, Mr. Mutuma, addressed here. You'll come across the following claims at the end of this impeachment exercise that are false. These claims are factually false. Ground 1, paragraph 3A. You'll be told the governor failed to implement the recommendations of the county assembly requiring the governor to dismiss the county secretary, Dr. Kiambi Aderu, and chief of staff, Harrison Gitobu Njambi. Then 2, that the governor ignored or failed to submit a report to the county assembly on the implementation of the recommendations within 60 days. Distinguished senators, you will go through all the 6 volumes that the county assembly has presented before you. You will not see any Hansard or any resolution of the county assembly to any of these 2 facts. Number 2, you will not see any letter by the clerk or other official of Meru County Assembly transmitting a resolution of this nature from the Meru County Assembly. Distinguished senators, how else can you describe this than a lie? Can there be another word in the dictionary of English men and women that can describe this, if not a lie? Number 2, ground number 1, paragraph 4, illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti. And by the way, senators, if I forget, Dr. Ntoiti is an employee of the county government of Nairobi, as we speak today, not Meru. Dr. Ntoiti, and he has been so since 2007. This is something that's going to emerge from these proceedings. Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi, and Joseph Kature Mberia. 1, none of these people have ever been dismissed from service. None. 2, you will see by evidence, these were people on fixed term contracts, some of whom their contracts came to an end. Others among them, they discovered they had maneuvered their ways and gotten their way to 2 governments, and they ran away by themselves. One of them is Dr. Ntoiti, the county government of Nairobi. We will show you correspondence from Nairobi County government revealing these facts. Therefore, how else can you describe this? You will see this governor has not dismissed any of them as a matter of fact. Ground 2, paragraph 6. You will be told, or you are told, that the governor deliberately and knowingly misled the public that 86,000 shillings, quote unquote, 86 million shillings, my apologies for that, 86 million shillings, quote unquote, had been raised through pay bill number 247, account number 04001639178999. There will be no evidence by documentary or video or even witness evidence showing the governor has ever mentioned this pay bill number or mentioned this account number anywhere. It is a fact we will prove by evidence. The leaders who have waged war against the governor have collected money across multiple pay bill numbers, M-Pesa platforms, and cash accounts that have not been presented to this Senate. It is a submission, if the county assembly has decided to make the issue of the money collected in relation to the unfortunate death of Sniper an issue in this Senate, they must make a full and candid disclosure of how much money was collected across all these platforms. Ground 3, paragraph 8, irregular payment of emergency call allowances to 161 doctors and medical doctors using the wrong rates. 1, as a matter of fact, the governor is neither a salary processing or a salary paying officer in the county government of Meru. But 2, and more importantly, substantively, the emergency call allowance complained of here is expressly contained in the collective bargaining agreement negotiated between the national government, the Ministry of Health, and KMPDU. The instructions were cascaded down from the Principal Secretary to the Council of Governors and to all counties. No cent has been paid outside the figures set out in that collective bargaining agreement. I think, let me use the brief time I have here, because we are also the public listening to us, to make it clear to the doctors in Meru that the compliance by the county government of Meru with their hard-fought and negotiated CBA, and we all know it's the public domain, some officials of KMPDU actually went in jail for some days in the course of these 2017 negotiations. Implementation is actually landing a governor in problems. Ground 3, paragraph 9, use of a manual payroll to pay personnel emoluments. 1, this is something you'll find very paradoxical. As at 25th June 2024, the County Assembly of Meru had raised this question with the county executive on whether there is a manual payroll, and the county executive had answered satisfactorily that there was no longer use of a manual payroll in the county government of Meru. That's number 1. But number 2, the same audit report that the county assembly will give you showing that there may have been use of manual payroll previously will show use of manual payroll in the county itself as well in the same financial year. And we are not here to equal terms. We are making a simple case that the procedure of processing the integrated payroll personnel database numbers, IPPD numbers, takes time. And therefore, the employees who are in the meantime accommodated on the manual payrolls are there for the limited purpose when we are waiting for the Directorate of Personnel Management in the Ministry of Public Service to generate IPPD numbers. These are nursery school teachers whom we cannot keep for 8 months as they wait for their IPPD numbers before they begin earning. There is no allegation of loss of any coin in these circumstances. I have addressed the issue of the alleged bloated workforce in the governor's office, but you see they say there are 111 personal staff in the governor's office. As a matter of fact, we do not have 111 personal staff in the governor's office. It is simply not true. On the allegation that one Kiambi Crispus Manyara was paid, 1, the governor is not the head of public county service involved in interdiction or suspension of staff. Number 2, the governor does not process or pay any staff of the county government. The allegation, therefore, that this governor has paid Kiambi Crispus Manyara is actually factually false. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, I spent my 2 minutes to address certain overall, sorry, may I just have 1 minute to summarize up something? Just 1 minute. I didn't know my time was up. I thought it was 2 minutes. We have said before, Mr. Speaker, and we reiterate that the County Assembly of Meru brings here the governor because it lacks respect for this oversight institution. If the team upstairs has access to video number VKM 18.
Counsel for the governor, your time is up.
My apologies.
I'll give you 1 more minute.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So may I just ask the team upstairs to run for me video VKM18 at minute 1.18 to 1.17 strictly in the interest of time. Access to video number VKM18.
Counsel for
the house of shame.
Your time is up.
My apologies.
That house of greed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Called the Senate.
The team upstairs to run for me video VKM18 at minute 1.18 to 1.17 strictly in the interest of time. Access to video number VKM18.
Counsel for
of shame. That house of greed.
Thank you so much.
Called the Senate. A house of shame. A house of greed. Aingeturudishia ugonjwa huu Meru, atungekuwa hapa.
Thank you so much. That is the General Secretary of DEB Party, a party with 20 members in the Meru County Assembly that has partly sponsored the motion before you. I rest the governor's opening arguments.
Now, honorable senators, kindly be upstanding. Honorable senators, it is now 12:49. It's time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate, therefore, stands adjourned until today, Monday, the 19th of August, 2024, at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
The marks the end of the first session, where the parties for the governor as well as members of the county assembly, that is the defense team, have had their opening statements, strictly allocated at 30 minutes each, to convince the House as to why they should uphold the resolution by either of the side. The county assembly's council speaking to the strength of their case, and the defense asking the Senate to throw out the charges, terming them frivolous, and charges that have been used to torment the governor for Meru County. The House is now taking a short break of about an hour or so.
Trust you're well. Very good morning to you, and welcome to today's broadcast. Welcome to the morning sitting of the third session of Wednesday, 7th August. Today, we begin with a lot of motions and bills. The members of Parliament are expected to debate this morning, and this is the Parliamentary Broadcast Unit in collaboration with KBC. And we begin by the motion brought by the Honorable Didymus Wekesa Barasa on the report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Pensions Amendment Bill, that is the National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022, where the principal objective of the bill is to amend the Pensions Act to provide a timeline within which pension shall be payable to an officer. This bill is seeking to remedy the delays experienced in payments of pension to pensioners upon the maturity of the pension funds. This bill does not delegate any legislative powers, neither does it limit the fundamental rights and freedom. And it's also a bill that concerns the county governments, that is in terms of Article 110(1) of the Constitution. This bill, that the question is supposed to be placed today, and it's in its third reading, is not a money bill. That is for the purposes of Article 114 of the Constitution. And so the enactment of this bill shall not occasion additional expenditure of public funds. That is the Pensions Amendment Bill, the bill number 44 of 2022, brought by the Kimilili Member of Parliament, Honorable Didymus Barasa. The question is set to be placed, be put this morning. The bill is in its third reading, and the House will agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Pensions Amendment Bill, the bill number 44 of the National Assembly. We also have a motion on the national sensitization and support for combating sickle cell diseases in the country. That is the motion number 26 of 2023, brought by Honorable Peter Nabulindo. I should be remembered that our Constitution entitles every person to the right of the highest attainable standard of health, that which includes the right to health care services. An estimated 14,000 children born in our country at least suffer from sickle cell disease, with the highest preferences being within the counties of the provinces of Western, Nyanza and coastal regions. And it's a concern that failure to undertake the sickle cell screening at birth hinders timely administrations of appropriate treatment and other mitigation measures to forestall higher infant mortality that is caused by preventable diseases like malaria. A national population surveys does not include the data on sickle cell diseases. It's a concern that the data and information negatively hinders prioritization of resources and implementation of sickle cell disease management programs. Therefore, the House, through the national government and the Ministry of Health, should conduct awareness and sensitization programs on sickle cell diseases in the country. And the Speaker of today's session has just walked into the morning sitting, being a third session of the morning sitting. Wednesday that is expected to commence shortly. And I now hand you over to this session. Let's listen in.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliament for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. We clearly do not have quorum to start the House. May the order bell be rung for 10 minutes.
And pursuant to Standing Order 34, the House has lacked quorum this morning. And the Speaker of the day is in the Speaker's panel, Honorable Peter Kaluma, who is a Homa Bay MP, has asked for the bell to be rung for 10 minutes to allow members of Parliament to walk into today's session, the morning sitting of 7th August. And still on the motions, the members of Parliament are expected to debate this morning is the motion number 19 of 2023 brought by Honorable Mishimboko, the Likoni Member of Parliament, on the policy for the provincial of mental health services in all the healthcare facilities in our country. Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution provides that every person has the right to the highest standard of health, including the right to healthcare services. And mental health is a key determinant of overall health and social economic development. While recognizing that the Constitution assigns to the national government the responsibility of matters of health policy, it's a concern that, according to World Health Organization, mental disorders are common, and about 10% of the global population suffer from at least one mental health disorder at any given time. The units that are capable or responsible for these services are only available in very few facilities in the country, and patients requiring psychiatric services have limited or no access at all to these facilities. And access to healthcare facilities would lead to improved quality of life for all. And now the House urges the national government through the Ministry of Health to collaborate with the county governments to develop a policy integrating mental health services in all the healthcare facilities in the country. These are the 47 county governments in collaborations with the national governments. And this is a resumption of the debate that was adjourned on Wednesday, on July 31st, on the morning sitting. It has a balance of 2 hours and 40 minutes. This is the motion on the policy for the provincial of mental health services in all the healthcare facilities, brought by the Honorable Mishi Mboko, the Member of Parliament for Olikoni constituency in Mombasa County. We also have a motion on the policy and funding for sugarcane farming in our country. This is motion number 24 of 2023, brought by the Honorable Peter Nabulindo. Commercial sugarcane production in Kenya was introduced in the early years of independence with an aim of eliminating dependence on sugar importation and contributing to economic transformation in the sugar belt and country at large through the agriculture, and while acknowledging that that the sugar industry has significantly contributed to the country's national gross domestic product and became one of the largest employers, which has supported the livelihoods of many Kenyans, both directly and indirectly. It's a concern that over the last 25 years, sugarcane farming, particularly in regions like those of Western Kenya, has been declining significantly. Therefore, dipping sugar production from 600,000 metric tons per year in the 1990s to less than 300,000 metric tons in the recent years. And while noting that the decline in sugar farming has forced the local millers to operate far below the milling capacities and pushed our country to over-relying on the net importation of sugar, which will negatively impact on the balance of trade. And the decline in sugar production is attributed to the factors such as mismanagement of the sugar factories, the interference, and the unfair competition from the cheap imported sugar. It's a concern that the state-owned sugar millers like the Mumias Sugar Company and the Nzoia Sugar Company that are based in Western Kenya ceased milling while owing farmers hundreds of millions of shillings. And the government has been putting in place the strategies, policies and regulations to define the roles of millers and major players and stakeholders in the sugar industry, that is in a bid to revamp the sector. The acute shortage of sugar resulting from the mass abandonment of sugarcane farming continues to roll back initiatives for reviving the sugar milling, while recognizing that further investment in revamping the sugar companies before reviving the sugarcane farming would occasion loss of the invested public funds instead of yielding success. So the House resolved that the national government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, reviews the sugar development policies, that is to provide that every investor miller sets aside funds for the development of sugarcane farming and farmers to embrace sugarcane growing and to enhance the sugarcane production in each of the respective zones. That is the policy and funding for sugarcane farming in the country. That is the motion number 24 of 2023, brought by the Honorable Peter Nabulindo, who is a member of Parliament, in a bid to revamp the sugar industry and to get back to the 600,000 metric tons per year that used to be achieved in the 1990s from the 300,000 metric tons that have been experienced in the recent years. We also have a motion on the government to government G2G model to acquire and supply fertilizers to farmers at subsidized cost. That is the motion number 35 of 2023, brought by the Honorable Geoffrey Ruku. Well aware that the Kenya is an agricultural-based economy, within the significant portion of its population relying on farming for their livelihoods, the quality and the quantity of crop yields in Kenya has been hampered to a largely extent by lack of adequate and quality fertilizers, that is leading to a decreased agricultural productivity and economic losses. The government has committed to improving agricultural productivity through various initiatives, including provincial of subsidized fertilizers. It's a concern that the cost, quantity and the quality of fertilizers And the cost of production of food crops and cash crops, that is including coffee, tea, miraa, has increased due to a number of factors. Among them, the high cost of fertilizers due to the markup by private suppliers of fertilizers. It's a further concern that the threat to food security is a threat to the national security. And while recognizing that the government-to-government model has been noted to lower cost of products, it's a concern that there are countries willing to enter into a G2G agreement, appreciating that government-to-government have proven to be effective in provision of services that have a direct impact on citizens' livelihoods, including the cost of living, such as the supply of fertilizers, particularly in countries with similar agricultural condition as Kenya. And therefore, this House resolves that the government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and its agencies, adopts the government-to-government model in acquisition and supply of fertilizers by identifying potential partner countries and have surplus and quality fertilizers, and a comprehensive program for the government-to-government, that is G2G, acquisition and distribution of fertilizers through, among the Kenyan Farmers Associations, that is KFA, the Kenya Tea Development Agencies, the KTDA, the Coffee Board of Kenya, the Kenya Planters Corporations Union, KPCU, the Kenya Grain Growers Corporation Unit, and the Pyrethrum Board of Kenya for the increased agricultural productivity. That is the motion number 35 of 2023 on the government-to-government model to acquire and supply fertilizers to farmers at a subsidized cost. That is a motion brought by the Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, the Member of Parliament. We also have the bill on the National Assembly and Demonstration Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2024, still brought by the Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, the Member of Parliament. This bill is in its first reading. And the principal objective of this bill is to provide a legal framework for the regulation of assemblies and demonstrations. And the quorum has been achieved, and I now take you to the House. Let's listen in.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Deputy Leader of the Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, August 7, 2024, morning sitting. Report of the Auditor General and financial statement of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, for the year ended 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies: Central Imenti, number 1, 2, Cherangani, 3, Endebess, 4, Igembe North, 5, Igembe South, 6, Isiolo South, 7, Kacheliba, 8, Kapenguria, 9, Kaminini, 10, Loima, 11, Mara, 12, Manyata, 13, Mbere South, 14, North Hor, 15, North Imenti, 16, Runyenjes, 17, Saboti, 18, South Imenti, 19, Tarbaj, 20, Tharaka, 21, Tigania West, 22, Turkana Central, 23, Turkana East, 24, Turkana North, 25, Turkana South, and 26, Turkana West. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Majority Leader. I'm informed the Committee on Appointments. Have you laid? Yes, I'm informed, honorable members, that the Committee on Appointments intends to lay their report on the vetting of the nominees for cabinet secretaries. They will be permitted to do so in the course of business this morning. I note they are not yet with us, so prepare. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Do we have the Honorable Mishimboko? The Honorable Mishimboko is engaged in the Committee on Appointments. A statement is deferred to a future date. The Honorable Owen Bayer. The Honorable Owen Bayer. The Honorable Owen Bayer is also in the Committee on Appointments, vetting cabinet secretaries. His statement request is deferred. The Honorable Martin Owino. Now, the Honorable Martin Owino had also requested that his statement be deferred to the future. And the statement is accordingly deferred. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022. Question to be put and third reading.
I put. Honorable members, I put the question that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The mover of the bill to move third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022, to be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker, this is a bill that will ensure that people who retire in this country get their pension in a period of not more than 90 days, and that this will solve the problem that we'll be having with our pensioners, Honorable Speaker. And I would also want to request the Honorable Member of the Honorable Manduku to second.
Honorable Manduku.
I second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022, be now read a third time. Is it the mood of the House that we put the question? And honorable members, I now put the question. I have confirmed that we have quorum present in the House for purposes of making a decision. I therefore put the question that the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022, be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Pensions Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I put the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on the consideration of the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023, up to clause 48, and 6 leave to sit again. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, the Assembly and Demonstration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 37 of the Constitution to provide for the regulation of the right of assembly and demonstration and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
SB upstanding members.